Under the cold, watchful eye of a full moon, a new chapter begins. The time for action has arrived. For even after a crushing defeat at the hands of the demonic sect, the memory of their struggle still burns. The remnants of their forces, though scattered and broken, fought desperately to survive. Every sacrifice, every hardship endured, was for the sake of their ultimate revenge. A deep hum of power emanates from his hand, as a crimson aura begins to pulse around him. His eyes glow with an intense, vengeful red, the tattered remnants of his clothing fluttering around his powerful form. Under the pale moonlight, he launches himself forward, a dark silhouette against the night sky, driven by an unyielding resolve. The flickering glow of a distant fire casts dancing shadows across a rough-hewn brick wall, and a brazier burns fiercely, its roaring flames illuminating the dark surroundings. High above, a cloaked figure stands silently on the wall, observing the scene below. His face etched with a grim determination, a small mustache accentuating his firm jawline. His eyes narrow, a silent resolve hardening his features. As a chilling thought crosses his mind, it won't take long before they notice the servant's disappearance. Poised and ready, the figure's dark attire blends seamlessly with the night. His internal voice echoing, "I'll finish this before that happens." The solitary torch on the wall continues to burn, its light a silent witness to his impending action. A figure lies motionless on the ground, surrounded by debris, a small, glowing orb resting nearby. A guttural cry echoes through the darkness, followed by another pained shout, as a narration observes the commotion, noting that it is noisy outside. Unperturbed by the distant sounds, a cloaked figure sits in serene meditation upon a stone altar. His eyes, however, flash open, glowing a fierce red, betraying a sudden awareness. He rises, gazing out into the chaotic scene, a thought forming in his mind. To think that you're peacefully meditating while your subordinates are dying. Another figure kneels before him, remarking on his cold demeanor, "You're heartless, as usual." The cloaked figure retorts, "I could say the same thing to you, running away without doing anything. Now heartless." An elderly man with a flowing white beard and hair appears, offering a philosophical perspective. "Do you think a man would care about the mountain's well-being as he climbs a mountain?" An elderly man, his white hair and beard framing a face with glowing red eyes, speaks of ambition, stating that one only truly stares at the peak. He continues, explaining that this is how one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, before his tone shifts to a sharp challenge, proclaiming, "What nonsense. I, Chiron, will kill you with my own hands today." As the threat hangs in the air, the heavenly demon's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression hardening. Without a word, he begins to gather crackling blue lightning energy into his fist, launching himself forward with explosive force, enveloped in a surge of brilliant blue light, delivering a powerful, lightning-infused strike that tears through the air. As he roars the name of his technique, Heavenly Lightning Fist, the full force of his lightning attack erupts, culminating in an explosive, lightning-infused assault. Surrounded by crackling blue lightning, Jin Seowon challenges his opponent, his voice cutting through the air. In response, Chiron unleashes a devastating counterattack, a torrent of crimson energy erupting around him as he activates the Heavenly Blood Tide art. With a chilling command, he urges his foe to observe the true extent of his power. The concentrated red energy surges forward, a wave of destructive force hurtling towards its target. Karen's hand glows with an ominous light, channeling the immense power into a focused attack. The channeled energy coalesces into a towering, vertical beam, a pillar of pure, destructive force. With blinding speed, the crimson beam streaks across the distance. Jin Seowon, still wreathed in blue lightning, braces himself as the overwhelming attack closes in. The full force of the Heavenly Blood Tide art slams into him, sending him reeling backward amidst a shower of debris. He grunts, the force of the impact still rippling through his body. As Chiron unleashes a flurry of crimson energy slashes, each one aimed to tear him apart. A fresh spray of blood erupts as Jin Seowon realizes the impossible. The enemy is manipulating sword chi with his bare hand. Karen's voice rings out, dripping with contempt, promising to send him to his master soon. Declaring his opponent finished, Chiron prepares his ultimate technique, the Cloud Dragon Divine Fist. But before the final blow can land, Karen's eyes widen in shock, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Jin Seowon counters with his own devastating move, the Transcendent Heavenly Flying Palm, crackling with brilliant blue lightning. A searing wave of fiery energy erupts, violently disrupted by an unseen force. As Karen's voice echoes with disbelief, questioning how his steel tempering could be overcome. His face contorts in a mask of shock and fury, his own fiery aura flaring around him. The orange flames still struggling against the encroaching power. He roars, unable to comprehend how his fists, hardened beyond steel, could be rendered useless by bare hands. Suddenly, a blinding surge of blue lightning engulfs him, sending him recoiling violently through the air. While Jin Seowon, now a conduit of pure electrical force, surges forward. His form a blur of crackling energy, closing the distance with impossible speed. He delivers a devastating, concentrated strike, the blue lightning exploding on impact. The air still crackles with residual energy from the previous impact, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. A ragged gasp escapes the elf, his breath coming in short, painful bursts as he struggles to recover. But Jin Seowon offers no respite, his voice thundering with righteous fury, demanding, "Don't you dare talk about my father." He continues, his eyes glowing with electric blue energy. "With that dirty mouth of yours." Despite the fresh bruises on his face, his resolve is unshaken as he presses his accusation. "You haven't forgotten the evil deeds you've committed, have you?" With a final, explosive surge of lightning, his fist connects with devastating force, declaring, "This is the rage of all of those people." The impact sends Chiron hurtling through the air, his form a blur against the dark void. As he falls, a flicker of regret crosses his face, a thought escaping him. "I should have wiped out the roots of the clan when I had the chance. I don't know what kind of enlightenment you." His surprise is palpable, even in defeat. "Receiver, but I'm honestly surprised." Chiron can hardly believe his eyes, muttering that Jin Seowon broke through his heavenly demon bloody surge art. The elder's face contorts in a grimace, realizing the gravity of the situation, as he declares that he has been left with no other choice. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon's hand glows with a faint purple energy, clutching a small, crystalline vial. He brings the bottle to his lips, a desperate act that makes Chiron question if it's an elixir. A blinding purple explosion erupts from the young man's body, the sheer force of the consumed potion radiating outwards. Chiron watches, his mind racing, wondering what could happen if he drinks an elixir of that potency all at once. The raw power coursing through Jin Seowon's veins triggers a dangerous transformation, an undeniable demonic chi deviation. His form writhes, engulfed in crackling purple energy, as the elixir's effects violently reshape him. The chaotic energy swirls, coalescing around his arm, hinting at a monstrous power awakening within him. The elixir's power surged through Jin Seowon, engulfing him in a maelstrom of chaotic purple energy that pulsed violently around his form. His body contorted, racked with an unimaginable pain, as the demonic chi deviation began its full, terrifying onset. His dark hair turned a wild, shocking white, and his eyes blazed with an unnatural, glowing purple. A guttural cry of pure anguish tore from his throat, the sheer force of the transformation threatening to rip him apart. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashed a massive, uncontrolled burst of energy that flared outwards in all directions. Purple lightning crackled around his form, his body a conduit for the raw, untamed power. Tendrils of dark energy snaked around his legs, the ground beneath him seeming to tremble from the sheer output. The chaotic aura radiated outwards, a visible distortion in the air around him. His face contorted in a grimace of agony. He clenched his fist, struggling to maintain consciousness amidst the overwhelming surge of power. As the chaotic energy of the demonic chi deviation surged through him, a chilling voice echoed, addressing him as a mere child. From the swirling darkness, a menacing, white-haired figure with glowing purple eyes materialized, declaring with a guttural roar that it was time for him to disappear. A violent torrent of purple energy erupted, tearing through the space around Jin Seowon, forcing a raw scream of agony from his lips. Blood trickled down his face as he realized the dire truth, whispering that he was too late. Despite the despair, a flicker of resolve ignited within him, and he focused his will to manifest a barrier. The chaotic purple energy swirled violently around him, but a nascent green aura began to push back, erupting from his form in a desperate surge of power. The green energy solidified, forming a protective shield around him. He stares, wide-eyed, as the chaotic purple energy swirls around him, a stark contrast to the vibrant green aura now emanating from his own body. The purple streaks of power continue to lash out, a relentless assault against his newly formed defenses. Then, a new figure emerges from the swirling chaos, a white-haired mage, staff in hand, looking back with an almost casual air. Jin Seowon's eyes widened further, realizing the gravity of the situation, a quiet admission escaping him that he had been caught off guard. The green energy around him pulses, a testament to the power of this newcomer, whom he instinctively recognizes as a great mage. The mage, however, turns to face him fully, a slight frown on his face as he dismisses the title. Jin Seowon's thoughts race, acknowledging the mage's self-proclaimed role as a cleanser of unwanted beings, and the chilling realization that without his intervention, he would have met a horrible end. A sudden, urgent thought then strikes him. Later, sitting with a book titled The Record of the Heavenly Demon's Demonic Chi Deviation, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, he wonders if the mysterious mage is the author of this unsettling text. Jin Seowon's mind still grapples with the impossible notion of another world appearing out of nowhere, struggling to comprehend how such a thing could even make sense. He introduces himself, stating, "My name is Jin Seowon, and I am 23 years old." Meanwhile, his phone buzzes softly, its battery clinging to a mere 15%. He recalls his recent past, thinking, "I was discharged 6 months ago, and I'm preparing to go back to college." As a message pops up, "Bro, you up? Let's play." Looking at the screen, he wonders, does this bastard not have anyone else to play with? His thoughts drift back to his life before discharge, when he had a good life plan, wanting to earn money while preparing to return to college. He reflects on the things he couldn't study or do in the military, realizing he missed too many fun things in society. Walking down a bustling street, he considers his finances, knowing he still has a bit of money left. As he continues his walk, the question arises, but should I find a part-time job? As he sits engrossed in his game, a voice calls out to him, asking if it's really Sia1. He glances back at the other man, requesting just one more hour, as his friend notes his continued dedication to living ground. It's a game he's invested countless hours into. Even during his military breaks, he'd occasionally played it, though not with the same intensity. After his discharge, however, he'd taken it seriously, rapidly climbing to a top 10 rank within 3 months. Now, with his eyes glowing with focus, he announces his login, telling his friend to wait for him in the lobby. He'd even managed to earn some extra cash from the tournaments held in internet cafes. The game itself unfolds simply. 100 players drop from a plane, beginning their battle. The survival game begins, its rules starkly laid out. Collect weapons, eliminate all others, and be the last one standing. He plummets through the sky, his face obscured by dark goggles. Activating a device in his hands, he immediately detects 2 other players 250 meters from his position. Meanwhile, a masked opponent, clad in tactical gear, takes aim with a rifle. A sharp crack echoes as a bullet flies. The masked figure sprints through the tall grass, continuously firing his weapon. Through his scope, the opponent confirms only 2 targets remain in his sights. Jin Sia1, irritated by the relentless gunfire, remarks on the opponent's excessive noise, questioning why someone who has already been eliminated once is still so boisterous. Deciding to prioritize strategy, he moves to secure initial gear from nearby crates before engaging further. I only believe in you, bro, he mutters to himself, then quickly corrects. I'll shut up. The bright sky above offers little comfort. Still searching, he wonders aloud. Where did the bastard with the skull mask from earlier go? Moving cautiously through the crumbling urban landscape, he follows a figure just ahead, until he spots some scattered items. Seeing how the loot is still here, he observes, it looks like he didn't go here. His gaze falls upon a first aid kit, a useful find. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a figure standing in a shadowed doorway, a skull mask obscuring their face, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The figure stands silently, an ominous presence, near a rectangular object that emits a soft, golden glow. A swift, decisive movement cuts through the air, but a system notification blares, announcing the demise of a teammate, followed by a frustrated cry from another player, lamenting their lost chance to escape. The chaotic energy of the virtual arena continues to surge, only to be cut down in a final, swift blow. Then, the screen shifts, displaying a triumphant message. Congratulations. You are the last person remaining. 1 out of 100, showing the victorious avatar, axe in hand. Back in his room, a casual laugh escapes him, pleased with the outcome. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the win with a dismissive yeah, queue up already. As the screen displays the current time, a fleeting thought crosses his mind about his responsibilities, deciding he should finally focus on studying tomorrow. A soft, electric hum resonates as Jin Sia1's eyes glow with an ethereal blue light. Before he responds with a simple, almost absent-minded, huh, his phone screen displays a message about studying and locking in for tomorrow. With a newfound resolve etched across his features, he declares his intention to stop playing games, starting tomorrow. The voice on the other end of the line erupts in disbelief, demanding to know why he would break his promise of a clan war. From the bustling city outside, his voice carries a firm tone, explaining that he needs to start attending an English academy. Sitting on his bed, a wave of guilt washes over him as he reflects on his mother's tears and the months he's spent living aimlessly. The quiet night settles over the city, and he finally drifts off to sleep, his decision made. Meanwhile, a news headline flashes across a phone screen, reporting that people with mysterious powers have been spotted abroad. As the news reports speak of individuals now calling themselves players, Jin Sia1 finds himself staring at a digital message, questioning why a page he's trying to access suddenly doesn't exist. A moment later, he realizes the video he was watching has been abruptly deleted, leaving him with a sense of unease. Trying to shake off the strange occurrences, he decides it's best to simply go to sleep. The next day, walking through the city, a nagging thought echoes in his mind. Why does everyone question his constant gaming? He ponders whether he should assist a friend in one last game, a decision that feels heavier than it should. Suddenly, a vibrant purple aura begins to emanate from his body, glowing with an otherworldly energy. He lets out a soft, questioning sound, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden manifestation. Turning his head, his eyes now glow with the same electric blue intensity as the aura, a clear sign that his world has irrevocably changed. A surge of raw power courses through him, his eyes flaring with an intense purple glow as the energy envelopes his form. The mysterious aura radiates from his very core, causing the ground beneath him to shimmer with the same ethereal light. He can only question the sudden, overwhelming phenomenon, wondering what this blinding light truly signifies. The energy intensifies, crackling around his entire body, a visible manifestation of the power now coursing through his veins. Even his backpack, lying abandoned nearby, begins to glow with the same strange, purple luminescence. The room around him, filled with mundane electrical equipment, remains eerily silent, oblivious to the supernatural event unfolding. A small, nondescript device rests on the floor, its purpose unclear amidst the growing mystery. Suddenly, an unseen voice cuts through the silence, muttering about a glowing bolt. Another voice quickly follows, dismissing the situation as useless and urging immediate action to join whatever is happening. Disoriented, he blinks awake in an unfamiliar, verdant field, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality. His gaze sweeps over a vast crowd of onlookers and a towering, armored figure, leaving him to wonder, where am I? A blinding, golden light erupts, consuming everything in its radiant glow. As the light fades, Jin Seowon stirs, his eyes glowing faintly yellow as he struggles to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming noise and the strange new surroundings, wondering if this bizarre shift is some form of punishment for his shattered resolve. He pushes himself up, observing two figures in the distance, one cloaked with a staff, the other armored with a sword, their presence adding to the surreal confusion of the moment. Suddenly, a blade flashes, and Jin Seowon instinctively draws his own sword, parrying an unseen attack with practiced ease. Steel rings against steel as he clashes with a brown-haired swordsman, the force of their impact sending sparks flying. After the brief skirmish, Jin Seowon finds himself observing a larger group of individuals, including his recent opponent and a blonde woman, a bewildered thought crossing his mind about the sheer number of cosplayers around him. A blinding green energy erupts, crackling with raw power, as if a spell has just been cast. Disoriented, Jin Seowon struggles to comprehend his surroundings, a single thought echoing in his mind. Is this a dream? He glances around, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief, the unfamiliar landscape stretching out before him. He finds himself standing amidst a large crowd of people, many clad in armor and carrying weapons, all gathered around a colossal, ancient stone statue, a stark contrast to his own modern attire. A sudden, metallic ding echoes in his mind, followed by a voice announcing that 100 players have been detected, causing him to reel back, wondering if he's truly hearing voices in his head. The ancient stone statue's eyes begin to glow with an ethereal blue light, as the voice declares, initializing the system. His own eyes, now glowing with the same electric blue hue, widen in shock, as the implications of the voice's words begin to sink in. A disembodied voice echoes in Jin Seowon's mind, demanding to know its origin. As he looks up, green particles drift through the air. He realizes the voice is speaking Korean. Around him, others in the crowd also react, with one man exclaiming that everyone is suddenly speaking Korean. Another figure, a man with long, light hair and a dark cloak, steps forward, declaring he has been waiting for this day, addressing someone as the leader of our sect. The cloaked man, Karen, stands with his staff glowing with blue energy, as a voice from the crowd questions if he is responsible for their current predicament. Escrow, the man who first noticed the language change, angrily retorts, accusing Karen of dragging him there in the first place. Karen, with a disdainful expression, simply calls him shameless. He continues, asserting that he will no longer be swayed by words, and that belief is irrelevant. Suddenly, a skeletal, hooded figure with glowing green eyes appears, its unsettling grin spreading as it declares that everyone is gathered before the Demon King's power. Chiron, the Archmage, gathers a potent blue energy, promising to end the suffering of his target. With a surge of power, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue lightning. His eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he declares his intent to kill, believing it will bring a swift end to the pain. The devastating attack, strangely reminiscent of Escrow's style, strikes down with immense force. The blue lightning continues its relentless descent, impacting its target. Yet, Chiron recoils in utter disbelief, his powerful magic seemingly having no effect. The skeletal figure, its green eyes glowing, confirms it took the magic head-on, yet feels absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon, standing beside Escrow in a grassy field, demands to know why he was dragged into this, questioning if the surreal events are merely a dream. His eyes glow with a faint blue light, reflecting the strange reality he now inhabits. As the system interface flickers, a voice announces the game's parameters, an easy difficulty, requiring entry into the top 90, with the endless survival map promising rewards only to the last survivor. Suddenly, Chiron and Escrow find themselves in a vast, open field, having completely skipped the tutorial phase. A faint sound echoes as the system confirms that within the waiting room, all attacks between players are neutralized. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon stares at a glowing holographic display, a game map materializing before his eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. A clear chime signals the arrival of a system message, as a regal, armored figure appears to address those new to the cloud survival experience, offering a brief explanation. The game, it explains, will continue until only one player remains, with the last survivor receiving all the promised rewards. Attempting to exit the limited map will result in severe penalties, for this game is a fight to the death, continuing until only a single survivor remains. Should the game conclude, or if a player is eliminated, they will be returned to their original world. Soon, all participants will descend into the formidable Tower of Trials, guided by the mysterious Ergus Gaze. As the system's voice echoes, a diverse group of participants gathers, all seemingly awaiting the next phase of the game, where they can obtain items and use them to enter the tower. Jin Seowon's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he questions the reality of his situation. He wonders if he's merely dreaming about a place called Loyal Ground. The system's voice cuts through his thoughts, clarifying the stakes. Only the top 90 players will receive rewards. The weight of that information settles on him, his brow furrowing with a mix of anxiety and grim determination. Even if this were a dream, the consequences feel terrifyingly real. He glances at the crowd, a sense of unease growing amidst these absurd humans. A cold dread begins to creep in as he realizes the true nature of the challenge. As he steps towards the glowing portal, the stark reality hits him. He will die if he fails. Even if this is all a dream, he thinks, he doesn't want to die. If this truly is like the log game he knows, then he needs to act. He glances around, a system prompt briefly flashing about his hair. A large, armored man confronts him, demanding to know why he's looking around and where he's from. The armored man grows impatient, his voice rising as he repeats his question, accusing him of ignoring him. A ding sound signals the game's imminent start, a countdown appearing as he finds himself suddenly clad in gleaming armor. The armored man, bewildered by his sudden transformation and a faint smile on his face, asks if he's laughing, if he's gone mad. Another ding echoes, the countdown reaching its final second. With eyes now glowing an eerie green, he reveals the chilling reason for his laughter. With his eyes now glowing an intense green, Jin Seowon lets out a laugh, finding humor in the surreal dream he now inhabits. A vibrant green energy surges around his arm, coalescing into a powerful aura. He declares with unwavering conviction that with his knowledge of log abilities, he can easily overcome any challenge and survive, a statement met with an indignant, unheard retort. Just then, a system notification flashes, announcing the official start of Cloyd's survival, Day 1. The world around him shimmers with ethereal blue energy, as countless crystalline structures begin to descend from the heavens, filling the sky with their descent. These glowing blue objects fall rapidly, descending in large numbers to areas rich with valuable items. As the game had just begun, the system indicated that areas with more items would be crowded, but Jin Seowon knew better than to follow the masses. He mused, it would be safer to start on the outskirts. With that decision made, he sprinted across the rugged terrain, knowing that a particular spot nearby should be ideal. As he reached his chosen location, a powerful green aura erupted from his body, his voice echoing with raw determination. The vibrant energy surged forward, a sweeping wave of power extending from his form. It struck the unseen target with explosive force, a blinding flash of green light illuminating the area. After the powerful burst, he landed firmly, residual green energy still swirling around his body. He then surveyed the landscape before him, taking in the newly cleared or affected area. In the distance, a structure stood amidst the verdant growth, a potential destination or point of interest. A wave of intense motion sickness washes over Jin Seowon, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. Nearby, a small, rustic house stands amidst the desolate landscape, offering a potential refuge as he resolves to enter it. His eyes glow with a fierce blue light as he curses his weakened state, frustrated that the motion sickness had prevented him from seeing if anyone else had landed with him. Moving with a sudden burst of speed, he sprints towards the house, a grim determination hardening his features as he vows to eliminate any other survivors he might encounter. He shoves the door open and stumbles inside, clutching his chest as the lingering effects of his sickness persist. He wonders if the sword-wielding bastard has managed to follow him, regretting that he ever provoked him in the first place. A sudden sound makes him flinch, his eyes darting around the wooden structure. But the sky remains clear, light particles drifting gently. He stands before a traditional house, a momentary pause in his journey. Stepping inside, the sound of the wind seeming to follow him. He decides to look through this house, remembering the instruction to get items from where he landed. So, he needs to search for them here. As he continues his search, a sudden sound or sensation makes him falter, a small grunt escaping his lips. He looks up, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, wondering what just happened. His gaze falls upon a heavy crossbow, an unexpected find in the traditional home. As he loads a bolt, a pragmatic thought crosses his mind. It might not be ideal, but it's certainly better than nothing. The moment he equips the weapon, a rush of information floods his mind, detailing its properties. He raises the crossbow, taking aim, his past as a South Korean soldier making this simple task feel like second nature. With a soft click, he prepares the firing mechanism, a quiet resolve settling over him as he thinks, if I do this, it'll shoot. A golden streak of energy erupts from the crossbow, the bolt launching forward with impressive force. The projectile impacts with a brilliant, explosive burst, shattering whatever it struck. A soft exclamation escapes Jin Seowon, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and understanding. He considers the heavy crossbow bolt, its intricate design now fully apparent. And a confident smile spreads across his face as he realizes this weapon will prove incredibly useful once he masters its proper handling. After a thorough search of the immediate area, he finds nothing else of particular value. However, a large map catches his attention, its extensive detail a promising sign for future exploration. With the crossbow now secured on his back, he steps out of the house and into the open air. He breaks into a run, the rhythmic thud of his boots on the ground accompanying his thought. The time has come to safely farm this entire area. Bringing the crossbow up with practiced ease, he takes aim. A bolt streaks through the air, a swift, silent projectile. Jin Seowon's hand closes around something new, a discovery that makes him exclaim. It's a rolled-up scroll, humming softly with a faint blue glow. As he examines it, a system notification confirms it's a small healing scroll, capable of restoring 10% of his health, though it would be useless if torn. He then finds another item, a book, which also appears to be a single-use item. Looking around the sparse room, he muses that he should acquire more recovery items. He wishes for an item bag to carry his growing collection, a thoughtful hum escaping him. The book in his hand glows with a vibrant purple, revealing itself as a martial art that allows him to shoot internal energy through his fingers. A system prompt asks if he wishes to learn the Black Star Divine Martial Arts book, making him wonder if such a skill would be useful in battle. His eyes flash with a deep purple light, a silent affirmation of his decision. As the Black Star Divine Martial Arts skill began to integrate, a blinding surge of purple energy erupted from the very air around him, enveloping his entire form in a chaotic, crackling aura, before slowly dissipating into a shower of shimmering particles, only to coalesce once more, swirling directly towards him. He stared at his outstretched hand, now glowing with the same vibrant purple energy, a bewildered question escaping his lips. Huh, was that it? His eyes widened in surprise, the purple light reflecting in their depths, as the energy pulsed steadily from his palms. The intense glow from his hand intensified, a silent exclamation of disbelief hanging in the air. He continued to gaze at the radiating power, a new question forming in his mind. The purple energy pulsed and radiated outward from his palm, confirming the skill's successful activation. The raw power of the Black Star Divine Martial Arts skill surged around him, a maelstrom of vibrant purple energy swirling and concentrating into a glowing orb in his hand. The intense aura expanded, filling the space with its overwhelming presence. As it reached its peak, the energy coalesced into a grand, stylized symbol, shimmering with ethereal light. Then, with a soft whoosh, the powerful purple glow began to fade, dissolving into countless sparkling particles. As the last vestiges of the aura vanished, he stood calmly, a faint green glow now emanating from his hand, a testament to the power he had just absorbed. A profound realization dawned on him, as he murmured, "I've learned a martial art." As the system declared him the world's strongest survivor, Jin Seowon's fingers deftly closed around a small, metallic object. A quiet satisfaction escaped him, a soft nice, echoing in the silence. He held up the small, glowing orb, its faint light illuminating his focused expression. As he walked past the towering bookshelf, he mused aloud about the implications of his discovery, wondering if the existence of magic books meant more were out there. Regardless of the specifics, he felt certain that the Cloyd Survival and Loyal Ground games were fundamentally the same. With a firm resolve, he declared his intention to move somewhere else. The sun had already dipped below the horizon while he was lost in thought. Moving swiftly through the desolate, overgrown streets, he knew he needed to quickly find a place to hide. His electric blue eyes scanned the darkness, sharp and alert. Only one house in the entire area showed any sign of life, its windows glowing faintly. The fact that the light was on could mean two things, he mused, his gaze fixed on the distant glow. Either there was a safe place to hide inside, a sanctuary from the dangers lurking in the night, or, more ominously, somebody was already there. A soft creak echoed as he cautiously pushed open the door to the illuminated dwelling. He couldn't know how many other people were left near him, or what their intentions might be. Standing ready, his bow drawn and aimed, he maintained his vigilant watch over the house. Stepping inside the house, Jin Seowon's gaze swept across the wooden floor, his mind racing with possibilities about who might be lurking within. He considered the occupants could either be seasoned professionals, or perhaps just inexperienced newcomers. But as he moved through the first floor, no sound reached his ears, leaving him to wonder if they were simply hiding. His brow furrowed slightly, the thought of them waiting on the second floor crossing his mind. A faint blue glow emanated from his eyes as he considered his options, knowing he possessed a weapon and the formidable heavenly demon star of palms at his disposal. Even against a seasoned opponent, he felt a surge of confidence that he could hold his own. With a soft click, he reached for a door handle, preparing to advance. The path ahead revealed a wide staircase. And with his weapon now drawn, he began his ascent, each step measured and deliberate. He cast his gaze downward, his expression thoughtful, as a solitary, old-fashioned lantern glows softly in the dimness, prompting him to wonder, is it merely a lantern? His rifle held ready, he eyes a closed door with suspicion, considering is it a trap? The realization dawns on him that it's simply a room. Yet his eyes narrow with intense focus, as a faint shimmer of particles dances in the air, before he delivers a powerful, decisive kick, sending the wooden door violently splintering inward. His sandals softly hit the wooden floor, as a low rumble echoed through the newly opened space. Jin Seowon's eyes widened, a gasp escaping him as he took in the scene. He found himself in a quiet, dusty study, sitting in a worn chair. The room was empty, save for a piano bathed in sunlight from a large window, and the persistent, low rumble continued. Kneeling, he clutched his bow, a sense of relief washing over him. He peered into an adjacent, brightly glowing blue chamber, murmuring to himself that it was a relief no one had been there. A faint light shimmered across the floor. As he reached out to touch a small, glowing orb resting on a nearby table, Jin Seowon's gaze falls upon a small, glowing ring, a system message confirming it as a new item, the Ring of Strength, A rank, granting a 20-point boost to his strength. Holding the luminous band, he questions if such a simple adornment could truly enhance his power. His back still turned, bow and quiver slung across his shoulders, as he considers the implications. With a soft sound, he slides the ring onto his finger, and a sudden surge of energy washes over him, his eyes widening in surprise as faint golden lines briefly trace his form. The ring on his finger glows intensely, radiating a powerful light. A profound change settles over him. His body feels remarkably lighter, the familiar weight of his bow seeming to vanish. He ponders the significant increase in strength, a 20-point boost, and what it truly signifies. Before turning his attention to the translucent blue interface, attempting to access his character information, only to find it unresponsive. A new system message suddenly appears, catching his attention as he ascends the stairs, prompting him to consider exploring the first floor more thoroughly. His character information window displays his name, species, and class as martial artist, along with his core stats, making him wonder if this classification is due to his past training. A slight smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges the system's impressive nature, especially when compared to his initial, less fortunate circumstances. Continuing his ascent, he surveys the dimly lit surroundings, his mind still processing the recent revelations. Suddenly, a new notification chimes, revealing he has obtained subspace, a unique dimension capable of storing items where time itself is suspended. He gazes at the glowing ring in his hand, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he notes the recurring acquisition of such items. A holographic interface materializes before him, displaying instructions to store items by simply grasping them and uttering or thinking subspace, clarifying its function as a general storage area. Another chime confirms an alternative method. If unable to physically grasp an item, merely thinking or saying subspace will suffice for storage. Pondering the implications, he muses aloud, comparing the newly acquired subspace to a conventional inventory system, confirming its purpose for item storage. A deep, resonant voice echoes, perhaps from the system itself, as the glowing purple energy of his newly acquired subspace swirls before him. He reaches out, his hand enveloped by the shimmering, ethereal substance. A strange sensation washes over him as he interacts with it, yet the sheer convenience of this new ability, a portable storage dimension, is undeniable. He muses on how incredibly useful such a power would be in his original world. The potential to store items and even martial arts techniques and bring them back to reality sparks a profound realization within him. His thoughts are interrupted by a system notification, and he wonders if there are still no eliminations in the current trial. As he examines the interface, it becomes clear that this is a kill log, tracking participants. Only one person has been eliminated so far, a participant named James. He had intended to strategically farm until only 90 people remained, but this unexpected elimination throws a wrench into his plans. Having successfully searched numerous houses, he had managed to gather a significant amount of consumable items. He was also fortunate enough to discover many hidden weapons, which he could now utilize alongside his Black Star of Palms technique. With his current inventory complete, he pondered his next destination, wondering if it would be wiser to remain hidden and wait for his opponents to reveal themselves. The strong individuals he had seen listed in the kill log were undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. But if he could remain concealed and secure a spot among the top 10, he would then be able to exert more pressure on key locations, like Young Dash. Yes, fewer people would be out at night, making it ideal to find a safe place before the sun rises. Even though he continued to move forward, he felt. Moving through the ethereal, glowing forest, Jin Seowon felt no fatigue, his enhanced ring of strength making him feel awesome. Yet, despite his newfound power and the promise of rewards, a gnawing hunger persisted, reminding him that Cloyd's survival was eerily similar to reality. He scanned the dense, glowing foliage, wondering aloud where he might find sustenance. Surely a city would offer food, right? Consulting his map, he noted the area should be surrounded by houses, but the landscape remained stubbornly wild, his stomach rumbling in protest. As his hunger intensified, a low growl echoed behind him, his eyes widening in sudden alarm as a shadowy, wolf-like creature materialized from the glowing undergrowth. The creature moved with blurring speed, catching him off guard as he instinctively cried out, realizing the immediate danger. He hadn't heard a thing, yet a monstrous form was already looming before him, its presence a chilling void in the otherwise vibrant forest. A guttural growl ripped through the air, confirming the creature's hostile intent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the beast, a werewolf, standing tall and menacing. The creature, a hulking mass of muscle and fur, lunged forward, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. Razor-sharp claws, crackling with blue energy, slashed through the air, aiming for a swift, decisive strike. He barely managed to twist away, the force of the blow still sending him reeling backward. A single, incredulous expletive escaped his lips, his mind struggling to process the sudden, overwhelming power of his assailant. Where the claws had struck, the ground glowed with residual blue energy, a stark reminder of the werewolf's destructive force. The monstrous werewolf, glowing with an eerie blue light, lunges forward. Its powerful, luminous claw slams into the ground, sending debris flying. Jin Seowon's mind races, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in reality, thinking this was meant to be a player-versus-player game, not a hunt for monsters. He curses his own naivety, wishing he had never ventured out if he had known such dangers lurked. A desperate cry escapes him as blue particles swirl around his frantic form. The thought of his reputation as a ranker being tarnished by death to a mere mob fills him with a bitter shame. Then, through the bioluminescent haze of the forest, a distant structure appears, a house, offering a glimmer of hope. He sprints, a blur of motion, towards the unexpected sanctuary. Finally, he collapses, hunched over and gasping for breath, the exertion of his escape evident. He clenches his jaw, a low growl echoing in his ears. Sweat beads on his forehead as he realizes the creature is still relentlessly closing in, muttering, "Shit, it's coming all this way." A chilling growl confirms his fears, forcing him to glance back nervously. Trapped, he desperately wonders, "What should I do?" Outside, a single, glowing red eye peers through a crack in the wall, accompanied by another low growl. The werewolf stands before the house, sniffing the air, its guttural growl a constant threat. Its snarling maw, framed by a skull-like mask, lets out another menacing sound. Inside, he deduces the creature's strategy, realizing, judging by how it keeps sniffing around, it must be searching for my scent. A new, dangerous thought forms in his mind, prompting the realization, if so. With a glowing blue blade now in his grasp, Jin Seowon prepares to execute his plan, declaring his intent to strike first. He drops silently from above, a soft thud marking his landing. From his elevated position, he surveys the target below, a brief moment of assessment. Then, a blur of motion, he plunges downward, leaving streaks of blue energy in his wake, crashing into the space below with a powerful impact. Debris scatters, illuminated by the lingering blue light of his descent. The werewolf, caught off guard, lets out a guttural growl, its red eyes flaring with primal fury. A deep, menacing GRAW erupts from its maw, a desperate challenge. But the creature's struggles are futile, already ensnared within a shimmering blue energy field, as he acknowledges his successful trap. Jin Seowon, confident in his abilities, declares that thanks to the blue dragon's core, he can now unleash his power with just one hand. With a determined gaze, he resolves to finish off the last remaining threat. Trapped and enraged, the werewolf lets out a guttural roar of pure fury. Ignoring its defiance, Jin Seowon unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, the overwhelming power surging forth from his form. The concentrated blast slams into the werewolf, a deafening impact echoing through the void. With glowing eyes, he maintains the relentless assault. The werewolf's form beginning to break apart and disintegrate under the sheer force of the blue energy. Finally, with a final, explosive quang, the creature is utterly consumed, vanishing into nothingness. Still reeling from the previous confrontation, Jin Seowon unleashes a furious aerial kick, a raw expletive escaping his lips as blue energy flares around him. He moves with blinding speed, a blue blur against the dark, particle-filled void. His attack connects with devastating force, the blue energy engulfing the shadowy form of the werewolf, whose eyes glow a furious red. The creature lets out a guttural cry of pain, recoiling as the blue power tears through its form. As he lands, the young man glances back at the dissipating energy, a thought forming in his mind about how he might be eliminated. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a new, ominous purple energy field, his eyes glowing electric blue as he recognizes it as subspace. He reaches out, his hand glowing faintly as he touches the strange phenomenon, identifying it as a black star. Blue energy radiates from him, interacting with the purple field, revealing that this power is not limited to mere chi palms. Jin Seowon stands amidst a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy, his resolve hardening as he faces the unknown. The power crackles around his hand, a vibrant blue aura pulsing with raw force. But then, a deeper, more ominous purple begins to bleed into the blue, transforming the energy into something new and potent. The sheer exertion of this transformation sends him reeling, his body momentarily losing its footing. Yet, his eyes burn with an unyielding fire, a silent vow echoing in his mind. He cannot afford to lose. Not to a mere underling. Jin Seowon stands, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, surrounded by the dark, glowing particles of the dungeon. A wave of profound relief washes over him, as he gasps, realizing just how close he came to utter defeat. His boot lands with a soft thud on the uneven ground, and he lets out a sigh of gratitude, thankful for the throwing dagger he had stashed away, admitting to himself the sheer embarrassment of almost failing. A small, ethereal blue dagger lies on the ground, emitting a soft, captivating glow. He looks down at the mysterious object, a question forming in his mind. He scans the desolate ground, wondering if he stumbled upon a mob drop, hoping for something useful. But finding only water and jerky, a sigh escapes him as he laments the meager haul, realizing he'll have to hunt for proper sustenance. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. Considering his options, he decides it's best to thoroughly check his surroundings. His gaze falls upon an item on the ground, a bulletproof vest, perhaps the one he'd seen earlier. He picks it up, examining the worn material, and slips it on. The vest feels a bit loose, a little too big for his frame. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, revealing the vest's true nature. It's an advanced orichalcum breastplate, now equipped and glowing with power. Another notification follows, confirming a significant increase in his resistance against fire and wind magic. He continued his search through the desolate space, a sense of awe still lingering from his previous discovery. Convinced there was more to uncover, he meticulously scanned every corner of the dusty, abandoned room. However, after a moment of hopeful anticipation, his initial excitement waned as he found nothing but debris. Then, his foot brushed against a faint blue glow beneath the rubble, sparking a new wave of curiosity. He knelt, retrieving a shimmering object that felt strangely like check, as a system notification immediately appeared. A night cloak had been acquired, the system announced, promising complete concealment in darkness and invisibility in plain sight once equipped. However, this powerful stealth came with a crucial caveat. While hidden, he would be unable to attack, and all sounds he made would be completely suppressed. Despite the limitations, the potential of the item was undeniable, filling him with a surge of excitement. Observing a distant pack of werewolves, he realized the cloak's true value. It was the perfect tool for evasion and survival, allowing him to navigate dangerous territories unseen. Reflecting on his new acquisition, he considers the immense advantage it provides, thinking, with this, I can stay alive as long as I want. As he continues through the unfamiliar terrain, he recalls his initial confusion about the house in the middle of nowhere, realizing it was merely a farming spot. His luck, it seems, has taken a turn for the better on this second day. Under the watchful eye of a full moon, the night deepens around him. He hasn't encountered anyone so far, leading him to wonder if he was simply sent to a random, isolated location. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escapes him, a sound of surprise and alarm. Losing his footing, he tumbles down a steep incline, a frustrated curse on his lips. Still plummeting through the dark abyss, Jin Seowon's mind raced, wishing he had the time to activate an ability. Meanwhile, from above, a figure with white hair observed the descent, dismissing the falling man as nothing more than an apprentice. Jin Seowon continued his uncontrolled fall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally hitting the ground with a jarring impact, he lay there, reflecting on the unexpected encounter with a mage in this desolate place. The mage, now standing above him, assessed his prone form, concluding that he didn't appear strong. With a purple glow emanating from his eye, the mage resolved to handle the situation himself. Jin Seowon slowly pushed himself up, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure above him. A wave of terror washed over him as he realized this was no longer a game. As the mage began to charge a glowing purple orb at the tip of his staff, he internally chided himself for hesitating. With eyes glowing crimson, the mage unleashes a devastating attack, a command echoing as Jin Seowon reacts with a surge of fear. A torrent of fire erupts, engulfing everything in its path. His face contorts in a scream as the inferno consumes him. The explosion intensifies, leaving no trace of him. His charred form plummets through the darkness, landing in a strange, glowing blue cavern, as a voice wonders if he has perished. He gasps, eyes wide with shock, as he regains consciousness in the unfamiliar space. Observing the lack of a corpse or even a treasure chest, he deduces that this must be a game. He then ponders if the mage's items were contained within the fire, and questions the origin of the mysterious flames. Kneeling amidst the crystalline formations, he finds himself not alone, but beside another figure. A gasp escapes Jin Seowon as he realizes the implications of the world around him. If the person who just passed had drawn their weapon, he wouldn't have even registered the pain of being burned to death, having been completely unaware of their presence. As he walks away, a thought crosses his mind, acknowledging the surprising effectiveness of his new cloak. He then spots something on the ground, wondering if they should investigate what the other person might have dropped. But a deeper, more unsettling thought takes hold. The individual who just passed him isn't merely another player, and he could easily become their next victim. He knows that the moment he hesitates, someone else will surely kill him to climb the ranks. With a surge of resolve, he concludes that if this is the case, he must act first. His eyes glow with a fierce, electric blue determination. He knew, with absolute certainty, that if he wanted to survive in this brutal new reality, he couldn't hesitate, even when encountering others who possessed intriguing items. A soft chuckle escaped him as he observed, oh, he had some pretty nice stuff. His electric blue eyes narrowed, reflecting a cold, unwavering resolve as he prepared to act. With a sudden, explosive surge of power, he unleashed a torrent of brilliant blue energy, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A red-haired figure, startled by the sudden commotion, exclaimed, "A player? Damn, I made too much of a commotion." Enraged, the figure retaliated with a burst of fiery orange and yellow energy, declaring, It's all that bastard's fault. But Jin Seowon was already moving, his hand crackling with intense blue power, unleashing a focused counterattack. The dense, glowing forest hums with unseen energy, as the red-haired player struggles to maintain his shimmering barrier, which threatens to shatter under the relentless assault. His eyes dart around, searching for the source of the attack, a frustrated question escaping his lips. With a surge of power, he unleashes his own counterattack, a focused strike aimed at his unseen foe. But Jin Seowon is already a blur of motion, evading the attack with impossible speed. The red-haired player's voice echoes through the trees, demanding his opponent reveal themselves. His attack detonates harmlessly against the forest floor, sending a shower of sparks and debris into the air. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon continues his relentless, silent advance, a streak of blue energy cutting through the shadows. His form a mere afterimage, he closes the distance, blade ready. The red-haired player's eyes widen in disbelief, a cry of shock escaping him. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon, a blur of motion, continues his relentless, silent advance, leaving trails of shimmering blue energy in his wake as he closes the distance with impossible speed. The barrier. The player snarls, his face contorted in rage. You bastard, where are you now? But he remains unseen, his form a mere afterimage as he presses his attack. Desperate, the red-haired player unleashes a torrent of scorching orange flames. A desperate, wide-area counterattack that erupts around him, engulfing the immediate vicinity in a blinding, fiery explosion. Yet, through the conflagration, an unseen force strikes, sending him reeling back, a gasp of pain torn from his lips. Jin Seowon emerges, his hand already crackling with his own potent blue flame, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue flame, engulfing his opponent in a searing inferno. The attack continues, driving the red-haired player back with overwhelming force. Standing victorious over the defeated figure, the name Enro echoes in the air. A triumphant declaration escapes his lips as he gazes down at the shimmering purple crystal now in his grasp. His attention shifts to a nearby treasure chest, its ancient wood glowing faintly. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, considering the inconvenience of being tracked. He resolves to maximize his gains and depart swiftly. Opening the chest, a system notification confirms the acquisition of a medium healing potion, followed by another for Escrow's necklace. He examines the newly acquired item, a small, intricate stone, as a system notification confirms its identity, the Circle Stone. A moment of contemplation passes as he stares at the glowing interface, a faint HM escaping his lips. The system then confirms he has indeed obtained the Circle Stone. Its description appears, detailing its power to enable the user to engrave a circle around their heart that allows them to use mana. A new path opens before him, the thought forming in his mind. He could become a mage with this. His eyes widen with a mix of surprise and determination, yet a bitter realization dawns. If only he had the time to use this. Meanwhile, a stern-faced, older man with swept-back gray hair sneers, declaring that an apprentice bastard like that would be nothing. The words echo in Jin Seowon's mind, realizing that's why he said that. Holding the Circle Stone, he offers a silent apology to its previous owner, promising to put it to good use in their stead. He carefully examines the glowing artifact, its ethereal light casting a soft, pinkish glow across the dark, cavernous space. Later, finding a secluded spot amidst the rugged terrain, he muses on the ideal location for his next endeavor, needing a place where he can truly focus. A small, isolated structure catches his eye, appearing to be just what he needs. As he prepares to activate the Circle Stone, a system notification appears, confirming his intent. Sitting cross-legged, the stone hovering before him, he makes the crucial decision to proceed, knowing the risks involved. Another warning flashes, reminding him that during the process, he will be unable to take any other actions or use items. The system then informs him of the inevitable pain, a searing agony that immediately grips him, twisting his features in a silent scream. He suppresses the screams that threaten to escape, enduring the torment with grim determination. For the next 3 intense hours, he remains in that state, the sun setting outside as he completes the arduous process. A slight pain, they had said, but the agony of engraving the circle had been all-consuming, making him believe it would never end. Now, as he sat amidst the ruins, a new system message appeared, reminding him that while learning a martial art had been easy, mastering magic was an entirely different challenge. The system window materialized, displaying his updated status. Name, Jin Seowon. Class, Magic Swordsman, Strength 10, Agility 10, Magic Resistance 10. He realized he could now possess 2 classes, and even had a mana stat. Even if the numbers were low, he noted, they had actually gone up, which was a good sign. His gaze then drifted to another section of the window, labeled Survivors. A soft ding sound accompanied a new notification, causing him to stare in disbelief. How could this be possible? The survivors count now read 45/100, prompting a gasp of alarm. It had dropped by that much? A detailed list appeared, showing Nam Sagwang, killed by Pain 40, Nam Sagwang, Fallen Death 10, and Nam Sagwang, True Magicite, killed by PA. He recognized the name, Nam Sagwang. The sky above remained indifferent to the grim revelations, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A few hours earlier, a figure moved swiftly through the dense forest. A man, his face contorted in fear and exhaustion, desperately tried to outrun his pursuer. His ragged breaths punctuated his pleas to stop the relentless chase. But Jin Seowon's expression remained unyielding, his jaw set in grim determination. With a powerful stride, he closed the remaining distance. The man stumbled, collapsing to the ground with a pained cry. His eyes wide with terror, he looked up at his captor. Jin Seowon stood over him, his hands glowing with a vibrant blue energy, demanding to know why he couldn't simply be among the top 90. The man, utterly defeated, pleaded desperately for just one chance, unable to continue his futile begging. A sickening crunch echoes, followed by a spray of blood. With this, a voice declares, all the participants will surely come to know it. Meanwhile, in a shimmering, water-filled cavern, Jin Seowon stands over a large, hunched figure, the air thick with an otherworldly glow. Later, under the pale moonlight, he stands silhouetted over a glowing chest, the forest around him crackling with unseen energy. And the name that will soon be known to all is Nam Sagwon. The sun shines brightly over a secluded house, a stark contrast to the grim reality of the Cloyd survival event. Now on day 3, the statistics are horrifying. 54 people died in a single night, leaving only a handful of survivors. Jin Seowon stares at the grim tally, a name catching his eye. Nam Sagwon, he thinks, I hope I don't run into this person. A sudden thought strikes him, his eyes widening in realization. Wait. He considers the implications. If this keeps up, it just might be possible for me to end up in the top 10. A memory surfaces of the initial announcement. Before we started, they had announced a reward for those reaching that ranking. I wonder what it'll be. Turning to look out the window, his true motivation comes into focus. My quest is to get money and items, but what's important is to use the skills and items I've gotten to go back to the real world. He sighs, a killer running amok outside, and here he is, getting ahead of himself, seriously. His gaze falls to his feet, a moment of quiet contemplation before he realizes. He needs to finish up and start moving soon, a faint blue glow emanating from his outstretched hand. A surge of energy makes him gasp, definitely feeling power coming from within him, his eyes widening in surprise. The blue light intensifies around his hand, making him wonder, is this mana? As if in answer, a swirling purple orb of energy materializes in his palm, a system message appearing to explain that this refers to collecting mana after the game world, a clear sign of his newfound ability. A system window then prompts him to choose a mana core, beginner, intermediate, advanced, or master, and a knowing smile touches his lips as he thinks he knew it. But instead of choosing, he firmly selects no. The purple orb vanishes, leaving him standing alone and utterly confused, wondering what just happened. A surge of power erupts from him. As he calls out the name of his technique, Wind Ball. His hand extends, glowing with the vibrant blue energy. And with a soft pop, several small, luminous orbs materialize before him. He gazes at them, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he wonders, is this all there is? The glowing spheres hover around him. As he settles down, observing the remaining 3 orbs with a thoughtful expression, his gaze remains fixed on the swirling mana. Until, with a final shimmer, the blue energy rapidly dissipates into nothingness. Jin Seowon continues to process the mana he recently manifested, blue energy swirling around him. From his vantage point, he considers the power, acknowledging that it's stronger than it initially seemed. He muses that it will definitely come in handy, but then a sudden wave of exhaustion washes over him. His face contorts in pain as a system notification flashes, revealing his mana has been completely depleted. As time passes, the world changes. Restricted zones begin to appear on the map, increasing monster density, prompting him to decide on farming at the edges of these boundaries. He contemplates the reduced number of other players, estimating his chances of encountering them are now roughly 50-50. With a sense of urgency, he realizes he needs to farm quickly before the restricted zones shrink further. Leaving his dwelling behind, he heads towards the wilderness. Meanwhile, another player, with striking red hair, stands atop a distant hill, surveying the vast landscape. From the depths of a swirling purple void, a voice echoes as the stern, ancient face of an old man with glowing violet eyes appears, his white beard flowing. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon descends rapidly from a great height, a faint white aura trailing behind him as he falls through the branches of a towering tree. Half a day later, under a bright, clear sky, the world seems to have settled into a new, albeit still dangerous, rhythm. As he moves through the dense foliage, he recalls seeing houses marked on his map in this very area. Suddenly, a look of wide-eyed shock crosses his face, his gaze fixed on something unseen amidst the trees. Without hesitation, he leaps down from a wooden structure, landing lightly as he enters a small, rustic settlement nestled within the forest. A heavy thud echoes through the air, accompanied by the sight of fresh blood splattered across the ground and scattered debris. Jin Seowon's eyes snap wide, his gaze darting to the right as a soft rustle catches his attention. Without hesitation, he channels his energy, a vibrant light blue aura coalescing into a powerful wind ball in his outstretched hand. The spell launches with a resounding strike, impacting an unseen target with explosive force. He maintains his ready stance, the residual light blue energy still swirling around him as he scans the area. Peering into the misty depths of the forest, a question forms in his mind. Was it truly just the wind? A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he recalls a distinct sensation, convinced he had felt someone's presence. His eyes suddenly widen in shock, a new realization dawning upon him. Through a broken doorway, a grim scene is revealed, more blood staining the floor of a dilapidated interior. The air hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood, its crimson pools reflecting the dim light within the ravaged building. Stepping further inside, Jin Seowon's gaze fell upon a figure slumped on the ground, clearly injured. He considered the implications, realizing this person must possess considerable strength to have endured such a brutal encounter. Yet, from the shadows, a different thought emerged. Perhaps an injured person was merely an opportunity, a chance for easy spoils. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through Jin Seowon's head, causing him to clutch his temples as if struck by an unseen force. Unbeknownst to him, the source of the predatory thought was concealed behind a splintered wooden partition, barely holding together. Through the gaps in the broken wood, the injured man watched, his presence still undetected. As Jin Seowon retreated, the hidden survivor wondered if his ruse had worked. A relieved smile touched his lips, grateful that his quick thinking had saved him from a potentially fatal encounter. The injured man, still hidden, reflects on his recent encounter, lamenting that he could have easily dealt with his opponent if he hadn't been so severely wounded. He concludes that he should gather himself and leave this place. A painful memory flashes through his mind, a moment of impact where blood splattered and his vision blurred. The force of the attack had left him reeling, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he faced overwhelming power. He recalls the glowing blue arrow that pierced him, the source of his current weakness, originating from a mysterious, glowing artifact amidst the ruins. Snapping back to the present, he begins to move, a quiet resolve settling over him as he expresses gratitude for his quick escape. He plans to quickly gather resources and head towards the more dangerous, corrupted zones. A calm, unsettling voice echoes, remarking on his composure. With his eyes glowing a fierce purple, Jin Seowon demands the release of his brother. The elderly man, however, calmly assures him there is no need for fear, wishing only to ask a few questions. Still wary, he questions the old man's identity. The elder offers to reveal himself, musing that everyone comes from different lives. Jin Seowon observes him closely, sensing a profound difference from anyone he has encountered before. The old man then asks if he has participated in this play before, his words hinting at a larger, orchestrated reality. Jin Seowon reacts to the strange term, while the elder reveals he has been watching his rapid adaptation for some time. A wave of shock washes over him, realizing he had been under surveillance without his knowledge. Jin Seowon, still processing the elder's words, admits that while this is his first time being brought to this world, he has played a similar game in his own. The elderly man, his gaze distant, muses on the nature of a game, wondering if it's one of life or mere play, before observing that Jin Seowon's expression betrayed his origin from the same place as himself. As the sky darkens around them, the elderly man notes the change, and Jin Seowon confirms it's already the third day since his arrival. A massive full moon hangs in the sky, its size striking Jin Seowon, who had never noticed it being so large before. The elderly man agrees, stating that the moon is indeed bigger here, smaller even in his own world. Jin Seowon, seizing the moment, asks for an explanation of the game the elder had mentioned. The old man hesitates, looking around their forest surroundings, suggesting that this spot might be too vulnerable for such a lengthy discussion. He proposes they find a more secure location. As the elderly man questions his intentions, a surge of green energy crackles around Jin Seowon's outstretched hand. And he warns, if you don't want to become a target, that is. The green aura then explodes outward, forcing the elderly man to brace himself, his face contorting in strain as a snapping sound echoes. With eyes glowing purple, Jin Seowon unleashes the full force of his attack, causing the elderly man to cry out in agony, "Ugh." His teeth gritted against the pain as rain begins to fall. Leaving the confrontation behind, he ascends into the night sky, a lone figure against the backdrop of a massive, full moon. At the time, he had no idea what kind of consequences their encounter would bring. Under the silent gaze of a full moon, a dense forest stretches into the night. From above, a voice muses, "Oh ho, you play with dolls in a virtual space. The world they came from sounds quite magical," he observes, before firmly stating, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go any further." Jin Seowon, looking up at the elderly man, begins to explain, "How should I put it, a place of highly advanced." He continues, frustrated, "Damn it, how? His world is one of advanced civilizations, so much so that even now, they haven't fully adjusted to this twist of fate." The elderly man then questions, "How long has he been watching me?" He reveals he has been with Jin Seowon from the moment they were dropped into this place. A look of shock crosses Jin Seowon's face, his eyes widening at the revelation. The elderly man, his expression serious, clarifies his intentions. "I only decided to talk to you because I'm curious about why you're here. I don't intend to harm you, so don't be so cautious of me." He then admits, "I don't know why we were brought here either." Finally, he asks, But don't you say you're going back to this back of your world? Jin Seowon acknowledges the game-like nature of their situation, yet he emphasizes that for him, these are not mere dolls to play with, but real lives. The elderly man responds, stating that when it comes to the motives of supernatural beings from another world, there is simply no way for him to truly know. However, he believes this entire experience will serve as a huge opportunity for someone. He then questions, with a thoughtful expression, if it is an opportunity. The elderly man continues, explaining that once one accepts the reality of this place, it becomes a reward system, where you gain items, skills, and even a higher rank. He clarifies, asking if Jin Seowon means the items and skills that are now ingrained in his very being. Jin Seowon listens intently, his expression unreadable, as the elderly man elaborates on the profound changes they've undergone. The elderly man concludes, asserting that magic is definitely real here, and all of this could be an important test, for they wouldn't need to be here if it weren't for some significant reason. He continues, explaining that if one accepts this game-like situation, they gain items, skills, and rank, but if they reject it, they are simply eliminated. He then asks Jin Seowon if he has followers back in his world, implying a similar system might exist there. The elderly man clarifies that this opportunity isn't for those who are already strong, but for the struggling. As Jin Seowon begins to speak, the elderly man cuts him off, advising him to lower his voice. He then offers to share tips and tricks useful in this world, adding that he knows how to activate the map, having already provided much helpful information. As the elderly man recounted stories of his world, the night passed quickly and morning arrived. Walking alongside him, Jin Seowon remarks that he feels as though the elder has taken too much from him. Jin Seowon internally recoils from the thought of being exploited, yet a pragmatic voice reminds him that staying with this mysterious figure is likely his best chance for survival. The elderly man, seemingly oblivious to Jin Seowon's inner turmoil, remarks that he also enjoyed hearing the stories about Jin Seowon's world. Considering the knowledge he had gained, Jin Seowon asks if there is anything he could do to repay the elderly man for all he had learned about this new game. He then directly inquires, wondering if it would be possible to learn some of the elderly man's martial arts. Jin Seowon's resolve hardens, his inner voice declaring that he truly wants to survive until the very end, and for that, he needs the elderly man's help. The elderly man closes his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if contemplating the young man's request. His gaze sharpens, a glint of something profound in his eyes, before he finally responds. With a thoughtful expression, the elderly man states that he wouldn't say learning his martial arts is impossible. However, he warns Jin Seowon that he must be prepared for the worst, prompting the young man to question what exactly the worst entails. The elderly man continues his discourse, his words hanging in the air as Jin Seowon listens intently. Finally, he poses the ultimate question, demanding a decision from the young man. As a system interface displays rankings, a deeper, more ominous thought echoes through the space. The elderly man states gravely, child death. Jin Seowon considers this, asking what the ultimate consequence will be. The elder explains that he succeeded outside traditional means, then challenges Jin Seowon, asking if he is prepared for that. Jin Seowon begins to object, but then remembers a crucial detail. People don't die here. The elderly man acknowledges this with a knowing smile, and suggests that if death is not a factor, then using the system might indeed be possible, prompting Jin Seowon to eagerly ask if there is a way to get stronger. With renewed resolve, Jin Seowon declares it will be worth trying at least. As Jin Seowon pondered his next move, the elderly man began his assessment, instructing him to reveal his inner energy. He extended a hand, observing the young man intently, only for his eyes to widen in utter disbelief. The elderly man could barely contain his astonishment, exclaiming that Jin Seowon's inner energy was so minuscule, it was even less than his own house dog's. Still reeling from the revelation, he murmured in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could be. Despite this shocking discovery, the elderly man reiterated that his world knew nothing of martial arts or inner energy, and instructed Jin Seowon to simply sit in the lotus position for now. The gentle rustle of leaves filled the air, as the natural world seemed to breathe around them. A faint, ethereal glow shimmered, hinting at the magic that permeated this strange new reality. As the training began, the elderly man stood observing the natural world around them, while Jin Seowon settled into a lotus position, his instructor taking a place behind him. The elderly man's voice cut through the air, a stark warning. You will feel pain to death, yet you won't be able to move. Jin Seowon, his eyes wide with apprehension, could only ask, then what should I do? His instructor's response was chillingly direct. If you fail to do so, you'll die. Under such dire stakes, the world around him began to transform. The gentle breeze now feeling like sharp blades against his skin, and every breath he took burned like lava in his lungs. He endured the torment, his body straining as the elderly man remained a silent, watchful presence behind him. His senses sharpened to an impossible degree, allowing him to even hear the faint sound of ants crawling on the grass. The world around him continued to fracture into sharp, painful fragments, each sensation a blade against his mind, as the shadowy presence of his trainer seemed to loom over his every thought. A guttural cry tore from his throat, as the overwhelming torrent of energy crashed down upon him. The blue currents swirled violently, engulfing him completely. His face contorted in agony, the reflection of his tormentor seeming to mock him from within the swirling chaos. The relentless assault continued, a maelstrom of sensation threatening to tear his consciousness apart. Overwhelmed by the pain and fear, Jin Seowon could only question if this was truly the end. His face stretched in a silent scream, every nerve ending alight with unbearable torment. The blue energy continued its relentless assault, a never-ending wave of sensory overload. His vision swims, the world reduced to an overwhelming, intricate pattern of blue light, each detail searing itself into his mind. The intensity of the sensory input pushes him to his limits, his eye dilating as if trying to absorb every last photon. As the blue energy finally recedes, he collapses to the ground, a mere silhouette against the fading light. Hunched over, he struggles to breathe, the elderly man standing patiently nearby, observing his ordeal. Sweat drips from his brow, his face contorted in a grimace of profound discomfort. A guttural cry escapes him, his body convulsing from the sheer intensity of the experience. He retches violently, emptying his stomach until nothing remains, his system completely overwhelmed by the sudden, drastic changes to his chi flow. The elderly man finally speaks, his voice calm amidst the chaos, explaining that his body will be fundamentally different now that the flow of chi has been fixed. Still hunched and weak, he manages to look up, asking what he should do next in this new, altered state. Jin Seowon, still reeling from the intense physical changes, recalls his earlier plea to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The elderly man continues, explaining that he has pushed his soul a bit away and created an empty space within him. He gestures, emphasizing the profound alteration. Jin Seowon, still processing the implications, asks what exactly has changed, while the elderly man explains that the body, mind, and soul are interconnected. He illustrates his point with a conceptual image of a human form, stressing that these three elements are held together by one's life chi. The elderly man's gaze is steady as he delivers this fundamental truth. Jin Seowon, absorbing the gravity of the statement, then asks what happens to that life chi if someone dies. A single dewdrop clings to a vibrant green leaf, reflecting the light in its delicate form. The world around them seemed to breathe with a quiet energy, as the dispersed life chi naturally returned to the earth, allowing the cycle of existence to continue its serene course. The elderly man explained, his voice a low rumble. The dispersed life chi gets absorbed by nature, allowing the life cycle to continue. However, he continued, there were those who defied this natural order, beings who did not obey this logical cycle of nature. They would even resort to murder, absorbing others' life chi for their own gain. Such individuals, with bodies overflowing with unstable life chi, would find their harmony broken, either descending into madness or simply perishing. The mind technique he had passed on to Jin Seowon, however, allowed him to reorganize his life chi in a similar fashion, increasing his inner energy. A flicker of concern crossed Jin Seowon's face as he realized the implication, wondering if he might truly die then. The elder clarified, his gaze steady, you're a bit different. Unlike those who broke their veins to create a gate, I used your soul for it. He explains that the technique Jin Seowon uses to reorganize life chi is effective precisely because of the unique rules of this world. A world governed by the very game's setting they find themselves in. The elderly man nods, acknowledging Jin Seowon's quick understanding, and then reveals the biggest issue with this technique. Power can only be gained through murder. Jin Seowon confirms he felt this unsettling truth yesterday, as the elderly man adds that the places where people died are simply left behind. However, the elderly man quickly dismisses this grim reality, stating that it's not an issue for their purposes. Jin Seowon, with a determined expression, declares his intention to eliminate others. The elderly man then informs him that at the end of 100 days, he will have reached a significant level of power. With that, he states it will be time for them to meet again, his words carrying a sense of finality and anticipation. Having received so much guidance, Jin Seowon asks the elder for his name, wanting to remember the man who had helped him. The elder, with a knowing gaze, reveals that while many call him the Divine Elder, his true name is Si Young Elder. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jin Seowon bows deeply, promising never to forget this grace. Si Young Elder acknowledges his words, then instructs him to focus on accumulating inner energy by concentrating on his dantian, assuring him that he will slowly grow stronger. He then pauses, a slight question in his tone, asking if the term map was correct. Jin Seowon confirms, his expression resolute, as the elder prepares for his departure. With a final, serene glance, Si Young Elder ascends into the sky, his form blurring as he departs. Jin Seowon watches him go, a profound sense of purpose settling over him as the Divine Elder vanishes from sight, leaving him to his new path. A voice echoes in his mind, a memory of the Divine Elder's final words, as Jin Seowon's eyes glow with a faint, unsettling purple light. Now clad in practical gear, he considers the advantages of his new abilities, wishing he could command the undead to navigate the treacherous terrain more easily. With a determined stride, he pushes forward, intent on reaching the outskirts of the limited area as planned. The Elder's abduction had been instantaneous, but the journey through this new, vibrant landscape had already seen the sun set and rise again, marking the passage of time in this unfamiliar limited area. Even after half a day of relentless walking, the vastness of the territory stretched before him under the pale moonlight. He muses on the sheer scale of the map, far larger than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a small house appears in the distance, its presence a stark contrast to the wild, uninhabited landscape. A single lantern hangs by its entrance, casting a warm glow despite the late hour. He narrows his eyes, a sense of unease washing over him, wondering if the house is abandoned or if someone lies in wait. Considering the glowing light in the distance, he muses that it might belong to a novice who simply doesn't know how to conceal their presence. Regardless of the owner, he resolves to investigate the house tonight. Under the cloak of darkness, he approaches the mysterious dwelling. Having gained entry, he moves stealthily through a dimly lit corridor. With a crossbow held ready, he cautiously surveys a room, every sense alert. Outside, the house stands quietly, its windows glowing faintly under the night sky. His initial suspicions confirmed, he believes this place is ripe for gathering resources. However, his hopes quickly turn to frustration as he finds only useless items, realizing his efforts were in vain. After his fruitless search, Jin Seowon suddenly finds himself falling through a shimmering void, a system notification appearing before him, announcing the acquisition of a small healing scroll and other miscellaneous items. He jolts awake, sitting up in a bed, a groan escaping his lips as he realizes he must have fallen asleep during his exhaustive search for the key, wasting the entire night. Utterly exhausted, he decides to finally get some proper rest, drifting off in the unfamiliar bed. Outside, the full moon hangs high above the mysterious house, casting long shadows across its ancient facade. As the night passes, another system message flashes, indicating the passage of cloud survival days. He sleeps soundly, until a rustling sound breaks the silence, and he stirs, his eyes snapping open with a jolt of surprise. A deep, peaceful slumber envelopes him, as he lies curled beneath a blanket, lost in sleep. The sun has already begun its descent, yet he remains deeply unconscious, sleeping like a baby. Later, a sturdy wooden door stands closed, until he cautiously peeks out, a soft sound escaping him. A sigh of relief washes over his face, as he finally feels he can rest, but his expression quickly shifts to one of wide-eyed shock. His eyes glow with an electric blue intensity as he swiftly aims a crossbow. And with a powerful thud, the bolt finds its mark. Moving with swift precision, his foot poised to strike, a stern-faced man draws his sword with practiced ease, as an unseen projectile finds its mark, creating a burst of impact. Jin Seowon observes his opponent's martial arts, a purple aura flaring around his hand, thinking, a martial artist? How annoying. He unleashes a powerful technique, the Black Star Palm, sending a wave of energy forward. Blue energy crackling and flowing from his palm, aimed directly at his foe. The martial artist, enraged by the unexpected attack, shouts, "Howly bastard, you dare to wield hidden weapons." Before the man can fully react, Jin Seowon delivers a swift, powerful kick. Yet despite the blow, the martial artist retaliates, swinging his sword with fierce determination. He descends with a powerful, crushing kick, the sheer force of his momentum, sending his target sprawling to the ground, his eyes burning with an intense red glow. The impact rattles the very earth, as the man's head slams against the unforgiving surface. Standing over the groaning figure, Jin Seowon surveys his work. He snatches the man up by his collar, his glowing eyes fixed on him, a hint of irritation in his voice as he remarks that he was having a nice dream before being woken. The man, terrified, immediately begins to plead for his life, offering anything and everything he possesses. His voice cracks with desperation, insisting he struggled too hard to survive to simply die here. But his pleas are cut short by another swift, decisive action. A sharp, resonant sound echoes as the tidal arrow headshot appears, focusing on Jin Seowon, his face splattered with blood, his gaze intense. His blood-soaked hands clench, holding something unseen, as he declares. His face smudged with dirt, Jin Seowon's gaze sharpens, as a strange, barrel-like object emits a soft, verdant glow, surrounded by shimmering particles. A thought crosses his mind, recognizing the object as something Elder Jang Dokian had spoken of. Suddenly, his own hand begins to radiate the same vibrant green energy, a powerful surge of life chi flowing through him. He holds his glowing palm forward, a mix of surprise and intrigue on his features as the energy intensifies. The green light engulfs him, momentarily obscuring his form in a brilliant flash. Engulfed in a vibrant green aura, Jin Seowon feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, his body overflowing with an unfamiliar strength. His eyes glowing with the same verdant energy, he wonders if this potent force is what others refer to as inner energy, even though he had only absorbed the life force of a single individual. As the intense green light subsides, leaving a faint glow around his hand, he feels an incredible lightness and a profound increase in his physical capabilities. A status window materializes before him, revealing his new classification as a martial artist, with an inner energy of 20 and mana of 30, a template he now possesses. His hand now glows with a soft orange light, and he acknowledges the elder, grateful for the incredible gift he has received. Clutching a small, glowing orb in his palm, he resolves not to solely depend on this method for gathering life chi, but to actively seek out other avenues for growth. With newfound determination, he turns and walks away, ready to forge his own path. He stares, eyes wide with shock, blood splattered across his face. A system message flashes, revealing a drastically reduced player count, leaving him to wonder what the hell is happening, especially since it's only day 5. He points, a desperate question forming in his mind. The system confirms his fears, announcing another death and a further drop in the player count. The details clarify the chaos. He himself eliminated Sher Orong with an arrow, while Nam Sagwon took down Karl Verstappen with a fist. A scream tears through the air. Nam Sagwon collapses, a glowing arrow piercing his chest, his last breath a whispered name. As the chaos subsides, a radiant, emerald-hued chest materializes, pulsing with an ethereal glow. He gazes down at the chest and the fallen figure of Karl Verstappen, a thought echoing in his mind about their approach. Nam Sagwon stares at his bloodied hands, a grimace twisting his features. He mutters to himself, wondering, wasn't I killed? One of them killed me. How is this thing so easy? A moment later, a wry smile crosses his face as he observes the player count system, noting, there are still 22 left. He then recalls a name from the system notifications, thinking, I think I saw Nam Sagwang's name earlier. Meanwhile, Jin Sia-won, his electric blue eyes glowing faintly, observes the same system, noting that Nam Sagwon currently holds the most kills and resolves to acquire kills at any cost. A small, almost imperceptible scoff escapes him as he considers the possibility of a small fry. He acknowledges the significant gap, realizing there's a long way to go to reach Nam Sagwang's level. His determination hardens as he understands the need to finish breaking through the restricted zone to get the challenge. Finally, he reflects on the radiant chest from Orong, disappointed that the only good item was a defined trash item, with the rest being mere trash. He considers the past, thinking that if the man had possessed an elixir or a skill, he wouldn't have died so easily. After that, he decided to hide and survive, waiting until the number of players dropped significantly. 1 week later, a monstrous wolf-like creature stalks through a misty forest, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A low growl rumbles from its throat, as he realizes just how lucky he was during the early stages of the game. He laments not being able to acquire much loot from the monsters he's defeated, only receiving low-grade items and gear that he can barely even use. Spotting another creature, he draws his bow, declaring it his next meal. He reflects on his strategy of staying in the forest near the borders of the restricted zone, which has allowed him to avoid running into any truly dangerous enemies. With a frustrated sigh, he admits he's sick of this constant struggle, just as a system notification chimes, signaling a new development. A faint, ethereal blue glow emanates from a complex hexagonal pattern, partially obscured by dark foliage. As Jin Sia-won stands before it, his back to the viewer, a grim reality settling in. Only 20 players remain. A sharp pain shoots through his hand, glowing with the same blue energy, a reminder of the constant struggle. He gazes into the shimmering barrier, knowing that despite his frustration, he cannot afford to venture inside. For an entire week, the kill log had relentlessly announced the demise of countless others, leaving him to wonder if he was the sole survivor, cautiously hiding and playing it safe. His electric blue eyes reflect the hexagonal glow, a mix of weariness and resolve etched on his face. Turning away from the barrier, he surveys the vast, green landscape, a soft breeze rustling through the distant trees. His attention is drawn to a commotion in the tall grass, indicating a fight unfolding nearby. A bloodied, disheveled man, his face contorted in pain and fear, gasps for air, demanding to know the identity of his assailant. A collective voice echoes, declaring their unified purpose to bring down their target. Another voice, filled with cold certainty, adds, "There is no way for you to win, Nam Sagwon. Die quietly." Surrounded by a menacing group, Nam Sagwon stands defiant, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions, "So, all of you teamed up, just to take down one kid?" The group of attackers looms behind him, their numbers clearly outmatching his own. One of the antagonists, his eyes glowing with an ominous yellow light, delivers a chilling warning. Once you're ready to kill someone, you're also prepared to suffer the same fate. Right. A bloodstained hand clenches tightly, promising to make him understand the true meaning of his words. Then, with a sudden, brutal impact, Nam Sagwon is struck, sent reeling from the force of the blow. The antagonist descends from above, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, continuing the relentless assault. He looks down, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on the target below. From the periphery, a voice barks, "Get him! Don't let him escape." The command barely registers as Nam Sagwon is launched into the air, a desperate attempt to escape the onslaught. But a swift, unseen strike connects, sending him plummeting back down, as a cold voice counts, 1. Before he can recover, the multicolored haired antagonist descends, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, unleashing a torrent of energy directly onto the falling man. The explosive impact engulfs him in a blinding flash of azure light. Yet, as the light dissipates, the other attackers stare in disbelief, one muttering, "Shit, how did he?" Nam Sagwon, battered and bleeding, lifts his head, his eyes burning with an unyielding defiance. Jin Seowon moves with blinding speed, a dark blur of motion. He unleashes a flurry of precise, devastating blows against Nam Sagwon. His eyes glow with an intense, almost demonic light as he channels immense power into his assault. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The kill log would illustrate it pretty well, showing a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. Jin Seowon, in his full heavenly demon aspect, radiates an overwhelming, dark aura. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the system declares that Nam Sagwon is bound to win the game unless something unexpected happens. A ding sound confirms the update, and the layer count displays, revealing a list of defeated opponents, with Jin Seowon's name among them, all vanquished by Nam Sagwang's fist arts. A system notification rings out, echoing through the quiet aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Elsewhere, a male observer stares in disbelief, wondering if the perpetrator of 9 simultaneous kills could possibly be sane, or if they were simply mocking their victims. The cloaked figure, a woman with striking white hair and glowing yellow eyes, lets out a weary sigh, dismissing the fallen as utterly insignificant. As she walks through the blood-soaked forest, a thought crosses her mind about the repulsive scent of death, wishing her opponents had simply perished without resistance. She continues her path, approaching a small clearing where several wooden chests and a distinctive staff lie scattered. The woman considers her next move, realizing she needs to find a place to cleanse herself of the battle's grime. Under the cover of night, she stands amidst the spoils, the staff now clearly visible in the dim light. With a soft rustle of fabric, her hand reaches out to grasp the ancient artifact. Holding it firmly, she recognizes the weapon as Elizabeth's staff. Still reeling from the recent events, the blonde-haired man clenches his fist, swearing an oath in the name of escrow. His light blue eyes narrow with fierce determination. As he vows to avenge Elizabeth, his voice echoing with conviction. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of a full moon, a system notification appears, indicating that only 11 individuals remain. Jin Seowon, cloaked and armed with a crossbow, considers his precarious position, knowing that if he lingers, he'll secure a spot in the top 10. His expression is grim as he recalls the chaos he witnessed earlier. Realizing that to survive as a raid boss-like figure, he desperately needs to acquire some truly exceptional items, a thought that weighs heavily on his mind. He stands before a ruined castle, the moon casting long shadows, aware that by tomorrow morning, he will be forced out of the safe zone. This realization solidifies his resolve, as this location represents the last opportunity for a proper farming run. He stands before a towering, Gothic structure, its dark spires reaching towards the sky. Cautiously, he pushes open a heavy door, peering into the gloom. His eyes widen in surprise, a soft exclamation escaping his lips at the sight within, marveling at how extravagant it all appears. The interior reveals a vast, opulent hall, bathed in an ethereal glow, as he steps further inside. He moves deeper into the grand chamber, his cloak swaying behind him. A system notification flashes, informing him that his lucky hand skill has activated, doubling his item acquisition, and he muses on his strategy, deciding to focus on his luck rather than strength. Approaching a display of armor, a wave of disappointment washes over him, finding nothing of value. He continues his search, feeling that there must be more to discover in this extravagant place. Suddenly, a new notification appears, and he clutches a glowing, wrapped item, a surge of internal energy now his. A system notification appears, asking if he would like to use the newly acquired item. Considering the elixir, Jin Seowon wonders if it could restore his lost absorbing life chi, marveling at the sheer amount of valuable items this mansion holds. He's astonished by the variety, even discovering books on martial arts manuals. As he continues his exploration, he realizes the elixir, much like his circle stone skill, requires a 3-hour cooldown before it can be used. A soft thud echoes through the quiet halls. With a determined expression, he presses onward. He then spots a dark opening in the floor, wondering if it leads to a cellar. Before he can investigate further, a violent explosion erupts from within the depths. The fiery blast intensifies, filling the space with chaotic energy. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the very foundations of the mansion, causing Jin Seowon's eyes to widen in alarm. Before he can even react, a deafening explosion rips through the air. The sheer force of the blast lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through a shower of fire and debris, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Nearby, another man watches the chaos unfold, his face contorted in disbelief as he questions the impossible event. The explosion continues to rage, a torrent of flames and shattered stone erupting from the cellar. Seowon is caught in the secondary wave, his body twisting midair as he loses his grip on something precious, sending it tumbling away. The other man can only watch in horror, a desperate curse escaping his lips as the destruction intensifies. Finally, Jin Seowon crashes hard onto the ground, lying still amidst the smoking wreckage, the impact echoing through the ruined space. Amidst the smoldering wreckage, Jin Seowon slowly regains consciousness, his body aching from the blast. He struggles to comprehend his survival, wondering how he could have been saved from such a devastating explosion. His eyes widen in shock, a mixture of confusion and disbelief etched across his face as he surveys the destruction. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze of his thoughts, identifying the speaker as the man he'd seen earlier in the waiting room, now standing amidst the fiery aftermath. The elf-like man, with his long blonde hair and sharp features, looks down at the injured Jin Se-won, an unsettling calm in his gaze. A faint, golden glow emanates from his hand, suggesting the source of the destructive power that had just erupted. He speaks with a detached air, expressing surprise that Jin Se-won survived his explosion, and revealing his callous disregard for the lives lost, claiming it was all worth it for his own escape. Standing silhouetted against a luminous full moon, the man declares his intention to remember Jin Se-won's name, Nam Sagwon. Jin Se-won, still reeling from the explosion and the man's chilling words, reacts with a furious outburst, utterly bewildered by the mention of a name that isn't his own. Meanwhile, Nam Sagwon remains impassive, his form partially obscured by the lingering flames and smoke, his intentions still shrouded in mystery. Jin Se-won's voice, laced with raw fury, cuts through the air, warning his opponent that if he were to silence him, there would be nothing left. He continues, his body radiating a fierce, burning aura, daring the man to approach him if he had time to waste. From above, the elf-like man, a smirk playing on his lips, taunts him to keep running his mouth. Jin Se-won's eyes, now glowing with an intense, almost purple light, reflect the depth of his rage, blood smeared across his cheek. It was Nam Sagwon, the one responsible for the explosion, who had been on a killing spree, now observing the young man with a mixture of surprise and disdain. He couldn't believe that the person before him was just a kid. Amidst a backdrop of raging flames, a voice taunts, calling its target nothing more than a pest. From the swirling storm clouds, a figure emerges, clad in flowing robes and wielding a staff that pulses with arcane energy. As the taunting voice continues, challenging its opponent to keep up their defiance. Jin Se-won's eyes widen, a look of genuine shock and concern etched across his face as he takes in the unfolding scene. The robed mage, Enro, declares himself the master of spells, and with a surge of power, commands the very air around him. His staff glows intensely, crackling with vibrant blue lightning that arcs around him, a clear manifestation of his formidable magical prowess. The air itself distorts with the sheer force of the Enro-style lightning, a devastating torrent of energy. With a final, guttural roar, Enro unleashes his attack, commanding the lightning to strike its target. With a surge of raw power, Enro unleashes a devastating lightning spell, the air crackling around him as jagged blue bolts erupt from his form. He descends through the storm of his own making, directing the furious energy downwards with a commanding gesture. The lightning streaks forward, a blinding blue spear of pure force. Dodging the assault with practiced ease, the elf-like man taunts, asking how long Enro intends to keep up his evasive tactics. He challenges Enro to face him head-on, recalling a past confrontation with someone named Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Nam Sagwon is caught in the blast, his body recoiling violently from the impact of the red-orange energy. Observing the chaos, the unnamed antagonist acknowledges Enro's immense power, admitting he hasn't seen anyone this formidable, even in Zhongyuan, and expresses a desire for Enro to truly impress him. The elf-like man, his face contorted in frustration, curses Enro as a rat bastard. Another massive lightning strike erupts, slamming into the ground with explosive force. He channels immense power, a torrent of blue lightning erupting from his form as he declares his intent to end Nam Sagwon with this very attack. His eyes glow with fierce determination, the raw energy crackling around him as his voice echoes with the threat. The air itself screams as the full force of the lightning storm descends. Nam Sagwon is caught directly in the maelstrom, the blinding blue energy engulfing him completely. His face contorts in agony, the sheer force of the lightning tearing through his defenses. Watching the devastating display, the elf-like man's expression hardens with a mix of frustration and growing concern. Nearby, the unnamed antagonist's eyes widen, a faint purple aura flaring around him as he registers the sheer destructive potential. Unrelenting, Enro maintains his stance, the blue lightning continuing to surge from his form, a relentless assault. With a final, powerful surge, the energy crackles from his outstretched hand, extending the devastating attack. Jin Se-won's eyes, now glowing with an intense yellow light, narrow as he observes the overwhelming power unleashed before him. The air crackles with a deafening crash. As Enro continues to channel torrents of blue lightning, his form wreathed in crackling energy. Another thunderous impact reverberates through the space, causing the elf-like man to grimace, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. From a distance, the Master of Spells maintains his relentless assault, a pillar of electric blue energy. High above, two figures on winged mounts watch the devastation unfold. As the lightning intensifies, surging from Enro's outstretched hands. Yet, the other antagonist remains unfazed, confidently asserting that this power is insufficient to breach his defenses. A powerful surge of blue lightning erupts from Enro's hand, crackling with raw energy. He presses the attack, his voice echoing with a fierce command, "Just die already." The unnamed antagonist endures the full impact, black energy flaring around him as he takes the hit. But before Escrow can press his advantage, a sudden, crimson burst of energy erupts from the antagonist, striking back with overwhelming force. The unexpected blow sends Escrow reeling, his face contorted in shock and pain as blood splatters from the impact. He is thrown violently through the air, his body twisting helplessly. Above the fiery landscape, the unnamed antagonist floats calmly, revealing his deception. So you cast an illusion. Escrow crashes into the ground, creating a deep crater, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Oh! From a distant vantage point, Jin Seowon observes the chaotic aftermath, noting the strange magical precipitation. He thinks, it's raining. It's raining something because of his magic. From a distance, Jin Seowon watches the magical fallout, a chilling realization dawning on him. The sheer power displayed, not only in almost killing Nam Sagwang, but in manipulating the very weather, makes him acknowledge the antagonist's terrifying strength. While the unnamed mage himself, standing amidst the downpour, senses his opponent's retreat, he can no longer detect Escrow, who has managed to flee quite far away. Meanwhile, Escrow, battered and bruised, screams out the name of his fallen comrade. His face contorted in a mix of pain and furious resolve as the rain lashes down. Clutching his glowing weapon, he vows to hunt down and kill his adversary, his ragged breaths echoing in the desolate, rain-soaked landscape. He acknowledges his defeat this time, but refuses to accept it as a final outcome. With grim determination, Escrow declares that he will not let the mage escape unharmed next time, and that he, Escrow, will be the one to right his enemy's death. Under a full moon, heavy rain lashed down on a dense forest, the only sound the rhythmic drumming of water and a faint, unsettling creak. Meanwhile, Escrow, having searched for Nam Sagwang in vain, eventually gave up and vanished into the night, his presence no longer detectable. He reflected on his narrow escape, grateful that his cloak of hiding had allowed him to evade the antagonist and live to fight another day. As he moved through the darkness, a familiar saying came to mind. It's always darkest under the lamp. A thought that resonated as he and Nam Sagwang had likely come to this very spot searching for a hidden passage. Elsewhere, a determined Jin Seowon's eyes widened slightly, a quiet exclamation escaping him as he finally located something significant. He peered into the dark opening, his thoughts racing, wondering if it was a safe haven concealing something vital, or perhaps a dungeon holding untold treasures. With a soft creak, he began his descent, vanishing into the unknown depths. Looking down into the abyss, he noted its considerable depth. Jin Seowon decides to venture deeper into the mysterious opening, noting that it appears untouched by others. With a soft thud, he continues his descent into the darkness. As he navigates the treacherous steps, he considers his strategy, knowing that reckless looting could lead to trouble. His lantern clicks on, casting a warm glow on his gloved hand and the immediate surroundings. The light reveals sturdy wooden beams and hooks, suggesting a functional, if eerie, purpose for this subterranean space. Further down, the lantern illuminates rows of hanging carcasses, confirming his suspicions about the chamber's use. He pauses, looking around, wondering if this entire cavern is merely a vast food cellar. A sigh escapes him as he takes in the scene, realizing it's indeed a cave, but one filled only with food, leaving him uncertain of his next move. His stomach rumbles loudly, a stark reminder of his own hunger amidst the abundance of preserved meat. He reflects on the blandness of the jerky he had just eaten, a stark contrast to the flavors he once knew. Sitting against a cold wall, he acknowledges the sustenance he just consumed, though it barely satisfied his deep-seated hunger. A wistful thought crosses his mind, imagining a simple bowl of white rice, which would have been perfect. Still, he knows he cannot remain idle, and a system message appears before him, confirming the acquisition of a new martial art. The message details the Unrestrained Fist Technique, a manual for an unrestrained combat experience, developed by a legendary fighting technique master. With a lifetime of combat experience, he quickly visualizes himself mastering the technique, his movements fluid and precise. He then looks down at a glowing purple elixir he had acquired, considering its potential. Contemplating his next move, he muses that it is always better to prepare rather than to act without knowledge. Deciding on a course of action, he concludes that he should first consider his options and then drink the elixir. Contemplating the glowing purple elixir, Jin Seowon wonders if he should simply drink it, recalling the pain from activating this circle stone. Despite his hesitation, the thought of growing stronger consumes him, and he swallows the potent liquid without further thought. A moment of intense shock washes over his face. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura erupts around him, as his dantian overflows with inner energy. The sheer volume of energy absorbed today is incomparable to anything he has experienced before, a swirling vortex of power engulfing him. But the surge quickly gives way to exhaustion, leaving him drenched in sweat and his muscles feeling heavy and dull. He realizes he won't be able to move for at least 3 hours, forced to rest and recover from the intense transformation. 3 hours later, he sits, slowly regaining his strength and eating. He wonders if the ordeal is finally over. Still recovering from the elixir's potent effects, he lets out a soft groan, feeling the lingering exhaustion even after 3 hours of stillness. He reflects on his ordeal, having spent an entire week hidden within this desolate cave. A wry smile touches his lips as he considers his survival, caught between two worlds, one normal and one abnormal, a feat he can truly be proud of. Finally feeling his strength return, he begins to stretch, working out the stiffness from his prolonged rest. The system confirms his progress, marking day 13 of his clothed survival. Approaching a sturdy wooden door, he pushes it open, the hinges groaning loudly as it slowly swings inward. Stepping out into the light, he observes his surroundings, realizing he has emerged near the restricted zone. A soft ding echoes through the cavern as a holographic screen materializes before him, displaying a grim tally of survivors 10/100. His brow furrows in confusion, wondering if someone else had managed to survive this ordeal. But the screen updates, revealing a name, Jang Dokian, followed by the chilling words suicide, prompting him to question, how could someone take their own life in such a place? A glowing chest nearby catches his attention, sparking a thought. Could an item have driven him to madness, forcing his own hand? He considers the possibility, concluding that if not for such an influence, there would be no logical reason for a warrior to commit suicide. Despite his success in reaching the top 10, the circumstances of this victory leave a bitter taste in his mouth. As a glowing map begins to unfurl before him, he realizes the path forward is opening. Having come so far, he vows not to perish by being caught in this restricted zone. With renewed determination, he resolves to escape the area as swiftly as possible. He moves with a quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As he presses onward, he reflects on the skills that have kept him alive this long, knowing he must continue to rely on them. For someone like him, with no innate talents, there's no other choice but to constantly strive for greater heights. He drops into a low crouch, his rifle raised, eyes narrowed as he scans the dense foliage for any sign of danger. Then, a sudden, deafening impact, and his eyes widen in shock. The force of the explosion rips through the air, sending debris scattering. A massive, fiery blast erupts, illuminating the dark surroundings. He stares up, then down, utterly bewildered, muttering, where did that come from? Leaping back to evade a massive fireball, he realizes he's facing a mage capable of such devastating magic. As the magical explosion rocked the snowy landscape, Jin Seowon's eyes widened in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, the fiery impact still burning brightly in the distance. As the elf-like figure, with long blonde hair and pointed ears, maintained his magical stance. A name solidified in his mind, a chilling realization. It was Escrow. The mage, his light blue eyes scanning the area, spoke with an air of detached curiosity, wondering if his scouting magic had detected a human or merely a man-made illusion, before correcting himself, recognizing the presence of a true hero. Meanwhile, Seowon berated himself, realizing he had been too focused on his own nervous energy, which had allowed him to move quickly, but also blinded him to the trap. He knew he was running straight into danger, a complete idiot for his oversight. Unaware of Seowon's presence, Escrow continued his search, his voice echoing through the silent forest as he inquired about the whereabouts of someone named Nam Sagwon. With no immediate answer, the blonde-haired mage began to walk away, his figure receding into the snowy trees, leaving Seowon to remain hidden, observing his every move. Still hidden, he listens as Escrow's voice echoes through the silent, snowy woods, threatening dire consequences if his demands are not met. A cold smirk plays on Escrow's lips as he delivers his final, chilling ultimatum, declaring his intent to end the life of his unseen target right then and there. The elf-like man, Escrow, makes a chilling offer, demanding to know Nam Sagwang's location. He clarifies his intent, stating that if his demand isn't met, the other man will be killed, becoming nothing more than a nuisance. Jin Seowon, taken aback, questions how he could possibly know such information. His face contorts in shock and confusion. Before he can react, Escrow unleashes a powerful, unseen attack, sending Jin Seowon hurtling backward through the air. Escrow looks down, his expression cold, as he dismisses Jin Seowon, claiming he merely resembled someone from a similar region, and now he will die. With a surge of crackling blue energy, Escrow charges forward, his form blurring. His eyes glow with an ominous blue light as lightning arcs around him, preparing for the final strike. Someone was in hiding, Escrow muses, his gaze sharp, but I've already fully recovered and don't lack mana. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon, caught off guard, wonders, where the hell did this guy come from? Before he can react, a surge of blue lightning erupts from Escrow's hand, striking with a powerful impact. The elf-like man declares his intent to finish the fight, his form crackling with energy. A devastating blow connects, sending Jin Seowon hurtling backward through the void, the force of the impact echoing. The blue energy continues to ripple, pushing him further away. Yet, Escrow looks up, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he questions, hurt me? A sudden, violent spray of blood erupts, the sound of a powerful strike filling the air. Red energy explodes outward, engulfing the elf-like man in a fierce counterattack. With eyes glowing yellow and a predatory grin, Escrow challenges his opponent, asking if they've ever heard of enhanced energy. He unleashes a potent blue energy blade, a rare arm energy skill that few have mastered, admitting he never thought he'd need to use it. A green aura flares around him as he continues, declaring his opponent the first he'd consider honored enough to face this power. But then, a sudden impact forces a pained grunt from him. As Jin Seowon's fierce red energy slams into his chest, sending blood splattering. Despite the blow, Escrow recovers, a taunting smile returning to his face as he asks if his opponent will continue their annoying spells. He grits his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes, pushing through the lingering pain. For someone of his opponent's caliber, being among the top 5, this fight is proving less entertaining than expected. Meeting him will become his. He muses, perhaps he's lucky that Nam Sagwang arrived. As the battle raged, Jin Seowon observed Escrow taking heavy blows, his mind racing with the thought that while the two were distracted, he should quickly find a way to escape the escalating conflict. A brutal impact sent blood and energy spraying, and Escrow cried out, his body reeling from the force. The air shimmered with residual power, as Nam Sagwang, despite his own bloodied and terrified appearance, was utterly destroying the supposedly invincible archmage, Escrow. Suddenly, Escrow's form twisted, his hair turning stark white, his eyes glowing a malevolent yellow, and sharp fangs emerging from his mouth, a terrifying transformation taking hold. As Jin Seowon witnessed this, his mind wasn't filled with fear for Nam Sagwang or pity for Escrow, but rather a memory that preceded everything else. He considers the raw power before him, wondering how much stronger he might become if he were to absorb the life force of such beings. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know the origin of the arrogant figure. Escrow, now fully transformed with white hair and glowing yellow eyes, lifts Nam Sagwang by the throat, green lightning crackling around him as he asks if his victim has any final words before death claims him. His menacing gaze promises a swift and brutal end, his transformed features radiating raw, untamed power. Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant red hair reacts with surprise, questioning if someone is speaking about her head. She had been expelled from the academy and denied recognition by the guild, simply for being a woman. Her expression shifts to one of quiet contemplation, a shadow falling across her face. Then, a chilling smile spreads across her lips, her eyes glowing red as she muses that everyone notices such things, and perhaps she is no different from others. A chilling voice echoes, the red-haired woman's lips curling as she declares her intent to silence a filthy mouth. Meanwhile, Escrow's transformed face, now stark white with glowing yellow eyes, is splattered with blood, a testament to the brutal assault he is unleashing. Elsewhere, Jin Seowon's eyes widen in shock, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding horror. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a new, overwhelming threat, a massive fiery presence descending from the sky, prompting him to question its nature. The sky erupts in a blinding, orange inferno, a searing column of fire streaking downwards, its immense power threatening to engulf everything below. Standing amidst the fiery glow, he can only stare up in disbelief, the terrifying thought of a meteor crossing his mind. His face illuminated by the catastrophic light, he watches the fiery descent with grim intensity. As the fiery object descended, a massive explosion erupted, instantly engulfing Nam Sagwang in a maelstrom of orange and red flames, purple energy particles scattering violently around him. The conflagration spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path with terrifying speed. Amidst the inferno, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony. Observing the sheer scale of the devastation, Jin Seowon couldn't comprehend how anyone could still be fighting, or even chanting, in such conditions. Even he, a veteran of countless battles, felt a profound chill at the sight. Elsewhere, Escrow looked up at the unfolding catastrophe, a cataclysm ominously named Armageddon. The destructive force continued to intensify, erupting with even greater ferocity. Escrow, surrounded by the fiery chaos, roared in furious defiance, "You insane bastard!" Overwhelmed by the sheer terror, Jin Seowon turned and fled, cursing himself for not having escaped earlier. His terror-stricken face reflected his desperate flight, the regret echoing in his mind. A lone figure, their long white hair flowing down their back, stands before the inferno, a memory surfacing in their mind. "It was nice to see you back then, Elizabeth." The memory fades as the blinding light of the catastrophe intensifies, leaving only a lingering wish. "I wish I could see you again." The Armageddon event continues its devastating expansion, a deafening WO echoing through the ravaged landscape, as waves of raw power radiate outwards, culminating in a thunderous quang that shakes the very foundations of the world. The white-haired observer remains motionless, their gaze fixed on the apocalyptic display. A chilling thought crosses their mind, someone who can pull off that magnitude. A voice echoes, concluding that it must be him. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon groans in agony, his body battered and bruised. Lying amidst the wreckage, he curses his decision, wishing he had simply fled instead of attempting to save others. The sheer destructive force he witnessed leaving him in disbelief at such a monstrous power beyond comprehension. He recalls the numerous healing scrolls he had accumulated, saved precisely for a dire situation like this, dragging his broken body across the desolate ground as he slowly makes his escape. Finally, inside a vehicle, he exhales in relief, acknowledging that without the elixir, escape would have been impossible. Still reeling from the immense power he had faced, he groans, the pain persisting even after his attempts at self-healing. A single healing scroll proves insufficient, its magic tearing away as his wounds remain. He finally manages to stand upright, a ragged breath escaping him as a small measure of relief washes over his battered body. The cost of his survival weighs heavily, all the precious healing scrolls he had diligently saved now completely depleted. With his resources exhausted, he knows he must acquire more supplies. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, displaying a player count interface before him. As he processes the information, a shocking revelation appears. Nam Sagwang, the one he knew, was in fact escrow, and the system confirms his death, leaving him to lament the lost opportunity to absorb his life force. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, however, as he questions the absence of a kill log for Nam Sagwang's demise. The unsettling thought lingers. Could he still be alive? He hears a distant scream, his eyes widening slightly. The sound pulling him deeper into the dense foliage, confirming his suspicion that someone is in distress. As he approaches, a desperate plea echoes through the trees, a voice begging for help. His gaze falls upon the source of the cries, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Lying broken on the ground, Nam Sagwang struggles, desperately reaching for a healing scroll. His bloodied hand trembles, unable to grasp the life-saving item, as a raw cry of defiance escapes him. Observing the scene, Jin Seowon notes the obvious. It would have been simple to avoid the attack that left him so vulnerable. He considers the extent of the injuries, a chilling thought forming in his mind about the impossibility of using healing scrolls with both arms incapacitated. As the dust settled around the severely injured Nam Sagwang, his desperate thoughts echoed, wondering if this was truly the end, if he had been so foolish as to leave himself vulnerable. Jin Seowon stood over him, recognizing the fallen figure. A small, furry creature nearby whimpered, its large yellow eyes wide with fear. Looking down at the defeated man, Jin Seowon mused that he had expected Nam Sagwang to be the victor in this game. Yet here he was, utterly broken. A soft scoff escaped him. Nam Sagwang, struggling to speak, reminded Jin Seowon of his promise to help if he emerged victorious, pleading for his life. Jin Seowon considered the implications, his gaze falling upon his sword, contemplating the acquisition of Nam Sagwang's items and life force. With a surge of resolve, he declared internally that this was how he would claim victory in this deadly game. A crimson aura pulsed around him, a silent prelude to the inevitable. From the darkness, a voice choked out, "No, even if you kill me, you don't know how many monsters are out there." Nam Sagwang's eyes glowed with desperate fear, his face contorted as he confessed his weakness. "I don't even have enough mana. My martial arts weren't strong enough." A blur of motion followed, and Jin Seowon's voice cut through the air, cold and clear. "At the very least, I should know the name of the person who's killing you. I am Jin Seowon." Nam Sagwang's scream tore through the silence, his glowing eyes wide with the realization of his impending doom. "This time round, I might die like this," he shrieked, "but I'll never forget it." A jagged surge of red energy erupted, as Jin Seowon moved to finish him. His hand plunged into Nam Sagwang's chest, a torrent of blood and dark purple energy erupting from the wound as the man's body collapsed. A sigh escapes him as he stares down, a strange guilt washing over him. He can't help but think, why do you look like a child? It makes people feel guilty about killing you. As the absorbed energy courses through him, his hand begins to glow with an ethereal, light blue aura. His eyes, now burning with the same vibrant hue, reflect the immense power he has just claimed. The surge of energy envelopes his entire form, a brilliant, light blue pillar of light erupting around him. What an enormous amount of life force. He realizes with a jolt, that Nam Sagwang. He was practically a human spirit. An overwhelming sensation washes over him, as an immense surge of power energy fills his very being. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Escrow looks on with a surprised expression, as a system notification for player count appears before him. As the system continued its silent tally, a new notification chimed for Jin Seowon, marking his progress with a ding and displaying 8/100. The message clarified the kill, confirming Jin Seowon-Nam Sagwang, killed with longsword. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, Escrow observed the unfolding events, his red cape a stark contrast against the green canopy. He spoke to an older man beside him, remarking, "Now that the tiger is dead." The elder, with a knowing glint in his eye, finished the thought, "The foxes will run rampant." A disembodied voice echoes, addressing the young man as a child, while a holographic status screen displays his current, seemingly low-level, attributes. Suddenly, a massive surge of green ether energy swirls around him, leaving him astonished by its sheer volume. He clenches his hands, feeling the raw power, believing that with such an immense amount, he could finally face any challenge. However, his initial excitement quickly fades as he gazes at a simple ring in his palm. Realizing the bitter truth, all this ether is useless if he can't properly wield it, unable to even defeat a single goblin, making his boasts feel foolish. As the green energy continues to swirl around him, he remains determined to find a way to harness his newfound power. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise, as he notices something unexpected. Two rings materialize before him, a silver one identified as Kaiser's Ring that greatly raises ability, and a gold one, the Goblin's Ring, which significantly boosts strength. He slips on the golden ring, now identified as Galen's Ring, feeling his stamina greatly increase as green ether continues to emanate from him. As the system registers his new acquisitions, two more rings, Jean's Ring and the Elf's Ring, are identified, both significantly boosting his magic resistance. A thought flashes through his mind, a frustrated realization that he had unknowingly acquired such rare and powerful items. Looking at the rings now adorning his hand, he can hardly believe the previous owner had feigned disinterest in such treasures. Then, a new thought strikes him, a sudden, dawning awareness of something he had overlooked. He turns to face the glowing interface, summoning his status window to confirm his suspicions. His eyes scan the updated figures, a gasp escaping him as he sees his strength, stamina, agility, and magic resistance have all surged dramatically. A fierce determination settles on his face, a newfound confidence solidifying his resolve to overcome any challenge. Standing tall amidst the glowing system window, he feels the surge of power coursing through him, ready for what comes next. Among his new acquisitions, he also finds a variety of martial arts mangas, but quickly realizes they require a certain proficiency he has yet to develop before he can learn them. He pauses in the dense forest, a sudden unease washing over him. A faint rustle, a subtle shift in the air, and a sharp sound cuts through the quiet. Spinning around, he confirms his suspicion, realizing he is not alone. His eyes narrow, recognizing the distinct magical signature of the approaching threat, a familiar, dangerous fire. Before he can fully react, a blinding flash erupts, signaling the immediate impact of the attack. A massive inferno explodes outward, engulfing the area in searing heat. The flames continue to rage, a fierce whack, echoing through the trees as the attack persists. From the unseen assailant, a taunting voice cuts through the roar of the fire, chiding him for his momentary lapse in vigilance. In the frigid depths of an icy cavern, Escrow stands poised, his staff held ready as he faces Nam Sagwang. A cold sneer crosses his face as he taunts the other man, reminding him that his luck had run out in trying to kill Nam Sagwang. Meanwhile, his hands begin to glow with an ominous blue energy, gathering power for an impending attack. Elsewhere, Jin Seowon stares in disbelief, his own fire spell having inexplicably failed against an unseen foe, leaving him to question the identity of his mysterious opponent. He racks his memory, recalling only a fleeting flash of light before his attack was nullified. With a sharp ding sound, a blue shield of magic resistance flares around his hand, Jin Seowon activating his defenses. A determined thump echoes as he takes a resolute step forward, ready to face whatever comes next. Back in the cavern, Nam Sagwang steps between Escrow and his target, demanding to know his intentions. But Escrow merely turns his back, issuing a chilling warning. Another step, and he would unleash a fire spell. As the confrontation escalates, Escrow unleashes a devastating wave of fire, his voice echoing with the declaration of his signature technique. The inferno erupts, engulfing the space in a blinding explosion of heat and light. A smirk plays on his lips, confident that such an overwhelming display of power would be more than enough. The explosion continues to rage, a maelstrom of destructive energy. Through the lingering flames, Escrow presses his advance, his form a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop. But before he can close the distance, a blur of motion streaks across the space, leaving trails of orange energy in its wake. Jin Seowon, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, charges his fist, dark energy crackling around him as he prepares a counterattack. His focus absolute, he channels his power into the legendary unrestrained fist. With a surge of blue, icy energy, he unleashes the piercing fist. A chilling purple glow emanates from Escrow's eye, his voice echoing with a dismissive, "Child." But his confidence shatters as a devastating impact sends crimson energy erupting around his face. Jin Seowon's icy blue aura surges forward, his piercing fist tearing through the air with unstoppable force. Leaving Escrow reeling, his mind struggling to comprehend the attack. They mentioned it has a low chance of success, but I didn't have any expectations. He coughs violently, the force of the blow still rattling his body. As he stumbles back, gazing up at the forest canopy in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon stands amidst the blue energy, a system window materializing before him, displaying dying survivors 2 out of 100. Escrow, clutching his chest, realizes the full extent of the damage. Now that my magic is gone, it looks like Big Bro's magic isn't even leaving a scratch. Defeated, he pulls his hood further over his head, his gaze cast downward in utter despair. He considers the implications of Nam Sagwang's demise, realizing that with one major threat eliminated, others who had been lurking in the shadows would now emerge. Standing amidst the ethereal glow of the moonlit forest, he acknowledges that the night ahead promises to be a long and arduous one. Mystical green energy pulses from the very ground, a vibrant testament to the forest's hidden power. Moving with incredible speed, a blur of dark cloth and green light, he weaves through the ancient trees. He muses internally that he has reached a point where he can now effectively accelerate the Elder's Gigong. His eyes glowing with renewed resolve, he silently thanks the Elder, vowing to achieve victory. 1 hour later, the twin moons still cast their pale blue light over the mystical woods. He stands beneath the largest moon, a silent sentinel in the night, while a small, luminous creature observes him from nearby. The gentle rustling of leaves and the soft glow of scattered particles fill the quiet forest air. A voice echoes through the mystical forest, calling out Jin Seowon's name with a challenge, demanding he reveal himself. From his perch high in a tree, he observes the challenger, noting that this individual is the only one left in the forest and possesses a surprisingly keen sense. Meanwhile, the challenger, a warrior named Stango, leaps through the dense foliage with his massive sword drawn, continuing his taunts, demanding a fight and accusing his unseen opponent of cowardice. He bellows his own name, Stango, challenging not just Jin Seowon, but anyone else he believes to be hiding. With a surge of blue energy, Stango raises his greatsword, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. But before he can strike, a sudden, unseen force makes him gasp in surprise. As a powerful blue impact ripples across his body, Jin Seowon's swift counterattack sends Stango hurtling backward through the air, his challenge abruptly cut short. A sudden, swift motion cuts through the air, as a voice echoes through the mystical forest, taunting him about taking his life. And then, a chilling question follows. An arrow? The glowing-eyed figure, shrouded in a faint blue aura, demands to know who is it. Meanwhile, a different voice muses on the incredible speed required to launch such an attack. Someone who can put an arrow through your head before the arrow even comes to my hand. Back in the forest, the challenger reveals his name, Zurikana. Jin Seowon's fist clenches in silent fury. As Zurikana continues, his glowing eyes fixed on his opponent. Who I am. The protagonist's frustration is palpable, his hand tightening further, as Zurikana delivers a final, cutting remark. In the end, aren't you just trying to win this thing? A cloaked figure moves swiftly through a shimmering blue aura, proposing a team-up to secure a hidden chest. Zurikana offers a non-committal hum in response. The figure's boots churn through the ethereal blue energy, closing the distance. He introduces himself as Nam Sagwang, a mercenary for the guild, assuring them they've made the right choice. Now, Jin Seowon stands before Zurikana, the two facing each other in the vibrant forest. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares his fame within the guild, promising no regrets. Zurikana's expression shifts, a hint of contemplation crossing his features. Despite his widespread reputation, the elf muses, Jin Seowon's head seems rather empty. A sudden realization dawns on Zurikana, his fingers raised in a gesture of surprise, wondering if he miscalculated the timing. He could hardly believe it. An archer, of all things, shouldn't be able to close such a distance so quickly. Yet, in less than a second, the young man was already a blur, surging forward with impossible speed. His sudden assault forced Escrow to recoil, his face contorted in a grimace of surprise and effort. But the archer quickly regained his composure, a furious roar escaping him as he prepared a counterattack. The two clashed in a whirlwind of motion, the young man's blade meeting Escrow's bow in a flurry of strikes. He pressed his advantage, moving with an almost supernatural grace. Suddenly, a crimson energy slash erupted from Escrow's weapon, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The young man barely managed to react, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through his body. He was enveloped in the searing red energy, taking the full brunt of the attack. Zurikana scoffs, finding it impossible to cooperate with someone he views as nothing more than an insect. Even as the protagonist looks down, seemingly defeated, Zurikana's contempt deepens, believing that even a stray dog would defile him. He laments the time lost in this futile observation, needing to find out more about Jin Seowon. In a situation where the value of life is often forgotten, and the weak are easily discarded, Zurikana continues to watch the recovering figure. But then, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupts around him, as Jin Seowon pushes himself up, defying expectations. The unexpected display causes Zurikana's sharp eyes to widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He watches intently, his expression shifting from disdain to genuine bewilderment, as he questions how his carefully constructed cloak of hiding magic could have been bypassed. Jin Seowon, still enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, slowly regains his composure. His eyes widening slightly as he wonders, Archer? Does he possess a skill I'm unaware of? A wave of regret washes over him, realizing he had let his guard down, and now his life force was draining away. He curses the oversight. Meanwhile, Zurikana watches on, a look of disdain etched across his elven features. His thoughts dismissive. He was just a pathetic wretch. His belongings are probably worthless as well. The elf concludes, it wouldn't even be worth the effort to take them. His glowing eyes narrow slightly, still reflecting his utter contempt. As he turns his back, his cloak billowing around him, dismissing the entire encounter as beneath his notice. Still recovering from the unexpected attack, Jin Seowon acknowledges that his opponent's senses were simply too good to be caught off guard. He recalls the name, Zurikana, wondering if that was indeed the name of the one who had bested him. Meanwhile, the white-haired elf stands silently in the forest, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point, his presence a chilling counterpoint to Jin Seowon's contemplation. A grim realization settles over him. It looks like this formidable individual will be his next opponent. A vast forest stretches out, its dense canopy broken by an ethereal, glowing blue hexagonal grid that pulses with an otherworldly energy. This shimmering barrier extends to the very ground, a constant reminder of the forces at play within this restricted zone. The air itself seems to hum with the pressure of it, and a growing unease settles in, as if the restricted zone is shrinking faster than anticipated. Moving through the dense undergrowth, Jin Seowon pushes forward, his form faintly outlined by a soft blue aura as he navigates the treacherous terrain. His gaze sharpens, a grim understanding dawning upon him. He is the only survivor left. With 80 days still remaining, the system must be adjusting its timeline based on the dwindling number of participants. Suddenly, a patch of open ground catches his eye, a stark contrast to the dense forest he's been traversing. What could this mean? He approaches cautiously, realizing with a jolt that it's a completely clear area, free of obstacles and the oppressive blue grid. He stood amidst the glowing green particles, a soft, almost imperceptible sound echoing through the clearing. He knew that if he engaged in combat here, he would immediately draw the attention of anyone nearby. Suddenly, a blur of vibrant green energy streaked across his vision. Turning sharply, he wondered, what's that sound? The green streaks intensified, drawing closer with alarming speed. He spun fully, watching the luminous trails as they sliced through the air around him. The energy became a swirling vortex, enveloping his immediate surroundings. His eyes widened in shock as the force collided with him. The green light consumed him, his body glowing with its ethereal power. The mysterious green energy continues to surge, enveloping him completely in a blinding, ethereal glow. It swirls around him, a vibrant, chaotic storm of light and particles, pulling him deeper into its core. As the initial intensity subsides, his form becomes faintly visible, shimmering within the dissipating emerald haze. A thought echoes in his mind. The magic had been aimed with uncanny precision, directly at his position. His body, now translucent and glowing, seems to be undergoing a profound change. He wonders aloud, how could they have seen him, despite his efforts to remain hidden? Suddenly, the green energy around him shifts, coalescing into glowing, intricate runes that swirl and dance. A gasp escapes him, as the full implications of the phenomenon begin to dawn. The emerald energy, which had so precisely targeted him, continued to swirl and press in, its vibrant particles dancing around his form. He could feel the sheer volume of it, realizing with a grim certainty that there were simply too many attacks this time, making evasion impossible. The relentless magical assault pushed him to his limits, his body tensing against the invisible pressure. A deep breath steadied him as he acknowledged the inevitable, knowing it had come to this, a direct confrontation. With a determined glint in his eyes, he affirmed, he would trust in his own inner energy. The decision made, a surge of power began to coalesce within him, ready to unleash the technique known as Unstoppable Fist, Chapter 1. He focused his intent, channeling the energy into a singular, devastating strike, the piercing fist. With a powerful roar, he wound back his arm, his fist glowing with concentrated green energy, ready to shatter the incoming assault. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion and emerald light, his attack tearing through the air. With a thunderous roar, the piercing fist unleashes. A torrent of brilliant blue energy erupting forward, tearing through the air with immense force. As he fully unleashes the technique, culminating in a final, devastating impact. As the devastating power dissipates, a thought crosses his mind. I'm stronger than I thought. A slight wince crosses his features, a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of concern. He surveys the scene, the last vestiges of the blue energy fading into the environment. Amidst the scattered debris, he stands firm. His gaze then falls upon a small, glowing object on the ground, prompting a new directive. Need to figure out Nam Sagwang's location. His foot lands softly on the furry, green surface, a faint blue glow dissipating around it as purple particles drift through the air. But the moment his eyes adjust, Jin Seowon's expression twists into one of utter shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He stares up at a small, glowing blue figure hovering in the dark forest canopy, a voice echoing in his mind. I didn't think he was going to be able to do it. What the hell is he? Elsewhere, a dark-skinned man with short, curly hair stares in disbelief, muttering that he used all his mana on that attack, finding it insane that his opponent blocked all of it. Back with Jin Seowon, his wide, blue eyes reflect the profound shock of the moment, his expression frozen in astonishment. Suddenly, a bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate cry cut short as a dark, clawed figure strikes, splattering crimson across the scene. The dark-skinned man clutches his chest, a green magical aura flaring around him as he questions, wondering when this unseen event occurred. Standing beside him, a light-haired, older man with a stern expression adds that he couldn't sense anything either. The older man then admonishes him, reminding him that he should have left enough mana for detecting magic or barrier magic. He reflects on his nature, knowing that as an assassin, erasing his presence is fundamental to his existence. Yet, even as he considers his stealth, a flurry of glowing, spectral figures descends upon him, their blue auras flaring as they push him back. A system notification flashes, indicating a grim count of only 5 survivors out of 100, a stark reminder of the peril he faces. He plants his feet firmly on the debris-strewn ground. When a voice cuts through the chaos, stating with an unnerving certainty, "You must be Jin Seowon." Surprised by the direct address, he responds, "You know me?" His gaze locks onto the cloaked figure in the distance, whose eyes glow with an eerie blue-purple light. The figure, Zurikana, replies with a knowing smirk, "Of course. You killed the #1 public enemy, Nam Sagwon. How could I not?" His words hang in the air, a clear challenge. He warns, his voice low and confident, "Don't needlessly resist, just go out quietly." His hand tightens on a weapon's hilt, certain of his prowess. "I've never failed to take out a target I've laid my eyes on." And with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he declares, his voice ringing with finality, "So just die." Zurikana unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, a blur of motion aimed at his opponent. But in an instant, the tables turn, and he's sent recoiling violently through the air, a grunt of pain escaping him. Jin Seowon looks down, a calm dismissal in his voice, too slow. His fist clenches, muscles coiling with focused power. And he unleashes a powerful, whistling strike. As Zurikana's swift assault blurs through the dark, his eyes, glowing with cold intent, fixate on his target. The attack connects with brutal force, sending Jin Seowon reeling backward, a spray of crimson erupting from the impact. But before Zurikana can press his advantage, a devastating counterpunch from Jin Seowon lands with a sickening thud. Reeling from the blow, Zurikana acknowledges his opponent's unexpected resilience, stating, "I thought you'd get a little bit rough. There, you're stronger than I thought." He reflects on the impact, realizing that without his mana shield, both his arm and body would have been torn apart. Internally, he curses, "This bastard is strong." Yet, his resolve remains unshaken as he promises, "Well, your death is just a matter of time," confident in his unmatched skill in the dark. A sudden realization dawns on Jin Seowon. He had only ever faced mages before, but this time, his opponent was an assassin. He questions the nature of the dark energy surrounding his foe, wondering about its true source. From a distance, Zurikana's voice echoes with chilling resolve, promising to end him now, as a light blue energy trail arcs from his hand. The assassin stands poised, his form cloaked in shadow, with ribbons flowing around him, a silent predator observing his prey. Then, with a blur of motion, he turns his back, initiating a stealth maneuver that makes him seem to vanish into the environment. 2 glowing blue-purple energy stakes suddenly embed themselves in the ground, marking a precise point of attack or a trap. Jin Seowon looks around frantically, his opponent having completely vanished from his sight, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. A sudden impact ripples across the ground, signaling a rapid, unseen movement. Before he can react, Zurikana reappears directly behind him, a blade pressed firmly against his throat, his eyes wide with shock. A sudden, sharp impact tears through the air. As Jin Seowon cries out in surprise, the assassin's voice echoing, "Your stealth is truly remarkable." But the hunter's eyes narrow. It's nothing compared to the cloak of hiding. His hand shoots out, seizing the assassin's arm mid-strike, explaining, "At your level, I can easily track your movements just by tracking your mana." Yet, the assassin's fury erupts, striking from behind once more, doubling it. From behind, "You damn bastard." Jin Seowon, reeling from the blow, defiantly retorts, "Don't you say you'll end me." He turns, his voice laced with challenge, "How about you repeat that for me?" Another brutal blow lands, forcing a pained cry from him, but his gaze remains fierce. "Do you think you'll be able to beat everybody else on your own?" Still caught in the brutal assault, he screams in defiance, demanding his attacker at least consider teaming up rather than letting him die for nothing. A powerful blow lands, sending a jolt of pain through him as a system notification flashes, confirming 4 survivors remain out of 100. Another message appears, detailing the death of Tamirem by his own fist attacks. Standing amidst the fading blue particles of absorbed energy, Jin Seowon explains that he took the lives of both his attackers, securing the skills they dropped. He had intended to farm them for experience and then escape the commotion they caused, but then questions the nature of the assassin's dropped item, wondering why such a powerful artifact would be carried by someone so ill-suited to it. A soft hum emanates from the glowing purple book he now holds, prompting a system query, "Will you learn it?" A sense of relief washes over him, knowing he already possesses the understanding of internal energy needed to utilize such a skill. His eyes glow with a fierce, almost predatory light, as a voice, perhaps his own inner conviction, echoes, "Child." He stands before the glowing purple skill book, its energy radiating outwards, a system message confirming its nature as a high-tier detection skill, capable of bypassing even the most advanced stealth. Yet, a thought crosses his mind. My circle is too low to learn it. He holds the book, a new realization dawning on him. So that's how I know it's a skill. It seems like the cloak of hiding is a detection skill. Suddenly, a golden flash erupts nearby, and his eyes widen in alarm. A figure in heavy armor is partially visible, and the shock registers on his face as he gasps, "Enro?" Now cloaked, he moves through a new, desolate landscape, the skill book still clutched in his hand, his gaze fixed ahead. The path before him leads into a snow-covered forest, shrouded in an eerie, pale light. A fresh cut mars his cheek, but his expression hardens with resolve as a system message appears, reminding him that the only arrow among the survivors was from the one who attacked him back then. A glowing blue arrow streaks through the air, its trajectory sharp and swift. A guttural cry escapes him as a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from his form. The raw power expanding outward, enveloping the snowy landscape in a vibrant, ethereal glow. His expression hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he wonders. I've never seen this type of mana before. Just who is it? But the question is fleeting. His electric blue eye glows with focused intent as he commands himself. Regardless, it's too late to run. Concentrate all my internal energy into my fist. With a roar, his fist ignites with an overwhelming azure glow, shattering the very air around it as he declares, "Unstoppable fist." He wins back, the sheer force of his channeled power distorting the space around him. His glowing fist now a beacon of destructive intent, ready to unleash the ultimate piercing fist. The punch connects with an unseen target, erupting in a blinding flash of blue energy and splintering ice. The aftermath sending a cascade of shimmering particles across the frigid air. A blinding torrent of crackling blue energy suddenly erupts, tearing through the space. The sheer force of the impact sends him hurtling upwards. As a chilling realization dawns, two distinct attacks have come in at once. Mid-air, Jin Seowon's eyes widen in surprise, comprehending the coordinated assault. He acknowledges the formidable skill of his opponents, a quiet respect in his voice. Before he can fully recover, a hulking, muscular figure, wielding a massive golden weapon, lunges forward with deadly intent. The golden weapon descends with crushing force, aimed directly at him. Meanwhile, the true source of the initial blue energy, a towering shadowy entity, looms into view from the darkness. But Jin Seowon is not one to be easily defeated. Surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, he prepares his counteroffensive. He curses under his breath, the realization dawning on him that there aren't just two, but three formidable opponents. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his face etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination. From the shadows of the dense foliage, a figure with flowing white hair steps forward, a cold voice echoing, "Your luck runs out here." Behind him, two more imposing figures follow, their heavy footsteps crunching on the forest floor. The system identifies the first as Kryzen's King Centaur, a formidable warrior, and the second as Boron's Knight Jam, another powerful combatant. The white-haired mage is revealed to be the divine archer Zurikana, while the system confirms the target as Jin Seowon himself. Faced with such overwhelming odds, he can only utter a desperate, fuck, what do I do?" Jin Seowon surveys the dark, glowing forest before him, a sense of unease settling in as he realizes the true nature of the challenge awaiting him. Meanwhile, high above on a jagged cliff, Escrow and Zurikana observe the scene below, where Nam Sagwon lies injured and defeated. A voice from the cliff muses on the situation, lamenting the missed opportunity to recruit the fallen warrior and noting that the most effective way to dismantle a team is to force them into betraying each other. Jin Seowon, still processing the unfolding events, realizes he needs to quickly ascertain the relationships between these various factions. The voice from the cliff continues, admitting that they have never encountered these new figures before. Stepping forward, Jin Seowon addresses the imposing figure before him, offering a respectful greeting to the King of Kryzen. The King of Kryzen, flanked by his knight, dismisses the pleasantries, stating that he would never join someone of lower status, though his knight suggests that teaming up for better rewards might be worthwhile. From their vantage point, the observing antagonists react to this new development, questioning if the two groups were planning to team up all along. He moves through the water, planning to eliminate his targets with stealth, a task he finds simple. As he focuses, his hand begins to radiate a soft, golden light. Suddenly, a hidden foe cries out in surprise, "WH what?" Jin Seowon's expression tightens as his power takes hold. A blinding, circular light expands, revealing everything in its path, as if declaring that no hiding place remains. From a distance, Escrow observes the unfolding events, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh ho," he muses, "you're smarter than I thought." The light from Jin Seowon's hand intensifies, a unique method at play. He understands that the cloak of hiding only conceals the body, leaving a critical flaw. A thought forms in his mind. He wants to thank Nam Sagwon. From a hidden vantage point, Escrow watches the unfolding chaos, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges the protagonist's effectiveness. He muses aloud that while he cannot directly confront the protagonist in this territory, the situation is still working to his advantage. Meanwhile, a surge of vibrant purple energy begins to manifest, glowing particles swirling into existence. The ethereal power intensifies, coalescing around Jin Seowon's form as he prepares his next devastating move. With a fierce declaration, he unleashes the Chaos Blade, a torrent of purple energy erupting from his very being. Escrow's gaze sharpens, his thoughts turning to the protagonist's fighting style. He deduces that the protagonist relies heavily on magic wheels and close combat, formulating a strategy to exploit this pattern by getting close and preventing any escape. Unaware of the plotting, Jin Seowon continues his relentless assault, his Chaos Blade, carving through unseen foes with explosive force. His resolve hardens, knowing he must end this confrontation through close combat, no matter the cost. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, a furious roar echoing his determination. The chaotic power surges around him, tearing through the unseen, his movements becoming a blur of destructive force. Even amidst the onslaught, he struggles to control the immense mana, knowing the cost of failure. With a renewed surge of power, he lunges forward, a glowing purple blade extending from his hand. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, his resolve hardening with each strike. A guttural cry escapes him, the strain of his power evident. The internal energy rages within, making precise movements nearly impossible. His body begins to crack under the immense pressure, yet he pushes on, refusing to yield. As a voice echoes, calling him a child, Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an intense purple light, his focus unwavering as he observes his opponent's cloak. The air around him crackles, as raw, destructive energy begins to coalesce. He channels his intent, a single thought burning in his mind, to utterly obliterate his foe, leaving no trace behind. With a surge of purple force, he launches himself forward, a blur of motion. His unstoppable fist connects, shattering the masked opponent's defenses with a devastating impact. The force of the blow sends the figure reeling backward, their body twisting midair. Still flying from the piercing fist, the opponent is engulfed in a maelstrom of purple energy and debris. They crash violently into a distant wall, which explodes into countless fragments upon impact. His face now streaked with blood, Jin Seowon stands firm, his expression a testament to his unyielding resolve, despite the toll on his body. A surge of raw, destructive energy erupts, tearing through the air with a sharp, tearing sound. A chilling voice echoes through the chaos, declaring there is no path to victory and demanding surrender. From the swirling darkness, Zurikana emerges, their eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, uttering an incantation of chaos, deep abyss as they unleash their power. The purple energy expands violently, ripping apart the surroundings with another sharp, tearing sound. It coalesces into a dense, destructive force, a swirling vortex of pure magical might. With hands outstretched, Zurikana channels the full, terrifying power, their form wreathed in an intense purple aura. The spell culminates in a cataclysmic explosion, sending debris flying in every direction. Observing the devastating impact, Jin Seowon realizes this level of power far surpasses anything he has encountered before. Amidst the lingering magical residue, Zurikana stands silhouetted, their form appearing even more colossal and menacing against the fading purple light. A torrent of raw, purple energy erupts, slamming into Zurikana with devastating force. As Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with an intense, crimson-purple glow, a snarl twisting his features as he unleashes the full extent of his power. The impact shatters the ground around his opponent, sending shards of earth and rock flying in a violent explosion of magic. Zurikana is hurled through the air, engulfed in the swirling, destructive energy. The assault continues relentlessly, a barrage of purple force hammering down. Disbelief washes over Zurikana, who had only expected physical prowess from Jin Seowon, not the mastery of shadow clone magic. His face contorted in anger, he dismisses the display as nothing more than petty tricks. Yet, Jin Seowon's confident declaration echoes through the chaos, his glowing eyes affirming his absolute victory. As the relentless assault continues, Zurikana struggles to erect a barrier, his efforts faltering under the overwhelming power. A stern, armored figure with a prominent mustache looks down, a dismissive child, escaping his lips. Yet, before he can finish, an unseen force slams into him, sending him recoiling violently. The impact lifts him off his feet, and he tumbles through crumbling debris. Witnessing the sudden, unexpected defeat of such a powerful figure, Jin Seowon's eyes widen in disbelief, a single question forming in his mind. What is this? From the shadows, Zurikana emerges, observing the fallen warrior with contempt. He scoffs, as someone who is called a king can't possibly be this cowardly. Seizing the moment, Zurikana unleashes a crimson blast of energy, declaring, no honor as great as victory, as his attack engulfs the armored figure. Despite the assault, the armored king remains defiant, retorting, and I never once said I would collaborate with you. His voice laced with sarcasm or perhaps a deeper meaning, he adds, I do thank you for getting rid of the annoying little insect. Meanwhile, far above the unfolding chaos, Escrow stands silhouetted against the sky, observing the entire spectacle with a thoughtful HM. Zurikana's voice echoes, addressing the fallen monarch with a taunt, reminding him of his previous struggles. He continues, finding it ironic that the king, once a nuisance, now inadvertently aids his cause. A smirk plays on Zurikana's lips, his glowing eyes reflecting his cruel satisfaction. The king, despite his weakened state, retorts with defiance, questioning Zurikana's premature declaration of victory, before a sudden realization dawns upon him. Before he can finish, Zurikana unleashes a devastating burst of purple energy, striking the king directly and sending blood spraying. The impact ripples with intense magical force, sending the armored monarch hurtling backward through the air, crashing violently into the ground. His body tumbles uncontrollably, until he lies defeated and still, as Zurikana stands over him, the victor of their brutal exchange. Zurikana's eyes glowed with an intense purple light, a sharp intake of breath escaping him as he uttered a single, dismissive word. Then, a powerful impact resonated through the air, as a wave of light blue energy erupted outwards. The force of the blast sent the king hurtling backward, his body engulfed in the shimmering blue aura as debris scattered around him. Lying defeated, the king struggled to catch his breath, heavy gasps echoing in the silence. Zurikana stood triumphantly above him, the king's defeat now absolute. From a distant cliff, Jin Seowon and Escrow observed the scene, the former commenting on the king's unexpected resilience, believing he should have perished. Despite his injuries, the king's bloodied face contorted in defiance, challenging Zurikana to stop talking and simply attack. A smug smile spread across Zurikana's face, finding amusement in the impatience of others. As the dust settled from the previous confrontation, a thought echoed through the air, wondering if there was more pressing business to attend to with that formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the king, his back to the observer, seethed with fury, cursing the damned bastard for his infuriating antics. His face contorted in a snarl. He recalled the moment he had felt his sword connect, a futile effort against such overwhelming speed. From the shadows, a mocking voice echoed, observing the king's impressive, mastercrafted armor, yet finding it insufficient against true power. Suddenly, Jin Seowon appeared, his body a canvas of fresh wounds and blood, his eyes glowing with a fierce, pained intensity. Despite his injuries, the king's resolve hardened, vowing that his opponent would regret forcing him to give his all. Sweat and blood mingled on his gritted teeth, a testament to his unwavering will. Jin Seowon, still reeling from the impact, could only utter a single, stunned phrase, acknowledging the incredible speed of the attack. The air itself seemed to blur with the residual force, a crimson streak marking the path of the devastating blow. He is thrown backward, a spray of blood erupting from his body as the blue energy of the attack slams into him. The impact reverberates with a sickening crack. From the shadows, the assailant's glowing eyes fixate on his target as he declares, "I am Senruk. No one can ever triumph against my speed." Meanwhile, the king of Kryzen, battered but unbowed, watches the unfolding chaos with a grim determination etched across his face. Still reeling from the blow, he realizes that since he was taken by surprise, he wasn't able to use his primary skill properly, and his other techniques became useless too. He couldn't even use both hands. A wave of disbelief washes over him, questioning how this opponent, supposedly a strength type, could possess such blinding speed that he couldn't even sense his mana. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, refusing to accept defeat. "I can't lose like this after I've worked so hard to get to this point." With a renewed sense of purpose, he pushes back against despair. No, it's too early to give up. He makes a critical decision, resolving to rely on his deepest reserves. "I'll trust the inner energy within me." Despite the brutal assault, he endures, his body battered and bleeding, yet his spirit remains unbroken. Another surge of blue energy slams into him, a relentless barrage that should have ended the fight. But Zurikana, seeing his rapier's condition, can only exclaim, "What? My rapier? How dare you?" Even as the elegant blade pierces his flesh, Jin Seowon's resolve hardens. His hand begins to glow with dark energy as he unleashes his counterattack, Black Star QI Palms. The force of the blow shatters Zurikana's rapier, sending fragments flying as blue energy erupts. Stunned and enraged, the elf-like man cries out, "You dare injure this face?" Blood streams from his cheek, a testament to the unexpected power of his opponent. With new energy radiating around him, Jin Seowon stares down his foe, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The lingering purple energy of Jin Seowon's strike still pulsed around his bloodied fist, a testament to the power he had just unleashed. Despite his severe injuries, he stood firm, as Zurikana's voice cut through the air, mocking his continued struggle. The elf's face twisted into a mask of pure fury, his glowing eyes burning with an intense, murderous intent. He acknowledged the unexpected power, admitting that the human had managed to make him bleed. But Jin Seowon had no intention of stopping, his hand reaching for a glowing golden potion. He quickly downed the elixir, a surge of green healing energy washing over his battered body, knowing he could at least use this much. With renewed vigor, he manifested a shadow clone, a duplicate of himself appearing in a burst of blue energy, ready to strike. Then, with a guttural roar, he initiated a full internal energy release, his aura flaring intensely. Both Jin Seowon and his clone lunged forward, a dual assault aimed directly at the enraged Zurikana. His eyes burn with a fierce, almost primal intensity, blue energy crackling around his face as he endures the pain. A sneer crosses the Centaur King's face, his sword held ready, as he remarks on the protagonist's unusual tactics. While the Centaur King's voice rings out with arrogant confidence, declaring that victory always belongs to him. The two combatants lock gazes, one with a smug certainty, the other with a bloodied, unyielding resolve. Jin Seowon, blood streaking his cheek, warns his opponent to prepare himself, for he is now truly serious. Turning his attention to Zurikana, the bandaged warrior recalls their previous encounters, noting the elf's consistent speed. Zurikana recoils, a look of utter shock spreading across his face as he raises his hands in disbelief. A system notification flashes, revealing that only 3 out of 100 survivors remain. Despite the bloodied wounds covering his body, the world's strongest survivor, Jin Seowon, stares down his opponent, his voice firm as he declares his intent to fight seriously now. His body is a canvas of fresh injuries, but his resolve remains unbroken. Across from him, a monstrous figure with glowing yellow eyes taunts him, urging him to stop talking and simply engage. Seowon shifts his stance, his blade now radiating a fierce yellow glow. Meanwhile, a mustachioed man, bloodied and grim, laments his aura blade's malfunction, knowing he has only 2 minutes to finish his own fight. Back in the main confrontation, Seowon's eyes narrow with fierce determination, his inner energy surging as he resolves to end the battle now. The monstrous figure, eyes still glowing, charges forward with a roar, initiating its attack. A blur of motion cuts through the air. As Jin Seowon launches himself at the monstrous foe, his body a coiled spring of intent. His glowing blade arcs with deadly precision, aiming for a decisive strike against the creature's form. But before the blow can land, the monster moves with impossible speed, deflecting the attack with a brutal counter. A heavy impact echoes through the cavern, sending him hurtling backward, a mere plaything in the creature's grasp. He crashes to the ground, a snarl escaping his lips. "You slippery bastard." The monster looms over him, its green skin rippling with unseen power. Nearby, his crimson blade glows faintly, a silent promise of renewed battle. The air itself seems to tear. As Nam Sagwong reels from an unseen blow, his mind racing, wondering if his perception of reality has been shattered. Despite the confusion, he steels himself, vowing to cut down his opponent regardless of their true form, only to be met with another brutal impact. He lunges forward, attempting to strike the shadowy figure. But Jin Seowon moves with impossible speed, his glowing blade a blur as he intercepts the attack. The force of the counterattack sends Sagwong spinning, leaving him disoriented and questioning if he ever truly faced his foe. Blood streams from his face, his body battered and broken. As Jin Seowon stands victorious, his glowing sword held high, asking how he likes a punch from a black belt master. Still reeling from the previous blow, Nam Sagwong defiantly warns his opponent, telling him to stop searching for his true body. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon descends with incredible speed, a faint blue energy trailing behind him as he closes the distance. His eyes glow with a fierce purple light, a dark aura flaring around him as he prepares for the next strike. Sagwong continues his taunt, explaining that his magic clones are just as powerful as he is, making them impossible to distinguish from the original. But as Jin Seowon's foot lands with a decisive impact, a system message declares his chapter is about to finish his opponent once more. He strikes a clone with a devastating blow, his dark energy erupting on impact. The force of the attack creates a massive blue explosion, shattering the very ground beneath them. Far from the blast, Sagwong recoils violently, blood erupting from his mouth as he falls backward in shock. The 2 clones lie defeated on the broken earth, their forms mangled and bleeding. Still reeling from the previous assault, Nam Sagwong is caught in a relentless barrage of blue-tinged strikes, the impacts radiating across his form. A defiant thought echoes, "Puny human." The blows land with brutal, unyielding force, driving him further back. His magical defenses shatter under the onslaught, fragments of light exploding around him. Another strike connects with devastating power, drawing blood as his body is thrown violently. The shattering impacts persist, each one tearing through his form. A final, sharp blow sends him reeling, the sound of impact echoing. He collapses, his body tumbling through the air before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Jin Seowon stands victorious over the defeated figure, his hand glowing with residual power, a silent thought passing through his mind. Their durability sucks though. He surveys the scene, the last of his opponents now fallen. While the defeated Nam Sagwong, bloodied and broken, realizes his remaining time is critically short. Far away, on a desolate, icy plain, a group of elves stands, observing a distant battle. Jin Seowon turns his back on the vanquished, walking away from the carnage. Among the elves, Zurikana watches the struggle of Sinrarek, surprised by the difficulty of the fight. The Kryzen King's centaur, battered and desperate, cries out to Zurikana for aid, promising any reward if he is helped to victory. But Zurikana, with an almost bored expression, simply advises him to focus on his own opponent. Just as the Kryzen King's centaur is struck by a powerful, unseen blow. The force of the unseen blow from the previous moment still lingered, as Kryzen King's centaur lay bloodied and disoriented, blue energy dissipating around his battered form. Before he could even recover, Jin Seowon launched himself into the air, delivering a devastating kick that shone with blinding light. The impact sent Kryzen King's centaur reeling, his body contorting as blue energy flared around him from the sheer force. With blood streaking his face, the protagonist gritted his teeth, his mind focused on the next strike, an unstoppable fist ready to be unleashed. He followed through with a powerful motion, delivering an undefeated palm strike that pulsed with crimson energy. The strike connected with devastating force, sending Crimson King Centaur's body into a violent spasm as red energy erupted from him. Without pause, another powerful kick landed, the impact resonating with a thunderous crash. Crimson King Centaur finally collapsed to the ground, his heavy breathing the only sound amidst the scattered particles of the battle. A golden glow illuminated the aftermath as Jin Seowon looked down at his defeated foe, a thought crossing his mind. Guess it was Blackout. An unseen assailant declares, "Got you, Jin Seowon." But before the words can fully register, a powerful counterattack sends the green-skinned figure reeling, blood erupting from its form. The force of the blow lifting it off its feet and slamming it against an unseen barrier. A heavy boot then descends, crushing it further into the ground. Its chest tearing open with a sickening sound as a pained cry escapes its lips. Amidst the wreckage, the protagonist stands, his gaze sharp and unwavering, the defeated figure lying broken before him. As the green-skinned figure struggles to comprehend its demise, a realization dawns. That was a clone too. With a final, desperate gasp, the defeated clone begins to dissolve into shimmering particles, leaving only Jin Seowon standing. The green-skinned clone snarls, accusing its opponent of toying with it all this time. Its voice dripping with humiliation, while Jin Seowon, bruised and battered, declares that winning no longer matters to him. The clone's rage intensifies, vowing to tear him to shreds with everything it has. It lets out a guttural roar. But Jin Seowon's eyes glow with an ominous purple light as he calmly states, "Comes the king of madness." From a distant, moonlit vantage point, Zurikana watches the unfolding battle, his expression unreadable. Back in the fray, Jin Seowon charges forward, a vibrant yellow aura flaring around him, daring the clone to dodge his next move. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of yellow energy streaking across the space between them. The impact is instantaneous and brutal, sending the green-skinned clone reeling from the force of his blow. The green-skinned clone recoils, his face a mask of pain and surprise from the previous blow. As Jin Seowon's fist connects with brutal force, the impact sends the clone flying backward through the air. Yet, even as he tumbles, the clone's eyes narrow, muttering about only two remaining, the real one, and another swift, powerful strike lands, propelling him further back. Jin Seowon raises a hand, a cold declaration echoing, "Now it's my turn." His fist glows with a piercing blue light, striking out with immense power. The clone's body blurs from the devastating impact. Jin Seowon continues his relentless assault, his voice cutting through the air, "Over here." As his foot connects with a powerful, resounding impact, the clone cries out in agony, blood erupting from the force of the blow. He observes the damage, acknowledging that his attack has finally found its mark. Another heavy strike lands, sending more blood spraying. The clone's face twists in a grimace of intense pain, as crimson droplets scatter across the desolate landscape. Standing over the defeated figure, Jin Seowon calmly states, "Since there's no sensation in my hand, you're a clone, too." The battered clone looks up, its face streaked with blood. The green-haired figure, bloodied but defiant, looks down at his opponent, declaring, "Guess only I'm real, you remains now." His torso is a canvas of fresh wounds and old scars, a testament to the brutal fight he has endured. Across from him, Jin Seowon stands amidst a field of bioluminescent blue plants, his own body streaked with blood. The green-haired figure, a spear-like weapon clutched in his hand, shifts his weight, preparing for a decisive move. He then proclaims, "I'll end this with a single strike." Jin Seowon's eyes flare with an intense purple glow, his expression grim as he braces for the impending attack. Both combatants surge forward, closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. The green-haired figure's weapon connects with a violent crackle of blue energy, sending him reeling backward from the powerful impact to his chest. Even after the initial blow, the green-haired antagonist's voice rings out, acknowledging his opponent's skill in hand-to-hand combat. Before his bloodied face twists into a defiant grin as he challenges him further, daring him to withstand what comes next. His eyes burning with fierce intent, he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. With a surge of vibrant yellow energy, he declares his Aura Blast, lightning form, as crackling electricity envelopes his form. The lightning energy surges forward, its destructive force intensifying with every passing moment, until the green-haired antagonist connects a devastating, lightning-charged kick, the impact rippling with raw power. The full force of the impact slams into his body, sending shockwaves through him. He cries out in agony, his face contorted in pain as the attack takes its toll. A scarred, red-eyed figure watches the chaos unfold, a single word escaping his lips. As rain mixes with fresh blood, the aftermath of the devastating attack paints the sky. Below, a bloodied hand clenches a weapon hilt, its grip desperate amidst the swirling shadows. Jin Seowon lies broken on the ground, his mind reeling as he realizes the pure chaos of the attack is violently altering the flow of mana within him. More blood splatters, a stark testament to his agony. Enveloped in a searing red aura, he lets out a guttural scream, his body racked with pain as the transformation intensifies. Still, his bloodied hand maintains its desperate hold, a final anchor in the storm of his changing essence. Around the weapon's hilt, a volatile yellow-green energy begins to pulse, reflecting the chaotic powers surging through him. The energy shifts once more, now blazing with an intense blue-white light, a new, potent force coalescing around his grip. Breathing heavily, the green-haired warrior acknowledges his narrow escape, realizing he barely completed his skill within its duration. He stands over the mangled form of his defeated foe, a grim thought crossing his mind. Had he been just a fraction slower, the outcome would have been entirely different. As he grips his bloodied weapon, a strange sensation prickles at his awareness. Something about the scene feels off. He casts a wary glance down at the fallen enemy. Just as a faint, ominous red glow begins to emanate from the corpse, a final, desperate surge of power. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the name associated with such a desperate act, muttering Jinwoo, wasn't that a real mistake? A sudden, violent burst of energy erupts, splattering blood and debris as it engulfs him. The red aura of the defeated foe lashes out, striking him with unexpected force. The impact of the unexpected energy burst sends a spray of blood across the dark void, a stark testament to the ferocity of the final attack. Yet, despite the grievous wound, Jin Seowon had managed to deliver a killing blow, ending Sinric with his bare hands. He looks up, his face streaked with blood, acknowledging the defeat of the clones and the loss he had endured, muttering about the price of victory. With the battle concluded, only 2 out of 100 survivors remained. From the ethereal darkness, Zurikana's spectral form appears, his glowing eyes fixed on the victor as he admits, I didn't expect you to beat Sinric. Him. Jin Seowon, still catching his breath, offers a sarcastic retort. I should at least thank you. He was quite the pain to deal with. His body, a canvas of fresh wounds and dried blood, serves as a testament to the brutal struggle. Zurikana continues, his voice echoing with a hint of admiration, explaining that Sinric's aggressive competitiveness was so profound, even a king like Kryzen would have found him a formidable opponent. Turning his back slightly, Jin Seowon counters, accusing Zurikana of having expended all his own power in the battle against Sinric. With a solemn declaration, Zurikana vows that his opponent will die by his hands, acknowledging their valiant efforts with a promise of honor. He then unleashes a devastating, wide-reaching blue energy attack, its circular wave expanding rapidly. The powerful assault violently slices through something red, the force of the impact tearing it apart. As the scissor-like energy continues its destructive path, Jin Seowon, bloodied and shocked, reels from the sudden, overwhelming blow. He assesses the brutal toll of the recent battle, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the damage he has sustained, far surpassing anything inflicted by Nam Sagwan. Despite the grievous wounds covering his body, a fierce resolve hardens his expression. Blue energy begins to coalesce around his outstretched hand, shimmering with raw power. He clenches his fist, the surge of power fueling a dangerous thought. He might just be capable of facing Zurikana. His eyes, now glowing with an intense electric blue, fixate on an unseen target, his determination absolute. With a burst of speed, he launches forward, leaving trails of vibrant blue energy in his wake. As he moves, a dark, ethereal duplicate forms beside him, a silent declaration of his intent to unleash his shadow clone ability. His hand glows with an even brighter, more concentrated blue light, ready to strike. He surges forward, a blur of motion leaving a shimmering trail of blue energy in his wake, only to be violently repelled, slamming backward into the jagged, icy terrain. A fresh wound opens on his shoulder, blood blooming against his skin. Another powerful impact sends him reeling. As Zurikana stands firm, bow drawn and eyes fixed on his target. A cruel smirk plays on the elf's lips as he extends a hand, confident in his dominance. But from the icy ground, Jin Seowon rises, a vibrant green aura erupting around him as he prepares his own bow. His counterattack strikes with devastating force, a massive blue impact echoing through the cavern, leaving only shimmering particles to drift in the aftermath. A brutal impact sends blood spraying, the force of the blow tearing through Jin Seowon. He reels from the sudden, overwhelming force, the world around him blurring into a painful haze. Collapsing to the ground, he lies heavily injured, his body bleeding profusely. His face, streaked with dirt and crimson, contorts in a raw mix of pain and defiant rage, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. As he falls through a swirling void of dark energy, a desperate resolve hardens within him. With a sudden, explosive burst, Jin Seowon unleashes a powerful wave of vibrant green energy, striking back at his assailant. But Zurikana, seemingly unfazed by the counterattack, swiftly draws his bow, aiming a deadly arrow at the still struggling warrior. His voice cold and resolute, he declares his intent to ensure Jin Seowon cannot recover this time. Another impact sends a fresh wave of agony through him, and Jin Seowon cries out, his body once again overwhelmed by the relentless assault. A brutal impact sends him reeling, blood splattering as his eyes glow with a fierce, pained intensity. The force of the blow pierces his hand, leaving a gaping wound as crimson droplets spray into the air. He grits his teeth through the agony, hearing Zurikana's cold voice mock him. Don't you know how the hell I'd feel if I let you walk out when she was the one who... A cruel smirk plays on the elf's lips as he finishes. Oh, that? Finally collapsing, Jin Seowon lies broken on the ground, his body battered and bleeding as Zurikana stands tall and unyielding above him. The elf's boots remain firmly planted, a silent testament to his dominance. Despite his critical state, Jin Seowon forces out a defiant retort. Good job making it all the way here. Zurikana simply tilts his head, his glowing eyes fixed on the fallen warrior as he replies, I pay my respects to your tenacity. But Jin Seowon's spirit remains unbroken, his voice raw with fury as he snarls, fuck off with your respects. Get out of the doors. He endures another brutal impact, his vision blurring as blood splatters across his face. His head snaps back from the force, the sound of the blow echoing in the desolate space. His eyes widen in a mixture of pain and disbelief, the crimson spray a stark contrast against his pale skin. This relentless assault follows a previous injury, a piercing arrow that had already found its mark. Finally, his body gives out, collapsing face first into the murky water. Zurikana stands over the defeated figure, a cold question hanging in the air. Is it over? With his victory secured, Zurikana turns and begins to walk away from the desolate scene. His retreating form appears distorted, a fading image against the ruined landscape. The system declares the cloud survival event concluded, leaving him frustrated. He acknowledges his own success in defeating Nam Sagwang and leaving him defenseless, as a system notification confirms his unlocked achievements. Another chime announces his earned right to participate in the next game. He muses aloud, realizing the implications of a continuing challenge. A new notification appears, informing him that with kill bonuses, he has earned 10 reward coins. He questions the nature of these coins as another system chime sounds. The screen then lists summoning items he has acquired, including Cameron's necklace. More details appear, showing 3 coins and a ring of strength available for 20 coins. He reflects on the sheer volume of items he's collected, as the system reveals Carmen's eye grimoire. The system prompts him to utilize his newly acquired reward coins. But Jin Seowon observes the exorbitant prices of the available items, wondering aloud, why is this thing so expensive? I could buy 10 sets of almost all my items with this. A new notification appears, revealing that the top 5 survivors are granted a chance to spin a roulette wheel and win a random item. His eyes widen in recognition as he exclaims, oh, there's Gotcha. Another system message confirms his unique position, granting him 2 chances as the sole survivor, prompting him to think, nice. If I get something good, I could save a lot of coins. A wide grin spreads across his face, his thoughts racing with the potential for a massive win, imagining the vast amount of coins he could save if luck was on his side. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light erupts, and a new system notification materializes, proudly displaying the words, Shadow Clone. The golden energy swirls and coalesces, confirming the manifestation of his new item. As the system interface materialized before him, Jin Seowon stared at the glowing prompts, a question forming in his mind about the nature of this unexpected reward process. Then, as the first result began to finalize, a wave of dread washed over him, prompting a desperate cry to halt the unfolding outcome. His face contorted in a grimace, the realization of a poor reward settling in. A dull chime confirmed his fears, revealing the item, a simple, uninspired necklace. Clutching his head in utter disbelief and frustration, he cursed the system for granting him such a meager prize after all his efforts. The injustice burned within him, questioning how such a paltry reward could be given for the immense loot he had gathered. Then, a sudden thought pierced through his despair, a glimmer of hope as he remembered the system had promised him one more chance. Looking up at the ethereal interface, he pleaded with every higher power he could think of, begging for a favorable outcome this time. As the second roulette spun and the result began to lock in, a primal scream escaped him, a mixture of shock and disbelief at what was revealed. As the gotcha system continued its process, a subspace ring materialized before his eyes. Following swiftly, the black star of palms appeared next. A distinct ding sound echoed, signaling another result. He watched intently, his body tense with anticipation. Then, with a final ding, the words Shadow Clone flashed into existence. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Jackpot, that's the most expensive one I could get. A wave of realization washed over him, understanding that this single item was practically double the value of all the coins he possessed. Still reeling from the shock, he stared at the glowing purple item now held in his hand. A final system message appeared, informing him that he could use his coins to purchase additional items, and once that was done, he would be automatically transferred. Considering his remaining options, he wonders if it's time to begin shopping. Thanks to the Shadow Clone manual, he had acquired a significant amount of coins, but the sheer number of choices was overwhelming, making it impossible to decide. Still, he couldn't agonize forever, so he made a few compromises and wrapped up his shopping. A system notification chimed, wishing him the best of luck for the next game, as a bright light enveloped him. The light intensified, then flared once more, before he suddenly found himself in a familiar cityscape. Confused, he questioned if he was truly back. He stood in a quiet alleyway with a duffel bag beside him. As the last vestiges of the transfer faded into the air, a sudden jolt brings him back to reality, his eyes snapping open as he finds himself clutching something in his hand. It's a familiar object, the very ring he had equipped during his time in the Cloyd survival game. The subspace ring he had equipped in Cloyd survival was still there. With a sense of disbelief, he slides the ring onto his finger. A wave of realization washes over him, confirming that none of it had been a dream. Nearby, a familiar backpack rests on the ground. Its contents seemingly intact, a silent testament to his recent ordeal. He turns away from it, observing the bustling city street around him, a wry thought crossing his mind about the persistence of rare items. Though his inner world has been irrevocably altered, to the casual observer, he might not appear all that different. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a testament to the massive change he could feel taking place within him. His priorities had shifted dramatically, and the mundane concerns of academic tests like TOEIC were no longer his focus. He glanced down at the ring on his finger, the very item they had told him about, now undeniably real. A system notification confirmed its identity as the subspace ring, valued at 30 coins, but more importantly, it hinted at a next game to come. With this new revelation, he knew he needed to hurry, to prepare himself for whatever the second game would demand. He walked through the city streets, reflecting on his previous performance, barely missing first place with a second-place finish. His parents had secured him a studio apartment near his school, allowing him to return to his classes, at least for now. Having returned to the familiar world, he had originally planned to focus on his studies, preparing for his return to school. But now, a quiet rustle of fabric accompanies his thoughts, as his entire focus had shifted to growing stronger with the mysterious items he had brought back from the game. He reaches into a bag, a silent vow forming in his mind. He would not enter the next game as an unprepared novice. A glowing ring on his table serves as a stark reminder that his energy core felt utterly depleted. Slumped on the floor, exhaustion etched on his face, he wonders if all his inner energy had been consumed during the intense battles. With no one to fight in this world, he resolves to try cultivating his inner strength. After all, it was a common practice for individuals to enhance their inner energy through such methods. As his mentor explains the path forward, Jin Seowon learns that once his energy becomes a habit, he will naturally gather it over time. Though perhaps not as swift as absorbing vitality through martial arts, making cultivation a habit promises to make him stronger before he even realizes it. Considering the implications, he wonders if consistent training could truly elevate him to the elder's formidable level. A soft chuckle escapes the elder, who notes his boldness, a trait he'd observed since their first encounter. He then offers a cryptic proverb, warning that a parabil trying to walk like a stork will only tear its legs. Yet, with a thoughtful gaze, the elder muses that perhaps, who knows what the future holds. He continues, his voice resonating with wisdom, pondering whether one is merely a humble parrotbill, or perhaps a baby stork yet to take its first flight. Inspired by the elder's words, Jin Seowon settles into a meditative pose, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from his form as he embarks on his cultivation journey. A holographic interface displays the world's strongest survivors system, detailing player information, skills, stats, and inventory, with a prominent 15 indicating a current level. For hours later, a figure sits in quiet meditation, a soft groan escaping him as he struggles to absorb inner energy. Jin Seowon lets out another frustrated ugh, his efforts seemingly yielding little. He clenches his jaw, realizing it feels like he's absorbing only 1% of the inner energy he's supposed to feel. His eyes widen in disbelief, a sharp "goddammit" escaping his lips. He shakes his head, muttering that this is far too different from the game he knew. At this agonizingly slow pace, it would take 100 years to feel any significant progress. Standing now, he holds a shimmering purple orb of energy in his hand, a manifestation of his shadow clone maneuver. A system notification confirms the S-class skill, yet he sighs, wishing he had acquired a better martial art than this. A look of disbelief crosses his face, as he grapples with the idea that he must train his inner energy little by little. A scoff escapes him, the thought of such slow progress filling him with frustration. There's no way he'll get strong anytime soon at this rate. As he stands before his laptop, a system message appears, asking if he would like to learn a martial art. His eyes widen in shock, the sudden realization hitting him. The system from the game truly works in reality too. With a surge of blue energy, he clenches his fist, preparing to strike. His leg snaps out, a powerful kick imbued with the same vibrant aura. The force of his movements creates a blur of speed and light, each strike precise and potent. He turns away, reflecting on his practice, acknowledging that while he's learned the martial art, it can't compare to the power he wielded when his inner energy was full. Seowon stands alone in his room, his gaze fixed on his hands, a profound question echoing in his mind. What else does he truly possess? Suddenly, his attention shifts to a shimmering object in his palm, a notification confirming it as Isoro's necklace, an A+ rank item. He recognizes it instantly, a prize he'd won from the gacha system. Bringing the necklace to his mouth, he tests its authenticity, recalling the game's description that it was made of pure gold. Placing it on a scale, the numbers confirm his suspicion. At this weight, it's easily worth 10 million won. A new thought sparks in his eyes, a realization that if items like this truly exist in his reality, then bringing back even a single item from his next game session could change everything. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he imagines the possibilities, knowing they would sell for at least 100 million won. He holds the item, a small, glowing orb, understanding that even if it held little worth in the game, its real-world value could be substantial. This particular item, refined troll's blood, was supposed to guarantee a healthy life for whoever drank it, and he had brought it back thinking it might have some use. Now, sitting in his room, he muses, wondering if he could sell it to a wealthy terminal patient. The thought solidifies into a conviction. This cloyed survival was turning into a massive opportunity for him. He stands, still contemplating the implications of his discovery. All he had eaten in the game were those tough, jerky strips, and he hadn't even realized how hungry he was while cultivating his skills. Finally, it was time for some real food. The chapter opens with its title, Survival, World's Strongest. After a long session, he finds himself at a familiar establishment, requesting a simple set meal. This modest 5,001 meal, a collection of traditional dishes, is what he considers a true luxury. Honestly, the set meal is the one thing he looks forward to most after logging off, as it's been far too long since he's had a proper meal, and the hunger is intense. He muses to himself that Jeski almost killed him. The diner owner, a kind elderly woman, notices his distress, asking if he was there yesterday too, and what's wrong, then gently advises him not to cry, as it would run down his face, and a man shouldn't cry. He feels embarrassed, acknowledging her usual kindness, but internally laments that the monsters he's been fighting lately aren't even giving him enough experience points. A grim realization dawns on him, that the time spent within the game doesn't seem to carry over into reality after all. The weight of this truth settles heavily upon him, leaving him with a look of profound exhaustion. Leaving Grandma's diner, Jin Seowon offered his thanks, receiving a warm invitation to return anytime. As he walked through the bustling city, his thoughts drifted to his next challenge, wondering when the next game would begin, and how he might gather more inner energy before then. He continued his journey, the urban landscape a blur around him. Suddenly, a familiar system notification chimed, indicating that his sense of characteristic skill had been activated. His gaze fell to his hands, a new thought forming in his mind. Could he truly use his game skills in the real world? But before he could ponder further, a sudden, shocking sight made his eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. He instinctively braced himself, glowing particles swirling around him as he looked up at the unfolding chaos. High above the towering buildings, debris rained down, accompanied by the indistinct silhouette of a falling figure. Amidst the destruction, a brilliant blue, blade-like object streaked downwards with terrifying speed. As glowing particles continue to drift down from the sky, an ominous whisper echoes through the air, a single word hanging heavy with unknown meaning. Suddenly, a profound shock washes over him, his eyes widening as an overwhelming surge of power courses through his entire being. Without hesitation, he launches himself from the building, a blur of motion descending rapidly towards the street below. Impacting the pavement with immense force, he creates a visible crater and sends dust billowing into the night air. A burst of raw, blue energy erupts from his hand, the residual power of his landing momentarily illuminating the dark street. Looking around cautiously, he hopes no one witnessed his extraordinary descent. As he begins to walk away, a grim thought crosses his mind. If his abilities are detected and spread online, he'll face severe repercussions. The city lights twinkle against the night sky, oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding within its streets. Still reflecting on his actions, he laments having used his inner energy prematurely, wishing he had built it up further before unleashing it. He holds the glowing purple recovery potion, considering his options, but a thought quickly forms. Perhaps it's better to use it now. Revealing the bottle, he recognizes it as the Elixir of Insight, an S-class item, and realizes this is the most expensive item he couldn't even buy back in the game. A wave of regret washes over him for its cost. He recalls how, in the game, absolute concentration would allow him to move faster, but here on Earth, it feels different. Suddenly, a powerful surge hits him, his eyes widening in shock and realization. A whoosh of energy surrounds him, as his body begins to react to the elixir. Bright white and blue energy lines crackle around him, his eyes glowing intensely as the transformation takes hold. The now empty elixir bottle tumbles from his grasp, splashing its last drops as it falls. Finally, it hits the ground with a soft thump, leaving him fully immersed in his new power. The empty elixir bottle lies discarded on the floor, its contents fully absorbed. 3 hours later, a man insists that the wall was seriously heating up. He recounts trying to knock on his neighbor's door, but the handle was simply too hot to touch. A voice responds, suggesting that if it was truly that hot, he should have called the fire department, not the police. The man, standing in a hallway with the diner owner, continues to explain that it was so hot, he couldn't even call a cab, while she calmly suggests they might have just turned the heater up too high. He reiterates, looking directly at her, that it wasn't just hot, before sighing in resignation as she simply says, "Fine." Despite the warning, a hand reaches out, attempting to grasp the door handle. He recoils from the door, the metal handle searing hot to the touch, a frustrated groan escaping his lips. His partner, standing a few steps back, reminds him of the strange report they received. Undeterred, the first officer pounds on the door once more, identifying himself and his partner as police officers. With the diner owner looking on anxiously, He reiterates their concern for anyone inside and urges them to open the door. His voice growing more urgent, he insists they are there to help. The door handle, still glowing faintly, remains untouched and unmoving. The three stand together, the officers and the diner owner, their expressions a mix of concern and bewilderment. The first officer turns to his partner, confirming the nature of the emergency call. Inside, Jin Seowon struggles, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he dismisses his condition as merely a fever. He reflects on the intense heat, realizing it merely tripped the boiler's safety. The lingering effects of the elixir feel like a fever, yet he managed to control it, a feat that puzzles him. Meanwhile, outside the room, a police officer acknowledges the need to respond to the complaint, asking his colleague if an ambulance should be called. The other officer, standing by the door, dismisses the concern, assuring him it's just a mild cold and he'll get some rest. Inside, his eyes still glowing with an eerie purple light, he reassures them that he's all right and they'll be fine. As the officers begin to walk away, he politely asks them not to call again, explaining it only causes trouble, leaving one officer visibly shocked by the encounter. A hand reaches for the doorknob, which glows with an intense, searing heat. He collapses back onto the floor, utterly exhausted, cursing his near-death experience. The elixir's energy had boiled within him like fire, and only the White Tiger's divine arts had allowed him to contain it. Now, with his eyes still glowing purple, he senses a profound change, feeling and seeing reality in a way he never could before. But still, the raw power he now wields demands rigorous control. He practices his techniques, a swift, almost imperceptible movement of his hand, sending a shockwave through the air. His mind focuses on the unstoppable fist, a technique he must master once more. Then, the undefeated palm strike, each blow resonating with newfound strength. The force of his strikes creates a powerful impact, shattering the very air around him. Even the sturdy training equipment cannot withstand the intensity, pieces flying apart from the sheer kinetic energy. Surveying the destruction, he muses on his progress, needing to gauge how much of his old level he has recovered, and how much further he can push his limits. The next day finds him in a different setting, an outdoor training ground bathed in sunlight. He realizes that to truly refine the unstoppable fist beyond its current state, he requires intense physical conditioning. Finding his usual training spot bustling with activity, Jin Seowon realizes the gym is far too crowded for his intense regimen during the day. As he pushes his body to its limits, he concludes that he will have to train after sunset. The thought solidifies in his mind, a new plan forming for his rigorous schedule. His eyes, glowing with an intense blue light, reflect his unwavering determination and perhaps a hint of irritation. Later, observing a group of youths, he wonders if they are delinquents from the high school located just down the mountain. One of the students, a young man named Chung Il, casually lights a cigarette, while another asks if the minors have been informed of something as requested. Confronting the smoking student, Jin Seowon is met with a dismissive and crude response. An elderly man, witnessing the exchange, attempts to intervene, reminding the student that this is not a designated smoking area and that his actions are problematic. The student, however, dismisses the elder's words, questioning his authority, while Jin Seowon's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin as he hears the disrespectful retort. His patience finally snaps, a furious retort escaping him as a crimson aura flares around his face. One of the delinquents, sensing the shift in atmosphere, feels a sudden, chilling premonition. Yet another, oblivious to the danger, continues to hurl insults at the elderly man. Jin Seowon steps forward, moving past the older man, and in a blur of motion, seizes the nearest delinquent by the face, the impact echoing sharply. The force sends the youth flying backward. As Jin Seowon pivots, delivering a swift kick to another, the second delinquent crashes through a wooden fence, splintering it on impact. Without missing a beat, he turns to the last remaining aggressor, a powerful blow connecting with a resounding crack. Jin Seowon, still in the midst of the golf course, hears a voice from behind him, dismissing his previous actions. The voice continues, stating that no matter how rude the elderly woman was, he shouldn't have punched her. Jin Seowon kneels, retrieving a golf ball, while the diner owner stands nearby, as two young men approach them. One of the approaching men, with brown hair, then addresses Jin Seowon directly, calling him messy hair, with clear disdain. The brown-haired man looks down at Jin Seowon, his expression condescending. He continues, asserting that they haven't met before, implying Jin Seowon has no right to interfere. The bald man, standing beside him, adds his own threat, asking if Jin Seowon is looking for trouble. Jin Seowon's hand tightens around the grip of a golf club, a silent response to their provocations. He turns his head, looking back at the delinquents with an unreadable expression. A system interface flashes, displaying Jin Seowon's profile as the world's strongest survivor, his level prominently marked at 16. Meanwhile, a pained groan escapes a young man, his body slumped and clearly injured. Lying face down on the ground, the injured boy struggles to speak, accusing someone of harming his younger brother. In a park, Jin Seowon stands before two older men and the injured boy, a tense silence hanging between them. The older man with gray hair attempts to mediate, suggesting the young man was the initial instigator, while the stern-faced man with dark hair adds that the boy showed no respect for elders. The stern man continues, insisting that high schoolers who smoke in public must understand the severe consequences of their actions. A slight smile plays on Jin Seowon's lips as he retorts that if one is so adept at smoking, they should at least do it properly. The older man with gray hair concedes that he might have overreacted, but maintains he had no choice, unable to allow the young man to strike an elder. As the conversation concludes, Jin Seowon's eyes begin to glow with an intense purple light, a dark aura subtly emanating from him. As the power surged through him, a figure is violently thrown backward, the force of the impact sending them tumbling through the air. Before they can even recover, a foot descends with terrifying speed, poised for another strike. Then, with a blinding flash of blue energy, Jin Seowon's fist connects, an unstoppable force piercing through his target. The impact radiates outward, a violent burst of power echoing through the space. Another strike follows instantly, sending the figure reeling further with streaks of red and blue energy. Finally, a deafening crash, as the last blow lands with overwhelming force. Standing amidst the trees, he looks down at his hand, a hint of surprise on his face as he realizes he misjudged his own strength. Nearby, the two figures lie sprawled on the forest floor, one groaning in pain and confusion, demanding to know what just happened. His expression shifts, a mixture of concern and bewilderment now clouding his features. He stares down at the shattered remains of his glasses, a sudden realization dawning on him. As a man in a sharp suit lunges forward, his face contorted in rage, threatening to end him. But Jin Seowon's thoughts are elsewhere, a growing power surging within him. The longer he fights, the more he can feel it. With a guttural cry, red energy erupts from his hand, a devastating force unleashed. He closes the distance in an instant, a powerful kick connecting with the man's chest, sending him flying with a resounding impact. The longer he fought, the more he could feel it. His hand glows with crackling red energy, a raw, untamed power. Looking down at his defeated opponents, he realizes that fighting ordinary people like this is now far too easy for him. The man he struck sails through the air, a blue trail marking his trajectory. He knew he needed more strength, a power that could overcome any obstacle, but the thought of something going wrong, something he couldn't control, still lingered. With a surge of resolve, Jin Seowon unleashed a devastating palm strike, a brilliant blue aura flaring around his arm. The force of the blow connected with multiple targets, sending them flying through the air as debris scattered around them. This was his undefeated palm strike, currently operating at 50% of its potential. One of the men, his face contorted in pain, spat blood as he was flung backward, a guttural cry escaping his lips. A sharp crack echoed through the space, marking the brutal impact. The other opponent was sent flying with equal force, his body a blur against the background. As the dust settled, all three lay sprawled on the ground, the two men groaning in disbelief, one exclaiming, "Holy shit," while the other added, "That was crazy." Standing amidst the wreckage, Jin Seowon looked at his hands, a flicker of blue energy still clinging to them, and muttered, fuck, this isn't what I meant to do." He unleashes a wave of blue energy, a mocking laugh escaping him as he dismisses his opponent's dramatic acting. Meanwhile, another bully taunts him, asking if he's an actor, unaware of the power he faces. But the fight is already over, as Jin Seowon stands victorious over a defeated opponent, sprawled on the ground. He looks down at the fallen figure, admonishing him to respect your elders and not to speak ill of his grandmother. Another bully, witnessing the display, turns and flees in terror, shouting a desperate goodbye as he scrambles away. In the aftermath, a group gathers around a severely injured comrade, one desperately calling out his name, "Odong Lim, can you hear me?" The sound of crushing impact still lingering, the concerned bully wonders aloud, "Is he dead?" Jin Seowon, now alone, steps on a piece of debris, his thoughts consumed by regret. He chastises himself for showing off his strength to regular people. His face contorts in distress, the realization of his uncontrolled power weighing heavily upon him. Had his opponent truly perished, his life would have been irrevocably altered. He had always understood that his power was immense, too much to control, yet it was perfectly. As he ran through the dense forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing, he continued to grapple with the implications of his strength. The world continued its relentless pace, oblivious to the internal struggles of its inhabitants. 1 month later, the city hummed with life, its towering structures reaching for the sky, a stark contrast to the quiet introspection that had consumed him. Now, seated in meditation, a vibrant blue aura pulsed around him, a clear sign of his dedicated efforts to master the overwhelming power within. He looks utterly exhausted, his eyes heavy-lidded. A sudden, insistent ring from his phone breaks the silence. He answers, confirming to his mother that he did as she asked. Listening to her voice, his expression shifts to one of growing concern. His mother's worried tone fills the air, asking if he's sick and how his new academy is going. Standing outside a hospital, he glances back at the building, a subtle tension in his posture. He reassures her that things are manageable, gently reminding her that he's training in martial arts, not studying. Then, a question about his father's new delivery job hangs in the air, before his mother's voice takes on a grave tone, uttering his name. His eyes widen in shock as the devastating news hits him. His father was in a car accident. Jin Seowon's voice cracks with urgency, demanding to know the full extent of the situation, but his mother's words are guarded. She explains the accident happened while his father was making deliveries, a car running a red light and hitting him hard. Adding to the grim news, she reveals they haven't been able to contact the insurance company, and the surgery alone, along with the hospital costs, will be incredibly steep. The weight of his own unpaid loan presses down on him, making him feel like he's losing his mind as he tries to process his mother's words about the hospital. A wave of despair washes over him, his face contorted in anguish. His mother's voice continues, detailing the staggering sum needed, around 1 or 2 million won. Trying to sound reassuring, Jin Seowon promises to find a way, a solution, but his mother, seemingly oblivious to his inner turmoil, asks when he'll be able to come home. He manages a strained, "It's fine," before abruptly ending the call, the city lights reflecting his troubled mind. With a heavy heart, he begins to pack his belongings, his parents' lives flashing before his eyes, bouncing from one rented home to another. He remembered his father, a man who had worked harder than anyone he knew. But as the years passed and age crept in, his income had steadily shrunk. His job, easily replaceable, meant he was constantly changing workplaces, a relentless cycle of struggle. He himself had been the classic example of a son who was nothing but a burden, a workless weight with no future. That was who he used to be. His resolve firm, he approached the towering facade of the Dungeon Corporation. Stepping through its automatic doors. Clutching a small, intricately glowing item, he wondered aloud, "How much do you think I could get for this?" Inside, a shopkeeper examined the artifact, noting its excellent quality and unusual origin. "This is excellent quality. It doesn't look like a local item," she mused as he confirmed. "Ah, yes. I was told it's been in our family for 5 generations." She continued, observing its unique craftsmanship. Its styling is definitely not done by modern technologies. Then, looking up at him, she asked, "So, how much is it worth?" The shopkeeper, examining the glowing heirloom, muses that it could be worth more than its mere gold content, then asks if he's certain about selling it at her establishment. Jin Seowon, his eyes downcast, explains his father requires emergency surgery, admitting that parting with such an item isn't ideal, but his circumstances are quite urgent. He adds that he likely has no other recourse. A soft, warm light emanates from the ancient artifact as he carefully places it on the counter. A quiet exchange occurs as the shopkeeper, with a pleasant demeanor, thanks him and wishes him a good day. A digital display confirms a significant transfer of 17,500,000, followed by a smaller amount of 5,000. He notes that the recent high gold prices mean he still has enough to manage for a while, even after the commission. Watching the shopkeeper, a thought crosses his mind that he might have undersold the item, given her easy acceptance. He grips the stack of cash, quickly dismissing the notion, reminding himself that he needed the funds immediately. As he departs, he casts a final, lingering glance back over his shoulder. He walks away from the building, his thoughts already on his next priority, sending the money to his mother. As he makes the transfer, a call comes through, his mother's voice filled with concern, asking where he could have possibly gotten so much money. Her worry palpable, she presses him, wondering if he took out a loan, unable to fathom how he could have acquired such a sum. He quickly reassures her, explaining that he barely has enough for himself and is just a regular guy recently discharged from the army. Continuing to soothe her fears, he promises to visit the hospital soon, ensuring her that she shouldn't worry about him. A wave of relief washes over his mother's face, as she offers a heartfelt, "Thank you, son." With the call ended and his mother reassured, he boards a train, the rhythmic hum of the carriage filling the air. Surrounded by other passengers, he finds a spot, the journey ahead stretching out before him. His expression thoughtful, he gazes out, perhaps contemplating the path he has chosen. On the train, a companion questions Jin Seowon, asking if he truly believes something, while the young man looks at his phone. He replies that it still feels strange that it was filmed secretly, as a vast, fantastical landscape, marked by the words, "It shows," and "Flammel" flashes through his mind. A look of surprise crosses his face. He muses that people seeing this for the first time wouldn't understand what was happening, recalling a scene from Cloud Survival, where a figure battles a monstrous creature. But he did understand, realizing he wasn't the only one who had played that game. His companion continues, mentioning that Cloud Survival is soon to be released as a reality game. Looking out the train window, Jin Seowon reflects that at the time, he had no idea what kind of consequences there would be, wondering what would happen if someone else had gotten such an opportunity. At the same time, a different conversation unfolds. A voice on the other end of a flip phone confirms understanding, promising to ensure it doesn't happen again. A man with light hair listens intently on the phone, the voice on the other end declaring they will control internet access across the entire country if necessary. Kneeling, surrounded by 2 silent figures in dark suits, he holds the receiver to his ear. He responds with a deep apology, assuring the caller that the matter will be handled immediately. His hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his frustration or resolve. Later, in a different setting, the same man kneels before a white-haired superior, who questions him about the disappearance of the team's former leader. The superior's hand rests on the desk, as a narration explains the dramatic increase in awakeners, making them impossible to track. The kneeling man's hand is shown again, now bleeding, indicating a self-inflicted injury or extreme stress. His face contorts in a furious shout, demanding to know why. If the number of awakeners is rising, the number of agents isn't increasing as well. The white-haired superior stands, his voice sharp, ordering the subordinate to find and bring in an attention-seeking bastard. Kneeling before his superior, the subordinate confirms his understanding, stating he will carry out the orders immediately. However, the white-haired superior's golden eyes narrow with skepticism, questioning if weaklings like them could even handle the task. His frustration evident, he wonders aloud if they are truly capable of dealing with those guys. A deep sigh escapes him, as he admits to already struggling with the damn freebears. Standing over the kneeling figure, the superior's voice hardens, commanding him to move if he truly understands. With his head bowed in submission, the subordinate responds with a firm, "Yes, sir. Understood." As the summer heat finally gave way, the nights grew cool and crisp. For 2 months, Jin Seowon had dedicated himself to relentless training, honing his skills under the cover of darkness, far from prying eyes. He had amassed a significant amount of inner energy, growing increasingly adept at wielding it. Yet, the true culmination of his efforts, the biggest fruit of his arduous training, was still to be revealed as he plunged through a swirling void. From the depths of his being, vibrant blue energy constructs began to materialize, sharp and potent. With a decisive declaration, he unleashed his shadow clone ability, multiple ethereal forms mirroring his every move. He landed with a powerful impact, the ground beneath his feet cracking under the sheer force. Then, with a surge of radiant blue energy, he unleashed the unstoppable fist, Spatial Strike. He moves with blinding speed, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he executes a powerful, sweeping motion, culminating in a sharp, impactful strike that reverberates through the air. Reflecting on his progress, Jin Seowon acknowledges that with his current inner energy, he can only manage to create a single shadow clone. A faint blue glow emanates from his arm. And he further considers the limitations of his new ability. The duration of the clone isn't very long either. Despite these constraints, he unleashes his shadow clone, multiple ethereal figures mirroring his every move, striking in perfect unison. The coordinated assault generates a powerful burst of blue energy. Before he lands, the blue light and his clones dissipating around him. Then, with a surge of raw power, he unleashes a devastating spatial strike, a crimson wave of energy exploding outwards. Lingering red energy crackles around him, a testament to the raw power he had just unleashed. As his own shadow, shimmering with a faint blue light, reaches out to meet his hand, a brief, ethereal connection. His eyes, wide with the aftereffects of his abilities, slowly drift downwards, leaving him slumped on the forest floor, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he wonders if he has finally reached his limit. The exhaustion is absolute, pulling him down until he lies prone amidst the undergrowth. A stark contrast to the effortless mana control he once possessed during battles. He recalls a time when managing his power was never an issue. A pained expression crosses his face as he questions if the last confrontation had drained him completely, feeling his dantian ache with an intensity far greater than anything he had experienced before. His hand, adorned with a simple ring, trembles slightly from the lingering strain. He continues to reflect on his recent struggles, acknowledging that there is no point in dwelling on his current state of mana exhaustion. Instead, he resolves to train and cultivate more, wondering what he had done in the subspace that left him so depleted. As he moves through the glowing forest, a brilliant, crystalline light suddenly erupts around him, enveloping his path. A voice, filled with panic, suddenly cuts through the air, demanding to know what kind of hell this is and what everyone is doing. He finds himself amidst a scene of chaos, with several figures scattered around, some kneeling in distress, as a man with short black hair stares at him in shock and fear. The man's face is contorted in terror, his eyes wide as he questions the sight of so many dead and what exactly is happening. His panic is palpable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He surveys his new surroundings, noticing a few others who appeared just as bewildered as he was moments ago. The realization hits him. He's been pulled into another game, barely 2 months after his last ordeal. A system message flashes before his eyes, announcing, "Thank you everyone for participating in Sea Void Survival." It's quickly followed by another, stating, "We will now begin the Sea Void Survival tutorial explanation." His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. Tutorial? Now dressed in a school uniform, he remembers that the last time, the tutorial was skipped entirely. A frown deepens on his face as he considers the implication. Does this mean he's the only one starting this time? His attention is drawn to a figure in the distance, a student walking casually through the park. Observing their attire, he wonders if they are a high school student. He sits on a broken stone structure, taking in the unfamiliar, open environment around him. From an unseen vantage point, a voice remarks, "It seems someone else from Korea is participating." His gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. Now standing before a colossal stone monument, the unseen observer dismisses him. He's just a low-rank aura farm for attention. There are many of these days. The voice continues, speculating, "That bastard, he's never played these games before." A glowing blue eye narrows, the speaker wondering aloud. He's not a monstrously strong guy like Jin Seowon, is he? Jin Seowon looks down, now surrounded by other figures. As system messages flash, announcing a longest inactivity penalty on the top 500 and another ding. His face hardens at the sight of his starting ranking, 999,999, followed by the declaration. Tutorial begins, and a dismissive thought. A god protects the weak and too many people. There's no risk of failure. Considering the implications of his situation, he muses, if there's no risk involved. He decides, then I'm playing this like a solo game. However, after the tutorial he had already completed, something very surprising was announced, as he found himself in a new, open environment with other figures. A system message flashes before his eyes, revealing, this game is a duo game. He stares in disbelief, uttering, huh? It's not a solo game, but a duo game. More system alerts follow, detailing the rules. You are the only one who has not formed a team. You will be penalized if you do not form a team by the end of the day. It continues, you cannot form a team with a player who is more than 100 ranks above you. The final warning appears. If you don't create a team, you will play the game alone. He recalls, I did think there was something like this last time to train myself. Meanwhile, other players around him are already forming alliances, with one observing. Everyone seems to be meeting each other for the first time. Another player questions their hasty decisions. So what are they believing in to form teams? Jin Seowon considers the system's stark warning, understanding the grave implications if his future teammates' score were to drop to 0. He spots a familiar high schooler from earlier, mentally assessing the young man's potential as a candidate, but quickly dismisses the thought, needing someone demonstrably stronger. The high schooler, sensing his gaze, turns with a questioning expression. But before Jin Seowon can act, the high schooler vanishes, leaving him to wonder if he'd already found a partner. A wave of frustration washes over him. The speed at which others are forming teams is alarming, forcing him to accept that he needs to find just anyone to duo with. He scans the area, observing other participants already pairing up. Spotting a heavily armored figure, he approaches, extending an offer to team up. A system notification immediately chimes, informing him that this participant is already in a duo. He tries again with another player, only to receive the same disheartening message. Another system notification rings out, confirming that this participant is already in a duo. Leaving him to lament, damn, there are so many people. I should have been more careful. I'm already at the bottom of the rankings, and now I'm going to be at a disadvantage against all these people. As his thoughts swirl, another message appears, announcing that the Cloyd survival will be starting soon. Clenching his fist, he resolves, since it's come to this, I have no choice. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he declares, whether I face solo or duo, I'll crush all of them and win. Just then, the system announces the official start of the Cloyd survival. The world around him blurs and shifts. A rush of blue energy engulfing his vision. With a final whoosh, he is transported into the unknown. Having just been transported, Jin Seowon finds himself overlooking a vast city, noting the widespread presence of monsters. Though the situation seems dire, a look of intense surprise crosses his face. Above him, the sky glows with an ethereal, blinding light. As a soft blue aura begins to emanate from his form, he steels his resolve. He declares that this time, he will face everything alone and eliminate anyone who dares to challenge him. His foot lands firmly on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Now fully present in the new environment, he surveys his immediate surroundings with a keen eye. Looking up at the sky, where blue energy trails streak across the expanse, he confidently asserts his ability to handle the challenges of 3 teams, all by himself. Without hesitation, he leaps forward, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. Having landed on a rooftop in the unfamiliar city, Jin Seowon surveys his surroundings, his mind replaying the harsh lessons learned from his previous ordeal. He recalls the countless mental scars etched into his memory after the first game, having run countless simulations in preparation for this second one. This was the day he had anticipated, and all he needed to do was execute his meticulously crafted plan. With a decisive step, he descends to ground level, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, another participant finds himself disoriented, utterly confused by the sudden shift in reality, and feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Clutching a staff, he stands amidst the trees, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He tumbles from a tree, perhaps having been thrown, or simply losing his footing in his dazed state. His face contorted in frustration, he desperately wonders where his companion, James, could have fallen. Above them, the sky continues to glow with vibrant blue energy trails, a constant reminder of the event's mysterious mechanics. With a sudden, explosive burst of blue energy, Jin Seowon unleashes a devastating, unstoppable fist spiral strike. His fist tearing through the air as the powerful technique connects with unseen force. A surprised opponent recoils from the blow, his face contorted in shock as he cries out, demanding to know why he's being attacked. With a determined gaze, Jin Seowon acknowledges his swift victory, a silent thought confirming, one down. Without a moment's pause, he initiates another unstoppable fist, his movements fluid and relentless. The air crackles with green energy as his next strike finds its mark. Another opponent, visually identical to the first, reels from the impact, his body twisting under the sheer power of the assault. The force of the blow is immense, culminating in a devastating bone shatter technique. The second opponent is sent flying, spitting blood as he collapses, utterly defeated. A system notification flashes, confirming the opponent's defeat and urging a final strike before their teammate revives them. Standing over the fallen foe, he muses aloud about the intricacies of team-based system games, finding the concept rather intriguing. His foot presses down, a silent declaration of intent. With a sharp, focused gaze, he prepares to act. Suddenly, a blur of motion, as he lunges forward with incredible speed, only to be caught off guard by an unexpected presence behind him. A burst of blue energy erupts, signaling an attack. Without missing a beat, Jin Seowon twists, unleashing a powerful counterpunch. His fist connects with brutal force, sending the armored assailant flying through the air. He moves with explosive force, a red aura of impact flaring around his legs as he executes a powerful, sweeping motion. His eyes widen in a flash of surprise and frustration, a low curse escaping his lips. A new thought then crosses his mind. Could this opponent have been part of a team? A hand reaches down, its fingers brushing against the soft, green earth, as if testing the ground after a sudden impact. Standing amidst the tall grass and vibrant foliage, Jin Seowon surveys the scene, a quiet observation escaping him about the incredible strength he perceives in this place. The ground beneath him seems to pulse with a faint, green energy, a subtle aura rising from the disturbed earth. Suddenly, a small, spiky-haired figure with glowing yellow eyes emerges, perched on a rock and demanding to know, "Are you the person who killed my goblins?" The protagonist stands tall, his back to the viewer, his posture unwavering as he faces the unexpected challenger. From his perspective, the new arrival seems like someone hardened by constant conflict, a being accustomed to the brutal reality of blood combat. His electric blue eyes narrow, assessing the situation with a calm intensity, for the nature of an unstoppable fist relies not just on brute force, but on understanding how to deal with opponents who use claws, spears, or swords. With a fluid motion, he begins to draw his bow, preparing for whatever comes next, knowing that in reality, there's no such thing as an unstoppable fist without the skill to back it up. He had always yearned for the chance to truly test the new weapons he had acquired through his rigorous mace training, and the mere thought of trying them out in this game filled him with a quiet excitement, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Kneeling low, his gaze swept over the ground before him, a confident, almost predatory smile playing on his lips. Then, with a sudden surge of will, he cried out, a brilliant blue aura erupting around his form as he began to charge his power. The vibrant energy coalesced around his arm and weapon, glowing with an intense, focused light. It pulsed with raw power, ready to be unleashed in a devastating strike. Blue energy shards rained down, scattering across the ground with a faint, metallic thud. Then, a heavy boot descended, crushing a small, green monster underfoot with a sickening crunch. Jin Seowon's eyes glowed with fierce determination, his body radiating a vibrant blue aura as he declared his intent to counter. A concentrated burst of blue energy erupted from him, striking out with a sharp, percussive force. Multiple projectiles of pure azure light shot forward, streaking through the air with incredible speed. But before they could connect, a sudden green impact flared, absorbing the assault with a dull thud. Then, a hand, wreathed in crackling red energy, lashed out with devastating force. The red impact struck with a sharp crack, sending shockwaves through the air. Seowon was thrown violently backward, his body slamming against a distant wall with a heavy thud. Despite the impact that sent him flying, Jin Seowon's eyes blaze with fierce determination, and he moves with blinding speed, closing the distance to his attacker in an instant. The red-armored monster recoils, caught completely off guard by the sudden reversal. A powerful, red-tinged fist connects, sending a shockwave of energy through the monster. The impact is undeniable, shattering the air with a sharp crack. The monster, reeling from the blow, can only acknowledge the speed of its opponent, realizing its own attack was effortlessly deflected. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next move. But the monster is not defeated, its glowing red eyes quickly spotting a momentary vulnerability. With a surge of its own power, a red armored arm lashes out, aiming to exploit the perceived gap. As the monster lunges, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, his palm glowing with a fierce red energy as he initiates a spatial strike. The powerful blow connects, his fist driving forward with explosive force. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts, engulfing the monster in its destructive wake. Blood splatters violently, a testament to the sheer impact. The monster's body twists unnaturally from the force, sent reeling backward by the blow. More crimson droplets spray through the air, confirming the severity of the damage. Its armored face contorts in a pained grimace, the monster's glowing purple eyes wide with shock and agony. A guttural cry escapes it as it's violently thrown backward, its heavy form slamming against an unseen barrier. The impact sends another shower of blood into the air, the monster's pained cries echoing in the dark. Having dispatched the previous threat, Jin Seowon moves with blinding speed, debris scattering around him from a recent, powerful impact. Another enemy crumples, his face contorted in pain and bloodied from the force of the blow, his body collapsing to the ground. A heavy thud echoes through the space. The defeated man lies motionless, his eyes glazed over, as a foot presses down firmly on his head. Looking down at the fallen foe, he declares, 2 down. A final, wet crunch accompanies a splatter of blood. With the immediate threats neutralized, he turns his attention to a nearby wall, which now glows with an ethereal green light. He considers the recent battle, noting the unusual vitality of his opponent. This guy had a lot of life chi, he muses. No matter how I try to activate, there's nothing like absorbing life chi in the game. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of thought crossing his features. As he calculates the remaining threats, that means there are 4 people left in their area. Suddenly, a sharp, unseen force causes him to flinch, red particles erupting around him. A powerful impact reverberates nearby, startling him, his eyes widening in surprise. Where did that come from? He questions, his voice laced with urgency. Without hesitation, he turns, his resolve firm. Let's follow the trajectory. The scene shifts to a serene, sunlit landscape of rolling green hills and a clear blue sky. The peaceful village lay undisturbed, a stark contrast to the unseen force that had just struck nearby. Suddenly, a sharp impact sent him reeling, his eyes widening in shock as a curse escaped his lips. The force slammed him against a brick wall, his body sliding down with a painful scrape. A thin line of blood traced its way down his cheek, a testament to the unexpected assault. He glared forward, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he wondered, are they going to keep coming? Without hesitation, he launched himself into motion, a blur of speed across the ground. He kicked off a nearby wall, propelling himself further. His movements fluid and precise as he continued his rapid advance. He twists his body mid-air, a blur of motion as he evades the unseen attack, the force of his movement kicking up dust and leaves. Propelling himself forward with incredible speed, he continues his rapid escape, his feet barely touching the ground. As the forest blurs around him, he glances back, wondering if the pursuers are the same individuals who attacked him from such a distance. Leaving afterimages in his wake, he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing they lack the raw power of Zero Akana. Passing a grand estate, he considers if they are alone or if a separate group is now chasing him. His hand instinctively grips a nearby surface, a momentary anchor in his relentless pace. Vaulting over an obstacle, he decides it ultimately doesn't matter. If he can just catch one, he'll interrogate them for answers. He knows that if he secures one, the other, or others, are bound to reveal themselves. As he speeds past urban buildings, he muses that in the previous game, he would have been worried about an entire army chasing him, but not now. He moves with incredible speed, his thoughts a cold calculation. My enemies are here, he muses, and they will become nothing more than fuel for my survival. His eyes burn with fierce resolve, a silent promise of the power he is about to unleash. A sudden, violent impact erupts, scattering crimson droplets through the air. Jin Seowon surges forward, a blur of motion, his form wreathed in dark energy as a searing red force extends from him. Another explosive burst of crimson follows, confirming a direct hit. Yet, a sharp gasp escapes him, his expression twisting in surprise and pain. His brow furrows, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He thinks, bewildered. What? I thought I definitely hit him. A different figure stares wide-eyed at the empty space where Jin Seowon had been, a single question forming on his lips. Why did he Van dash? His kick connects with a solid thud. As he declares his target found, a burst of white energy erupting from his foot. But a sudden, unexpected counterattack sends a jolt of pain through him, his eyes widening in shock. And he's thrown backward with a heavy impact. Then, just as quickly, he vanishes, leaving only faint blue particles shimmering in the air. He reappears, kneeling, assessing the situation, certain his attack had landed, yet bewildered by the injury he sustained. Meanwhile, at the original location, a different hand hovers over bloodied ground, the unseen observer questioning where he could have disappeared. A trickle of blood escapes his lips as he stares in disbelief, while the observer clutches a dagger, its blade stained crimson, confirming the successful counter. The unexpected counterattack leaves him reeling, a fresh wound bleeding on his cheek. His eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise quickly replaced by grim determination. Before he can fully recover, a sharp, crimson energy projectile slices through the air, striking him squarely and sending a fresh spray of blood into the downpour. The impact leaves him further wounded, but he uses the momentum to launch himself away, surprising his unseen assailant who wonders if he somehow managed to escape. He lands hard, clutching his injured side, then scrambles towards a narrow opening, desperate to put distance between himself and the relentless pursuit. As he vanishes into a trail of glowing particles, the unseen voice echoes, promising that he cannot hide. His foot lands with a sharp impact, the force of his escape propelling him forward. He launches himself into the air, a fleeting shadow against the open sky. Another swift movement carries him past a building's edge, his momentum unbroken. Heavy, ragged breaths escape him, the glowing particles of his vanishing ability still lingering in the air around him. He sprints through the bustling streets, glancing back over his shoulder, ever vigilant for his pursuer. His legs pump tirelessly, each stride a desperate bid for freedom. A pained gasp escapes him as he continues to look back, his grip tightening on the dagger in his hand. Finally stopping, he addresses the unseen presence, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. "I don't know where you got that cloak." His eyes narrow with resolve as he continues. "But coming at me in broad daylight wearing it was a big mistake." Jin Seowon, still injured and bandaged, finds himself questioning the relentless pursuit, wondering if his unseen foe is merely toying with him, always just out of reach. Meanwhile, from a distance, a white-haired observer with piercing green eyes remarks, "That's enough, stranger." Unaware of the new presence, Jin Seowon calls out to his original pursuer, "You over there. I'm sorry, I chased him, but he's quicker than he looks." His gaze then falls upon a cloaked figure below him, and he demands assistance. "Hey, if you're my ally, you should be helping me out at all costs." The cloaked figure, partially obscured by a mask, responds with a dismissive tone, "HM, I don't see his ally." The figure stands ready, a scar visible on their cheek beneath the hood, as the unseen voice from before cuts in, demanding, "Whatever, just kill him already." Jin Seowon, bloodied but resolute, glares forward, regretting his earlier hesitation. He thinks, "I should have killed him quickly and gotten the other one out." He braces himself, acknowledging the inevitable two-on-one confrontation that now looms before him. But then, a sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he processes the situation. He questions the absurdity of it all, wondering why he isn't the one with the numerical advantage in this fight. The white-haired mage lunges forward, a blur of motion, his fist wreathed in crackling green energy. Jin Seowon's eyes widen, tracking the incoming strike with intense focus. The green energy streaks past, leaving shimmering particles in its wake. Before the mage can recover, Seowon retaliates with a swift, downward strike of his own. A surge of crimson power erupts, signaling a shift in the battle's momentum. He delivers a devastating kick, his leg enveloped in a vibrant red aura, aimed directly at his opponent. The impact shatters the very ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. The white-haired mage is sent hurtling backward, a streak of red energy trailing in his wake. The white-haired mage lunges forward, a blur of motion, his bladed weapon leaving a vibrant green energy trail in its wake. But Jin Seowon, anticipating the strike, moves with impossible speed, blue energy flaring around him as he evades the attack. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he channels a powerful surge of blue energy, preparing his counter. With a swift, precise hand gesture, the energy crackles around his fists. He unleashes a devastating blow, the blue force sending the white-haired mage reeling backward from the sheer impact. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Jin Seowon follows up with a rapid, red energy-enhanced strike, a frustrated exclamation escaping his lips. He presses his advantage, unleashing a barrage of red energy attacks, a triple shot, aimed directly at the mage. The impacts are brutal, splattering blood across the air as the attacks connect. Yet, in a shocking reversal, Jin Seowon is suddenly struck in the chest, blood erupting from the unexpected blow. A devastating blow connects, sending a shockwave of pain through him as blood erupts from the impact point, a voice echoing in his mind, taunting him with a single word. "Child," it whispers, as a memory flashes of a confident man with red markings, his grin wide and mocking. "You got shot, but it's a shot you'll never miss." Another vision, a past confrontation in a narrow alley, shows him facing the white-haired mage, while the cloaked figure looms silently behind him. Then a fleeting thought of his own, from a moment of triumph. "This time, I definitely got him." A close-up on a hand gripping a sword hilt flashes by, followed by the cloaked figure's cold assessment, "Arrogant." The visions shatter as Jin Seowon's face contorts in shock, blood trickling from his mouth, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. And know how. His hand recoils violently, the force of the blow still reverberating through him, as he gasps in disbelief. "How did you?" "Tito." A guttural cry escapes him as the impact sends a spray of blood into the air, leaving a gaping, bleeding wound on his torso, pulsing with an eerie blue energy. Through the haze of pain, a memory flashes, a voice from a sun-dappled forest, dismissing him, saying, "Just because I'm somewhere doesn't mean I'm interested there." His face contorts in agony as a system notification rings out, declaring that an opponent has been knocked out, and a fatality is required to revive a teammate. Another memory surfaces, the white-haired mage observing him with curiosity, remarking on his strange magic and questioning if he is a magician. He remembers his own reply, a quiet assertion that he is illusionist or whatever. "I'm just a returning student." Blood stains his chest as his resolve hardens, a fierce determination echoing from the past. "If you want to save your ally." The snarling face of the red, armored monster flashes before his eyes, and with blood streaking his own face, he vows, "Not only will I take you down, I'll survive until the end." He reels from a devastating blow, a burst of pink energy erupting around him. Sent hurtling through the air, he grunts in pain, the white-haired mage looming above him. Another impact slams into him, the pink energy flaring once more. But a memory, or perhaps a surge of power, ignites within him, his hair turning white as he unleashes a double strike against the red-armored monster. The attack connects, exploding in a blinding flash of light. A system message flashes, urging him to counter. With renewed resolve, Jin Seowon's body glows with electric blue energy, delivering a powerful kick. His hand crackles with power as he prepares another strike, the system advising. The WTO counter is the point where the attacker comes from. You close in and... He follows the instruction, aiming straight for the shoulder, and connects with a brutal, blood-splattering blow. Before he can even process the last exchange, a blindingly fast attack connects, sending a spray of blood across his face and forcing him to recoil. His vision blurs from the impact, and he realizes the sheer speed of his opponent. The golden-hilted blade flashes through the air, leaving trails of purple energy in its wake. Activating Bloody Rush, he explodes forward, a yellow streak of pure momentum, closing the distance in an instant. The white-haired mage, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed, can only widen his eyes in surprise. A powerful blow lands, sending a crimson spray into the air. The mage looks down at the impact point, a strange thought crossing his mind. He muses, "Strange, my sword didn't cut as deeply as I predicted." A trickle of blood escapes Jin Seowon's lip, a testament to the mage's earlier assault. Yet the white-haired figure, observing his opponent, muses aloud, wondering if he faces an illusionist like one he fought before. Despite the visible injuries marring his arm and torso, the mage's smile widens, his voice dripping with confidence as he declares, "Your neck is next." But Jin Seowon, ignoring the pain and the taunt, surges forward, his resolve hardening. He knows if a single hit isn't enough, he'll have to rely on a counter. Before the mage can react, Jin Seowon's counterattack lands with brutal force, sending the white-haired figure reeling. The impact continues, a blur of red energy and speed lines, leaving the mage stunned and bewildered, questioning how his opponent could possibly counter his movements. A deep, bleeding wound now mars his torso, a stark reminder of Jin Seowon's unexpected power. His gaze sharpens, a fierce resolve burning within him as he thinks, "Wait, this sound doesn't have any room for failing." His teeth clench, a silent roar of determination. If there isn't any room for failure, he decides, then he will simply try something new, a vibrant blue aura beginning to pulse around his form. Instead of merely following the flow, he senses a strange and potent killing intent emanating from within himself. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around his body as he prepares. His hand glows with the same fierce power as he questions, "If I can't even control my own body, how could I set my eyes on first place?" The Sukwon had no other methods of using inner energy for this technique, his form now fully enveloped in the radiant blue. This was not the same Sukwon he remembered after learning about inner energy and the heavenly demon for the first time, his eyes now glowing with an otherworldly light. The blue energy crackles around his arm, ready to unleash its power. He was one of the rare few who possessed a natural talent for manipulating inner energy. And now, with a focused intensity, he channeled that power. With a sudden, explosive force, his opponent's ultimate attack shattered into countless fragments. The white-haired mage could only stare in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "WH what the? You bastard." Before the mage could even react, he had closed the distance, seizing him by the neck. The mage's eyes widened in terror, demanding, "How did you block my ultimate attack so easily?" A resolute expression settled on his face, his gaze unwavering. In that moment, Jin Seowon felt as though he had finally broken through a formidable wall. Reaching into the newly opened treasure chest, his fingers brush against something significant. A system notification flashes, announcing the acquisition of an unknown item, a recovery scroll. Another alert follows, revealing the current player count stands at 196 out of 200. He muses, observing the contents of the chest, that strong Gaius indeed possess a significant amount of inner energy. It seems, he thinks, this one provided a fair amount of farming and a recovery scroll. This is it. A new prompt appears, asking if he wishes to use the recovery scroll. He decides, with a glance at the chest, to save it for now and slowly begin farming. A sigh escapes him as he wonders why he keeps picking up and messing with things. Another system message appears, detailing a damaged cloak of writing, a damaged item requiring a craftsman with special abilities or a special scroll to repair its function. He muses on a past opportunity, realizing that if he had only saved a particular item, defending his rank would have been far easier. Still, he decides to hold on to the item he currently possesses, wondering what else there is to do. A system notification then appears, revealing a new acquisition, the lightning-struck cottonwood bow, an item capable of injecting lightning energy into arrows. Lightning energy? He recalls the powerful arrows shot by an opponent, now understanding the source of their unique effect. A slight frustration crosses his face as he wonders if archers simply learn how to use the game's mechanics to such an extent. Walking onward, his eyes glowing with resolve, he decides he should try out the new bow once he's had a chance to learn its intricacies. With a swift motion, multiple glowing blue arrows are launched through the air. One of them embeds itself into the ground with a crackle of energy, right beside his foot. He stares intently, a memory surfacing of a previous encounter where a similar tactical error had been made, a mistake that had cost him dearly. The thought echoes in his mind, a quiet reprimand. Moving through the desolate streets, he observes that only one team appears to remain in this entire region. Having already secured his own gains, he decides to take a break and farm a bit more before continuing his journey. However, his exploration yields little of value, as these are merely village houses, offering nothing but junk items. Peering into a dilapidated structure, he wonders if there aren't any special items like the fabled cloak of hiding hidden within. A quiet hum escapes him as he continues to scan the empty surroundings. His search of the town center had been equally fruitless, yielding nothing of significance. He muses on the usual patterns of such places, which are typically prime locations for accumulating points. Deciding there's nothing left for him here, he leaps from the rooftop, ready to move on. Continuing his search through the desolate town, Jin Seowon steps into a crumbling building, observing its empty interior. He muses that the monsters must have already departed, leaving the path clear for an easy profit, and decides to secure his entry, closing the door behind him just in case. His mind races with possibilities, dreaming of rare artifacts like a cloak of hiding or rings that could boost his stats as he ascends through the building. Reaching a higher floor, he notes his progress, almost at the top. He pauses, gazing out a broken window at the desolate landscape, a moment of quiet contemplation. His expression shifts to one of growing disappointment as the reality of his fruitless search sets in, wondering if there truly is nothing here at all. A surge of irritation causes him to lash out, his fist slamming into the crumbling wall, leaving cracks in its wake. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he leaps from the window, muttering that sometimes it just pisses him off. His face, etched with a mix of annoyance and determination, confirms his resolve to move on, leaving the empty building behind. A sudden realization strikes him, a flicker of surprise in his mind. From his vantage point, Jin Seowon observes two figures moving through the desolate town square, their presence a stark contrast to the emptiness. They seem to be casually scavenging, completely oblivious to any danger. He considers their potential, wondering if they might possess valuable items, or if he'll simply have to confront them directly. From a different window, Jin Seowon continues his silent assessment, strategizing how best to approach the unexpected encounter. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escapes him as something catches his attention, a subtle shift in the scene below. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, focus sharply on the figures. The two figures below, a purple-haired man and his green-haired companion, now look up towards the building, causing Jin Seowon to wonder if they have detected his presence. The green-haired man points towards an entrance, informing his superior, "Look, boss." The door was opened. He gazes down into the dark abyss, a healing scroll already secured, marking a promising start to his scavenging. He muses that the trap had been well hidden, obscured by the sheer amount of debris littering the entrance. Yet, it proved to be a surprisingly useful discovery. The floor gives way beneath him, sending him plummeting into the depths, surrounded by a sudden burst of glowing blue energy. As he falls, a thought solidifies. If his rivals are excited by a mere healing scroll, their possessions are likely not worth his concern. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his features. He knows that when facing weakness, the only path is to strike first. A sudden, powerful impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing the green-haired subordinate to question if it was merely a shadow. As vibrant blue energy erupts with radiating impact lines, a shadowy form briefly coalesces within the swirling magical force. Both the green-haired subordinate and the purple-haired boss look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. As the blue energy continues to radiate from a distinct impact point on the ground. Elsewhere, Jin Seowon observes the aftermath, a thought crossing his mind about the mage's capabilities, wondering if this particular mage was truly worth his salt. The green-haired subordinate, still reeling from the event, also ponders the mage's effectiveness, musing if he could have stopped that with a simple spell. The intense blue energy continues to flare, a testament to the power unleashed. He moves with blinding speed, a blue aura flaring around his fist as he connects a powerful blow directly to his opponent's face, sending the green-haired figure recoiling violently through the air. Stunned and disoriented, the subordinate can only gasp, wondering where the attack even came from. With unwavering resolve, Jin Seowon declares his intention to end the confrontation with his very next move. Summoning a torrent of power, he unleashes Escrow's flame, a searing inferno directed at his foe. His eyes glow with fierce intensity, locked onto his target as the attack manifests. The flame coalesces into a massive, burning hand, engulfing the space where his opponent stands. The force of the impact sends the green-haired subordinate tumbling through the air, defeated and falling into the dark abyss below. The orange energy of Jin Seowon's attack erupts, engulfing his target in a blinding flash. The raw power of the blast continues to surge, leaving a trail of intense heat and light. As the energy dissipates, the ground beneath the impact point shatters, sending fragments flying. A collective gasp of disbelief echoes through the air, followed by a bewildered cry, wondering what exactly is happening. Before the green-haired subordinate can fully collapse, the purple-haired boss suddenly appears, grabbing him with a firm grip, declaring that his aim was for someone else. The boss stands tall over the now kneeling subordinate, his presence radiating authority. With a stern gaze, the purple-haired boss questions the subordinate's solo actions, while the white-haired mage observes the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. Jin Seowon watches the exchange, his gaze sharp and calculating. The purple-haired boss, his face grim, suggests a brutal solution for the subordinate's failure. The green-haired subordinate tumbles through the air, disoriented from the previous assault. When Jin Seowon closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating kick directly to his chest. The force sends him spiraling further. Jin Seowon's legs still extended from the powerful blow. The sheer speed of the attack leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. Finally crashing to the ground, the subordinate struggles to rise, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. His face contorted in rage, he vows, "I'll kill you." Jin Seowon stands impassively over the defeated figure, his presence unwavering. The green-haired subordinate remains sprawled on the ground, his defiance echoing in the silent aftermath of the blow. The force of the blow reverberates, sending crimson particles scattering through the dark space. As a sickening quang echoes, accompanied by a spray of blood. The green-haired subordinate's eyes widen in disbelief, a trickle of blood staining his face. He can only manage a stunned, "Huh?" Still reeling from the unexpected counterattack, he demands to know what's happening. Lying defeated on the ground, the subordinate looks up at Jin Seowon, who stands over him with an unervingly calm demeanor, his composure unbroken. Despite his predicament, the subordinate's defiance flares, insisting he didn't intend to miss, but that his opponent had merely dodged his attack. Looking down at the struggling figure, Jin Seowon's voice is cold and direct. "I get it. You're telling me to kill you." Without another word, a powerful technique is invoked, the crushing strike, ready to be unleashed. A vibrant blue and black aura flares around Jin Seowon as he delivers a devastating kick, sending the green-haired subordinate flying backward with immense force. He offers a cold, almost mocking gratitude, having secured the final blow. A faint blue aura crackles around him as he stands, observing the devastation. The green-haired subordinate, bisected and bleeding profusely, can only manage a choked, furious curse. His body, now separated at the torso, begins to fall. Yet, even in this state, the subordinate's eyes burn with disbelief and a desperate challenge, demanding to know how he dared to mock him. Jin Seowon simply stares down, wondering if his opponent had a death wish etched onto his very being. He considers the subordinate's type, musing on whether this brutal attack might make him faster. With a sickening smash, the upper half of the green-haired subordinate's body hits the ground. Blood splatters violently as the life drains from his bisected form. A sharp impact echoes through the air, as a powerful blow connects squarely with the bearded man's face, sending his head snapping back. He registers the attack as a straight kick, the force of it driving his opponent backward amidst a flurry of blue energy. Red marks bloom across the man's torso from the sheer concussive power, leaving him stunned and reeling. Yet, through the pain, the bearded man's eyes snap open, a defiant challenge in his voice. "You can't stop the air forever. You'll have to step on the ground again." Jin Seowon's gaze sharpens, his eyes widening slightly at the unexpected resilience. Before another surge of red energy erupts, signaling a renewed assault. He descends with a powerful, arcing kick, red energy trailing from his foot as it slams into the opponent below. The impact sends ripples of force through the air, a resounding crack echoing as the blow connects, sending the bearded man hurtling through the air to crash violently into a distant building. Yet, even as he lies amidst the rubble, a defiant voice rises from the dust. "I gotta admit, remarkable." Jin Seowon stands his ground, red energy swirling around his feet. As the bearded opponent continues his taunt, "Even still, do you really think you can catch me with just brute strength?" He rises, axe in hand, his eyes glowing with a fierce, challenging light, daring Jin Seowon to continue. His face contorted in a sneer, he presses his challenge. "Let's see if you can keep running your mouth after you're dead." Despite the brutal assault, the bearded opponent remains on his feet, his body scarred and bleeding. His eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, he faces Jin Seowon, who descends rapidly, a blue aura flaring around him. With precision and power, he unleashes a piercing strike. The attack connects with brutal force, sending the man reeling amidst a shower of debris. Yet, even as he falls, a sneer twists his lips, his voice raspy. "Even a worm squirms when you step on it." The opponent lies amidst the rubble, his gaze still fixed on the heavenly demon. His eyes glowing with renewed intensity, he challenges, "Keep fighting until you die, you stupid bastard." But Jin Seowon has heard enough, turning his back on the fallen foe. He walks away from the ruined battleground, disappearing through an ancient archway. From the rubble, the bearded opponent's voice rings out, challenging Jin Seowon's presence. He stands over the remains of a building, a silent testament to his power, as the opponent's taunt echoes, asking if he heard the sound of a structure being split in half. A blue aura begins to coalesce around his hand, and he asks if the opponent is curious what would happen next. With a sudden burst of speed and light, Jin Seowon launches his attack. The impact sends debris flying, a powerful blow landing squarely on his target. The bearded opponent's face contorts in shock and pain, unable to comprehend that someone, not even a ranker, could inflict such damage. Lying defeated amidst the rubble, he stares up in utter terror. A desperate scream escapes his lips as he pleads for his life, begging for someone to save him. The raw, destructive power of the attack continued to rip through the landscape, leaving a trail of crimson energy and shattered earth in its wake. As the final shockwave expanded outward, surveying the devastation, Jin Seowon's gaze fell upon the wreckage. A thought crossed his mind, a flicker of concern for the system's mechanics. Wait, who gets the kill if I do this? He grumbled, realizing the implications. Damn it, I did this because I thought it would be fun, but if I don't get the kill, I'll... As the dust began to settle, the full extent of the destruction became clear. Amidst the shattered remnants of the battlefield, the bearded opponent lay motionless, buried under a mountain of rubble. A soft chime echoed, confirming the outcome. With the player count now at 194 out of 200, Jin Seowon considers the system's mechanics, realizing that if he wants a chest to spawn, he will have to completely loot the corpse. Otherwise, he muses, he would have wasted an entire day for nothing. Right, he decides, it's time to loot, acknowledging that these are the only useful things he's seen in this desolate place. A sudden realization hits him as he examines the remains. This mage was a golden goblin. He notes the presence of items he's never encountered before, and a system notification appears for a magic catalyzing scroll, described as a scroll that can be activated using magical powers. Further notifications reveal a cursed brooch and a philosopher's stone. Finally, a fragmented secret manual appears, a manual containing skills connected to his name that can be learned. Having gathered the loot, he decides he's caused enough of a commotion and it's time to leave. As he prepares to depart, one last notification appears for a magic ring. A ring that increases his mana by 10 but offers almost no defense. He observes the map, noting the restricted zone that seems to be closing in, and considers the possibility of another side to this world. Deciding to act quickly, he resolves to pinpoint the gap and head directly there. After checking the remaining cottages, he finds nothing of value. With no time to waste, he decides to move on. It had been a long time since he had run so far, and he traveled at a much faster pace than during his first game, his determination propelling him forward. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, announcing his entry into a monster spawn zone. Another ding follows, explaining that certain maps contain spawn zones where monster types vary widely, each with its own unique challenges. The system continues, clarifying that a boss monster will appear in certain maps, dropping a special item upon successful defeat. Looking up at a dark cave entrance, he realizes there's far more than just werewolves here, a hint of frustration in his voice as he wonders why he wasn't told. As he ventured deeper into the ominous, red-tinged cavern, a system notification appeared, reminding him that beyond the regular and boss monsters, this zone also harbored buff monsters capable of granting temporary boons to players. Pushing through the thick, crimson mist, he muttered to himself, realizing he was almost at his destination. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed through the cavern, snapping his head up in alarm. His eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if what he saw was truly a monster. Before he could react, a shadowy, bestial form with glowing red eyes lunged from the darkness, its sharp claws extended. The creature's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it closed the distance. He found himself on the ground, surrounded by a horde of the same glowing-eyed monsters, their forms indistinct in the crimson haze. Rising quickly, a glowing staff now clutched in his hand, he declared his intent to hold them off defensively. With a determined expression, he acknowledged the unseen support, ready to face the onslaught. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, one with bat-like wings, the other slithering low to the ground, surrounding him. He quickly assesses the situation, wondering if this unusual combination of mage and martial artist abilities is something entirely new. With a decisive leap, he scales a nearby wall, gaining a tactical advantage over the monstrous horde below. Gripping his glowing staff, he challenges the creatures, ready to take out the first one. A brilliant blue energy slash erupts from his weapon, tearing through the air with devastating speed. A detailed status screen flashes into existence, displaying Jin Seowon's formidable abilities and current level. Suddenly, two massive red-scaled snakes lunge from the shadows, their fangs bared and hissing menacingly. Before they can connect, a swift, unseen strike sends blood splattering from one of the creatures. As Jin Seowon unleashes his 7-star sword art, a crimson aura flaring around his blade as he carves through the serpentine horde. He stands amidst the defeated monsters, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the effort clearly taking its toll. Even as his body tires, the residual energy of his blade still hums with power. With a renewed surge of will, he conjures an ice lance, a brilliant blue aura enveloping his hand as he prepares another attack. His green-haired subordinate expresses concern, noting the sheer number of enemies and his visible fatigue, suggesting he rest, but Jin Seowon's resolve remains unshaken. He declares his ability to recover mana on his own, despite the heavy cost, and once more unleashes the 7-star sword art, blue energy crackling around his form. A sharp impact sends ice shards scattering around him. As the armored opponent lets out a guttural cry, his face contorted in fear. He warns of an American guild targeting them, their presence a grave threat. Meanwhile, in a different moment, Jin Seowon considers a direct confrontation, suggesting they fight for the reward instead of avoiding it. His gaze sharpens, firmly stating that they are almost finished. Back in the present, the armored opponent's panic escalates, lamenting their inevitable defeat and urging retreat. Jin Se-won, still in the past or a hypothetical scenario, questions the nature of conflict, wondering if he should provoke his enemies further. Then, with a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating blue energy attack, cutting through the chaos. His blue energy attack continued to surge, crackling with raw power. As the assault intensified, a panicked voice cried out, "Another one is coming." The air itself seemed to tear apart, as streaks of brilliant blue light ripped through the space. At the heart of the maelstrom, Jin Se-won stood firm, his eyes glowing with electric blue energy. A desperate cry of agony escaped the bearded opponent, as the relentless assault continued to batter him. He frantically urged, "You need to cast another barrier now." His face contorted in distress, the bearded opponent retorted, "You don't have to tell me that escape-style barrier." A grim realization dawned on him. They had already used it. Surrounded by a new, potent purple aura, Jin Se-won declared, "That's too big of a risk, so we should finish up quickly, before moving." The bearded man curses, his face contorted in desperation as his defensive barrier begins to buckle. While Jin Se-won unleashes a torrent of crackling purple lightning, intensifying his assault. The psycho-style defensive wall groans under the immense pressure, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. The bearded man stares up in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as the massive barrier behind him shows signs of imminent collapse. The cracks deepen, accompanied by a sharp, splintering sound. Jin Se-won observes the crumbling defense, a question forming on his lips as he wonders about his opponent's strategy. A gaping hole now mars the once impenetrable wall, revealing the open sky beyond. He muses on the breach, speculating about the mage's involvement, yet a strategic advantage dawns on him. The remaining sections of the wall continue to fracture, signaling its complete failure. Instead of merely wasting mana on casting barriers, this approach is far more effective. Now, they won't be able to pinpoint our exact location. The green-haired subordinate observes the bearded opponent, who is now trapped behind a crumbling wall, remarking that he shouldn't be able to get over it. He then questions if they are attempting to draw out their enemies, or if the wall's sudden disappearance means something else entirely. Before the subordinate can ponder further, a swift, brutal strike from Jin Se-won slams into the bearded opponent's chest, sending him reeling. Jin Se-won then calmly states that if his allies are going to screw up, they will simply go their separate ways. The bearded opponent crashes violently against a distant wall, the impact shaking the very structure. As blue energy begins to coalesce around the defeated foe, Jin Se-won observes the phenomenon, acknowledging its presence. The green-haired subordinate, seeing the opponent now encased in the shimmering blue energy, urgently asks if he can get rid of it immediately. Jin Se-won replies that it will take approximately 5 minutes. He reaches for a glowing purple scroll, its arcane energy pulsing softly in his grasp. A system message flashes into existence, announcing a magic explosion scroll that will explode in 10 seconds after use. And he confirms its activation with a decisive tap, the prompt asking if he will use it. As the countdown begins, he channels immense power into his blade, the air around him crackling with red lightning. The blue energy of his own aura swirling around him, intensifying with each passing second. His sword glows with blinding white light, poised to unleash its devastating force. With a powerful surge, he unleashes the attack, a wave of blue energy erupting outwards. His glowing blade descending rapidly as the final seconds tick away. "This is the end," he declares, his voice firm and resolute. The powerful energy Jin Se-won unleashed surged forward, a brilliant white light consuming everything in its path. With a deafening roar, the attack detonated, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion of red and orange, sending debris scattering across the desolate landscape. As the fiery aftermath settled, he observed the devastation, the air still thick with the scent of ozone and scorched earth. A gasp escaped him, realizing the scroll's true destructive potential far exceeded his expectations. But before he could fully process it, a guttural shriek echoed through the air, and a monstrous, scaly arm lunged from the lingering smoke. With a brutal HWAK, the arm struck with terrifying speed. The ground around them was a scarred, crimson wasteland, testament to the raw power unleashed. From the depths of the crater, the bearded opponent emerged, no longer human, but a hulking, monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and scaly skin. Caught off guard, Jin Se-won recoiled with a pained grunt, the force of the blow sending him stumbling backward. A sword remains impaled in the earth, its hilt still vibrating from the force of impact, as Jin Se-won curses the foolishness that nearly cost him his life. He looks up, his expression grim, realizing how close he came to a meaningless end. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman watches with wide, glowing eyes, her face etched with disbelief. Back in the fray, Jin Se-won crouches low, his blade now humming with a vibrant blue energy, ready to face whatever comes next. A smirk plays on his lips as he adjusts his glasses, confidently declaring his intent to trap and consume his opponent's mana. He then looks away, a slight bruise visible on his cheek, musing on the importance of choosing good allies and acknowledging his own journey ahead. Suddenly, a sharp impact sends blood splattering from his face, his eyes flaring with a desperate blue light. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him plummeting downward, enveloped in crackling green energy. From above, he observes the scene below, concluding that his previous adversary must have perished in the immediate explosion. Amidst the blaring television, collapsed ceiling, and torn furniture, he surveys the wreckage of the room, realizing the extent of the damage. He continues to assess the situation, finding that the entire set of items is useless. A frustrated sigh escapes him, confirming his initial assessment. However, not all was lost, as he discovers something amidst the rubble, a strange item that looks like it might have been part of an explosion. As he stands surrounded by an eerie green glow, the energy seems to pulse around him, hinting at the power he's just uncovered. He realizes he's found a mana core hidden within the debris, a significant discovery. His eyes glow with a fierce purple light as a triumphant grin spreads across his face, declaring his success and readiness to move forward. Among his finds is also an energy necklace, a seemingly useless trinket made purely of gold. Despite its lack of immediate function, he considers it a valuable item for future study, believing there's something to learn from it. His attention is then drawn back to the screen, where a strange, skittering sound emanates from a small, indistinct creature. A little later, the immediate chaos of battle had subsided. Standing amidst the scattered remains of his defeated foes, Jin Seowon surveyed the desolate, blood-red landscape. His eyes, now glowing with a faint purple light, narrowed as he considered the strength of his recent opponents, wondering, "You're telling me they're struggling against these guys?" Then, his gaze fell upon something on the ground, prompting a curious, "HM? What's this?" He knelt, examining the small, glowing object, a thought forming in his mind. Is this a reward for defeating the monsters? A system notification chimed, confirming his suspicions. He had acquired a mana core and an energy necklace. Holding the newly found treasures, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Surveying the desolate expanse once more, he mused, "Isn't bad." He wondered how to utilize these mysterious items, these tiers, or whatever they truly were. The red, rocky terrain stretched endlessly before him, a silent testament to the battles fought and the challenges yet to come. He considers the implications of the system, realizing that if it truly functions like other games, then the items dropped by monsters could completely alter his situation. To act as swiftly as possible, he knows there are two crucial things he needs to understand. First, he needs to gauge his own strength against the boss monsters. As the system announces the start of Cloyd Survival Day 2, revealing that nearly 60 people perished on the first day, leaving only 139 out of 200 players, he notes his own 8 kills and decides it's not a bad start, resolving to move toward the marker he placed earlier at the center of the map. He walks through a serene, snow-covered landscape, reflecting on how pleasant the weather had been in the previous game, though he can't quite grasp why it feels so different now. The environment shifts dramatically, and he finds himself traversing a scorching desert, the heat oppressive. His gaze remains fixed forward, a determined expression etched on his face as he continues his journey through the desolate terrain. Suddenly, his attention is drawn upwards, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A magnificent, phoenix-like creature with vibrant pink and purple plumage soars away from an ornate treasure chest resting on the ground, confirming his suspicions. He breaks into a sprint, convinced the chest must be a valuable supply drop. Leaping through the air with an exclamation, he closes the distance to the chest, the creature now a distant speck. The ornate treasure chest sits undisturbed on the barren earth. Its intricate metalwork and sturdy construction promise valuable contents. He had just obtained a supply drop, the system informing him that taking the treasure chest would teleport him to a random location. A gamble he was prompted to consider. The prompt then shifted, asking if he wished to open it. Without hesitation, his hand reached out to claim the prize, reasoning that since this was already a match, he might as well take the gamble. A brilliant blue light erupted from beneath him, engulfing him completely as the teleportation began. A faint, ethereal energy trail drifts through the darkness. As Jin Seowon finds himself in an unfamiliar void, realizing with a sigh, he hasn't even checked his status yet, and it's already giving him his location. His eyes narrow with determination. He needs to grab the items and get out of here fast. A flicker of unease crosses his face, his gaze sharp and focused. He considers his options, noting a cloak of hiding, which allows the wearer to vanish into the shadows, and a red cloud pill, a spiritual elixir that boosts all stats by 10% and is immortal for 10 hours after use. He murmurs to himself, weighing the potential of these newfound treasures. The Windblade Grinding Skill, a common martial arts manual, allows the user to manipulate wind to increase movement speed and attack power using internal energy. However, the Cloak of Hiding is utterly useless in broad daylight. He finds himself unable to even utilize the Red Cloud Pill at this moment, but resolves to survive by escaping this place, knowing he'll be able to achieve his goals once he's out. For now, he decides to employ Cloud Stride to make a swift exit, moving like the wind. A surge of blue energy erupts around him, propelling him forward with incredible speed. He streaks across the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of azure light in his wake as he executes Cloud Stride. His eyes glow with fierce determination, his focus absolute. As he continues his rapid advance, a new sensation washes over him, a feeling of something stronger approaching. Still moving at incredible speed, Jin Seowon glances back, confirming his pursuers remain a safe distance behind him. His feet kick up dust with every powerful stride, as he considers the unknown nature of the trap they might use to chase him. A gust of wind, a byproduct of his rapid movement, slashes across a nearby rock formation, leaving a clean cut. In the distance, his silhouette shrinks as he leaves behind a small, glowing object, confident they will fall for the bait he has laid. His relentless pace continues, each step carrying him further from danger. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he glances back once more, barely believing how easily they fell for his simple trick. The glowing box, now isolated on the desolate ground, emits an alluring light. As Jin Seowon's footsteps fade into the distance, the pursuers begin their approach, drawn by the luminous lure. The bearded opponent, accompanied by an armored figure, closes in on the glowing object, still believing their quarry is far away, completely oblivious to the deception. The bearded opponent, cloaked and hooded, approaches the glowing red gem Jin Seowon left behind, a bait known as the Tears of Lana, a valuable material used in crafting. His armored companion follows closely behind him, as the bearded opponent confirms their direction, muttering, "On this way, huh?" As they near the glowing object, he instructs his subordinate, "Leave the magic tool and keep an eye out for any trace." From a hidden vantage point, Jin Seowon watches them fall for his deception, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "They're so easy. They fell for it perfectly." His expression remains confident, knowing his plan has succeeded. Turning away, he begins to run, his thoughts focused on creating distance. 30 minutes. He urges himself, "I must put as much distance between us as possible." After a grueling half-hour of continuous movement, he finally collapses beneath a barren tree, letting out a relieved sigh. Phew. He looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him, a quiet gasp escaping his lips. Meanwhile, through the dense forest, the bearded opponent and his armored companion continue their relentless pursuit, confirming their target isn't far, though not immediately within reach. Back with Jin Seowon, his eyes widen in alarm as he checks his map, realizing more parties are converging on his position. Suddenly, a tree nearby begins to glow with an ominous purple light, emitting a low, resonant thrum. The strange energy spreads, another tree joining the eerie luminescence, its light intensifying. Overwhelmed, Jin Seowon collapses to the ground, clutching his head, frustrated by the terrible timing of these converging events. His eye glows with a fierce purple light, reflecting his dire situation, as he acknowledges the severity of his predicament, his critical resource now at a mere 22. Suddenly, a massive burst of fiery energy erupts around him, engulfing the area in a brilliant, destructive aura. He curses as fiery debris begins to rain down around him, the air growing thick with heat and crackling energy. The magical phenomenon intensifies, with more glowing embers and burning leaves swirling through the air. A blinding light erupts, as the fire consumes everything in its path. He finds himself at the epicenter of a colossal pillar of flame, a cloud strike of pure destructive energy rising from the ground. The explosion expands rapidly, engulfing the entire area in a maelstrom of fire and light. Barely escaping the immediate blast, he flees, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. "I'm going to die like this." He pushes himself harder, his mind racing with the question, "Are they trying to burn me alive?" Meanwhile, the bearded opponent and his mounted companions approach the fiery spectacle, a guttural growl escaping him as he observes the chaos. They continue their relentless advance, their beasts thundering towards the heart of the magical eruption. Still on horseback, he glances back, a question escaping his lips as the fiery chaos engulfs the landscape. The air shimmers with residual magical energy. As the bearded man, now identified as Escrow, unleashes a devastating flameball, forcing Jin Seowon to continue his desperate flight, the mounted figures closing in behind him. A grim realization dawns on him. They are both riding horses, making escape by speed alone impossible. With a decisive move, he leaps from his mount, preparing to engage. Surrounded by a fierce, orange aura, he executes a powerful martial arts step, ready to meet the approaching threat head-on. Jin Seowon continues his desperate flight, his movements a blur of speed and fiery energy. Behind him, the bearded opponent, Escrow, curses his speed, ordering his men not to let him escape. His voice echoes with a chilling command, "Chase him down and kill him at once." But Jin Seowon has other plans, his hand gripping a staff, which glows with a fierce red energy. With a powerful surge of flame, he hurls the weapon back at his pursuers. The staff becomes a blur, streaking through the air with deadly precision. It impacts with a sickening thud, impaling itself into the ground amidst a spray of red. Leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, Jin Seowon continues his relentless escape. He glances back, his eyes glowing with an ethereal purple light, as Escrow's voice rings out in disbelief. "What? That guy just threw through my axe." A sharp blade slices across Jin Seowon's face, drawing blood as the force of the impact sends him reeling. Another strike connects with his torso, sending more crimson droplets into the air. He tumbles through the open air, the glint of the sword still visible as he falls. Yet, with a powerful twist, he manages to land on his feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing firm, the young man grips his staff, ready for another confrontation. With a sudden, explosive motion, he hurls the staff forward, a blur against the distant landscape. As a soft blue glow begins to emanate from his body, he realizes he needs to concentrate his inner energy. The energy surges, crackling with blue lightning, gathering intensely in his outstretched hand. He becomes enveloped in a swirling vortex of azure light, small fragments of debris floating around him as his power fully manifests. Jin Seowon moves with blinding speed, a trail of crackling blue energy following his every motion. As he unleashes a devastating attack with a fierce cry, "Die!" His form is now fully enveloped in a swirling, vibrant blue aura, his eyes burning with intense power. The concentrated energy surges forward, a torrent of pure force, tearing through the air towards his target. The hooded opponent is caught squarely by the blast, blood erupting from his chest as he recoils violently. The impact continues to drive through him, sending his weapon spinning away amidst a spray of crimson. He is thrown backward, a helpless figure against the overwhelming power. A low grunt escapes him as he surveys the damage, the blood staining his arm a stark reminder of the cost of battle. From a distance, a new figure on horseback observes the scene, a warning echoing across the desolate landscape that this opponent was not to be underestimated. His presence alone suggested a higher caliber of foe, far beyond the common adversaries they had faced. The lone rider stood silhouetted against the vast, sandy expanse, a harbinger of the challenges yet to come. Suddenly, a sharp instinct jolted him, his eyes snapping wide with an urgent awareness. A chilling realization dawned, confirming the presence of an unseen danger. Turning sharply, he faced the direction of the threat, his dark cloak billowing around him as he prepared for the inevitable. A barrage of arrows and spears descended from above, some already striking the sand with a sickening thud, splattering blood. With lightning reflexes, he moved, deflecting a projectile that would have found its mark, blood spraying from the impact. As the volley of projectiles rained down, he moved with practiced speed, deflecting one with a swift kick of his leg, a ripple of blue energy marking the impact. Yet, not all could be stopped, and a sharp impact sent a spray of blood across the ground. Another arrow, dark and feathered, struck with a heavy thud, embedding itself nearby. A searing pain shot through his shoulder as a projectile found its mark, eliciting a pained grunt from him. From the shadows, a horde of mounted archers emerged, their forms indistinct as they unleashed a relentless storm of arrows. He gritted his teeth, the air around him thick with the whistling of incoming shafts. Overwhelmed by the sheer number, he dropped to one knee, arrows impacting the ground around him with violent force. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm, reacting to something unseen. "Enro, the horse." As if in response, a brilliant, star-like burst of energy erupted, pushing back the encroaching darkness. As the ambush continues, an unseen assailant draws back a bowstring, the arrow's tip glinting ominously in the dim light. From the snowy, barren woods, two hooded figures emerge, their bows drawn and ready to fire. Meanwhile, one of the hooded figures plummets down a sheer cliff face, while another stands at the precipice, observing the fall. The archer at the top of the cliff looks down, their gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. Amidst the relentless assault, Jin Seowon's eyes narrow, a frustrated "damn it," escaping his thoughts. As the pressure mounts, an unseen voice echoes, declaring, "There's no escape." A holographic display materializes, showcasing Jin Seowon's current status as the world's strongest survivor, his portrait centered amidst various statistics and skill icons. Meanwhile, across a desolate, windswept plain, a small group of armored figures presses forward, their heavy cloaks billowing in the harsh air. One of them, an archer, keeps a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The ground beneath their feet shows signs of recent passage, and a voice warns that getting caught off guard would be the worst-case scenario. Another, a spearman, adds that if this scented monster makes its move, things could escalate quickly. As they approach a dark, imposing structure in the distance, the spearman curses, realizing enemies are already swarming in. The archer turns to his companion, asking what their next move should be. But Jin Seowon is already in motion, sprinting ahead, leaving his confused companions to wonder what happened to this scented monster he claimed he would handle alone, and if he's already engaged the threat. He moves through the desolate landscape, his spear held ready, another cloaked figure keeping pace beside him. Turning to his companion, Jin Seowon declares, "At this point, the rest of them are going to have to die." A grim determination hardens his gaze, a smear of blood on his cheek, as he considers the situation. What they truly want is for him to be on their side, protecting their team. Blue energy crackles around him as he resolves, "If they think I'm going to become a dog serving them, they're dead wrong. I'm going to use them for my own planning, so I can go into it with my own pace. I'm getting last." His eyes glow with fierce intent as he asks himself, "And then, how are you going to make them pay?" His grip tightens on the glowing spear, a sound of impact echoing as he declares, "It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. I'll kill them all." As he continues forward, another hooded figure cautions, "Hey, there's no need to provoke the monsters like that." He warns his companions that if they do not wish to die, they should get lost now, as this is just the beginning. A scoff escapes him as he remarks that his opponent certainly has some guts. He then adds that it doesn't look like much, but it still contains something. His electric blue eyes narrow as he declares, there's no way he's letting anyone from the outside world get out of here alive. A spear of pure, glowing energy materializes in his hand. The elf-like companion, his expression etched with concern, asks if he's really going to fight them all. The green-haired figure stands beside a human companion, both looking towards the protagonist. Jin Seowon's gaze remains unwavering as he responds that he doesn't even have to fight them. The elf-like companion, still perplexed, asks what he means by that. A masked individual, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light, addresses someone with a single, dismissive word. In their hand, they hold a shimmering, intricate artifact, a circle stone of the 4th tier, a rare and powerful item. The masked figure continues, asserting that any mage would understand the immense value of such a stone, as Jin Seowon listens intently. Holding the glowing artifact aloft, the cloaked individual emphasizes its rarity, suggesting it's a significant find for someone like him. Jin Seowon, now facing the figure directly, acknowledges the stone's worth, noting it could fetch a fortune. He remains silent for a moment, contemplating the implications, before the cloaked figure declares their intention to present a proposal. The scene widens, revealing a desolate, rocky landscape where several groups of individuals stand scattered, observing the exchange between Jin Seowon and the masked figure. Jin Seowon looks down, his thoughts turning to the team responsible for discovering such a valuable item. The cloaked figure, seemingly aware of his contemplation, concludes their statement, explaining that this neutrality is precisely why they aren't taking sides. He considers the masked figure's proposal, deciding, all right then, reach. But the figure quickly cuts him off, declaring, I'm not interested in your proposal. I'll just take it. With that declaration, a glowing orb slams into the ground, and a voice rings out, fight. 3 masked figures, shrouded in dark, swirling energy, stand ready for the impending conflict. Jin Seowon faces them down, a lone figure against 3 determined opponents. As he launches himself forward, the masked leader's voice echoes, it's only natural to take what you want if you have the power to do so. The leader's thoughts continue, revealing their strategy. Using a useless item to stall 4 people at once is a small price to pay. But Jin Seowon is a blur of motion, his body enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, closing the distance with incredible speed. After the dust settles, he looks down at a small creature, muttering, all done. Still feeling a little tired, though. A few minutes later, the immediate aftermath of the confrontation begins to fade. He stands at the heart of the rift, the very spot where he had placed the pill, a sense of unease settling over him. A shiver runs down his spine as he realizes it feels as though a boss monster is about to appear at any moment. Suddenly, the surrounding trees begin to crack and splinter. The sound of breaking wood echoing through the air as an unseen force tears through the forest. His eyes widen in surprise, a sharp gasp escaping him. A vibrant pink energy begins to swirl and coalesce, pulsating with immense power. Crouching low, he realizes with a jolt that the enemy must have already been there, hidden in plain sight. From the swirling energy, a hand emerges, wreathed in a fierce, orange glow, the unmistakable sign of Escrow's flame. He stares at the fiery manifestation, a profound understanding dawning on him about the sheer power of this chi. He watches the approaching creatures, a thought forming that he doesn't need to worry about them if he handles it himself. But then a chilling realization hits him. How did they catch up so fast? Before he can react, a massive, fiery explosion erupts from above, engulfing him as Escrow descends with devastating force. The bearded opponent's voice booms through the inferno, declaring that Jin Seowon's little tricks bought him some time, but that ends now. Escrow's flames intensify, roaring around Jin Seowon, trapping him within a searing vortex. The inferno rages. But from within the blaze, Jin Seowon begins to channel his power, initiating the martial phantom arts, shadowy figures manifesting behind him as he prepares his counter. With a sudden burst, his own fiery energy erupts, pushing back against Escrow's assault. The force of the counterattack sends Escrow reeling, engulfed in the very flames he had wielded moments before. The fiery impact continues to consume him, skull-like embers flickering within the inferno. The redirected flames continued their relentless assault, engulfing Escrow in a searing inferno, his screams echoing as the intense heat consumed him. The fiery impact raged, a blinding display of raw power. An unseen observer noted the futility of escape, realizing he could no longer evade the attack. Slowly, the inferno began to dissipate, leaving only faint traces of its destructive energy. A chilling, ethereal silence then fell over the area, replacing the heat with an unsettling calm. From a distance, 2 cloaked figures observed the aftermath, one holding an axe, regretting not having intervened more forcefully. The second figure, more pragmatic, concluded their target was likely dead and urged them to leave before drawing unwanted attention. As the 2 cloaked figures prepared to leave the scene of Escrow's defeat, one of them, more assertive, questioned, aren't we taking his items? The other, more cautious, dismissed the idea. I've already got rare gear, so I don't really care. Their leader, Escrow, a high-ranked hunter, had been defeated by a single blow, a stark reminder of the power they had just witnessed. The cautious figure lamented the lost opportunity for proper gear, knowing they would have to return to the guild, but then a thought struck him. As they walked away from the fallen escrow, the assertive figure pressed, "So what? With this, we'll have to go back to the guild, won't we?" The cautious one, however, was already considering a different path, warning, "You're going to go down there? It's too dangerous, I'm telling you." He paused, looking down into the darkness, muttering, "I'll think about it," even as he reiterated, "I'm telling you, it's too dangerous to go down there." The assertive figure, already moving towards the chasm's edge, warned him, "If you fall, I'm going to leave you immediately." Meanwhile, Jin Seowon stood at the precipice, observing the rope descending into the abyss, and wondered aloud, "Hey, what's the point of using a rope?" He stared into the dark depths, his resolve hardening. "I'll get down no matter what, just watch. I'll cut it." With a glowing blade, he severed the rope, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he mused, "Well, see, we're supposed to be hunters, we have some faith, right?" A shadowy figure looms, its voice echoing, "Child." As a young, cloaked figure plummets through an ethereal void, an unexpected encounter, a chance encounter, he remembers. Only a handful of high-ranked mages are capable of casting other spells while floating, yet the child was falling, helpless in the vast emptiness. In those moments, he was merely a child who had yet to mature, adrift in a memory. The vision fades, replaced by the present-day chasm, as a voice assures, "We're almost there." Another cloaked figure, armored and complaining, finds the descent anything but easy, lamenting, "Easy for you to say. It's clearing my eyes." The first figure retorts, reminding him, "You're the one who insisted on coming after being told not to." The chasm walls rush past, a blur of jagged rock as they continue their rapid descent. The complaining figure screams, "WAH," as the red aura of their rapid fall intensifies. "Hey, what are you doing? That was dangerous." Jin Seowon exclaims, plummeting further into the chasm. Meanwhile, a bloodied sword drips crimson, splattering against the unseen depths below. The armored figure, still clutching the weapon, continues their rapid descent, the air rushing past them. Both figures fall through the vast, dark chasm, until they finally hit the ground with a jarring impact. A blue aura flares around Jin Seowon as he realizes, they're here already. He plummets downward, the cloaked figure close behind, as a voice echoes, "After all this time, are you?" Before they both crash into the depths below, sending a powerful burst of blue energy and water high into the air, as shards of ice rain down around them. Submerged in the murky water, Jin Seowon's eyes widen in shock, realizing they are not alone. The cloaked figure's gaze, sharp and unblinking through their mask, scans the dark surroundings. As Jin Seowon rises from the water, a faint red glow emanates from his hand, facing a silent, shadowy crowd that has gathered before them. The armored figure's voice cuts through the tension, demanding, "Who killed that mage?" As someone wonders if the opponent could still be alive, the bearded man unleashes a torrent of blue energy, his arm blurring with intent. The powerful, blue-tinged blow connects, striking its target with visible force. But before he can savor the impact, the bearded man's eyes widen in a gasp of shock and pain. The tables suddenly turned. A devastating strike lands, Jin Seowon's eye glowing with fierce, red power as the blow shatters bone. He is now fully enveloped in a crimson aura, his entire form radiating raw, untamed energy. Driving a fist charged with crackling purple energy, he buries it deep into his opponent. The assault continues without pause, his arm a blur of red-tinged motion. He recoils from the impact, a surge of blue energy flaring around him, but his resolve remains unbroken. Instead, he surges forward, a blur of motion leaving ice shards in his wake. And with a command, his weapon transforms, a glowing chain sword extending with lethal intent. The blade whips through the air, a streak of light. It connects with a sharp impact, and he expertly manipulates the chain, guiding the weapon with precision. The bearded opponent's eyes glow red in surprise, acknowledging the skill of his adversary. What a tricky opponent. The chain sword continues its relentless assault, delivering another powerful, blood-splattering blow. The chain sword continued its relentless assault, tearing through the bearded opponent's defenses with brutal efficiency. Each segment of the blade found its mark, drawing crimson arcs against the dark backdrop. The opponent's arm, already battered, suffered another deep laceration as the weapon coiled around him. He reeled from the continuous impacts, his body struggling to withstand the barrage. A powerful surge of blue energy erupted from Jin Seowon, his form radiating an intense aura as he prepared his next move. His hand, glowing with the same vibrant blue, tightened its grip. With eyes now burning crimson, he spoke with chilling disdain, "If you can't even endure this." His voice, cold and resolute, "You're not worthy of my blade." As the heavenly demon's eyes glowed crimson, his declaration echoed with absolute authority. With his eyes burning crimson, Jin Seowon dismisses his opponent, declaring them unworthy of his attention. A powerful surge of energy erupts, sending him plummeting downwards. He falls through a torrent of blue energy and water, his crimson gaze still fixed ahead. The descent continues, the blue currents swirling around him. As he plunges deeper, bubbles begin to rise from the dark depths. The water around him shifts to a vibrant blue, filled with the ascending spheres. Still falling, his form is silhouetted against the effervescent blue, his eyes a stark, glowing red. The uncontrolled descent continues, carrying him deeper into the unknown aquatic realm. Still plummeting through the dark depths, Jin Seowon's form is enveloped in a vibrant blue energy, the force of his earlier attack propelling him deeper into the water, surrounded by a flurry of bubbles. His hand, still crackling with residual power, glows with the same intense blue as he continues his rapid descent. Nearby, the bearded opponent struggles desperately, his pleas for forgiveness gurgling through the water, a direct consequence of Jin Seowon's overwhelming force. As the blue energy around his hand pulses once more, a faint sound of distress echoes through the watery expanse. Suddenly, his eyes blaze crimson, and a dark, blood-red aura erupts around him, signifying the reawakening of his heavenly demon state as he continues his uncontrolled descent. After what feels like an eternity, he finds himself at the bottom, straining to lift two heavy wooden chests from the murky water, wondering at their unexpected weight. A thought crosses his mind, a practical lesson learned from his watery ordeal. He should probably avoid fighting underwater from now on. Finally, standing on solid ground beside one of the retrieved chests, a soft green aura now emanates from his body, a new energy settling around him. As a fog ring skill activates, increasing speed in the direction it's thrown, a hunter scroll of grade E is released, marking the closest target. The cloaked figure muses, thinking it could have been a much tougher fight if the opponent hadn't been defenseless during the struggle. His glowing purple eyes fixate on a blade, realizing this must be the legendary whip-like sword. A system message details the fog ring as a skill for target location and teleportation, but he laments not having enough mana to use it at the moment. He surveys the icy landscape, noting the pillar of light had also been here. Now joined by Jin Seowon, the cloaked figure walks through the snow, hearing him remark, they appear to be a bit late. Their gaze falls upon a weathered wooden chest, emanating a faint, eerie green glow. He surveys the icy cavern, wondering if anything of value could possibly remain in such a desolate place. The cloaked figure, however, dismisses the thought, stating that nothing of worth would still be here. As Jin Seowon considers this, a memory flashes through the cloaked figure's mind. He recalls a moment of intense combat, blood erupting from his back as an unseen assailant strikes, a voice echoing that he wouldn't be allowed to escape. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Yet even as his eyes glow with pain and defiance, he acknowledges that he's barely taking any damage. A few hours later, the icy landscape remains, but the immediate tension has subsided. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, announcing that the final position will now be displayed. The cloaked figure, still visibly weary, pants heavily, his red glowing eyes fixed on the unseen display. The system's final position reveals a brutal aftermath, where the formidable escrow stands triumphant amidst a field of defeated foes, a ding echoing the grim tally of survivors. The green glowing figures, now mere remnants, confirm the grim count, with only 101 out of 200 remaining. Meanwhile, high above the carnage, the cloaked figure gazes down at the scene, a faint blue glow illuminating the air around him. His expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. From their vantage point on a rocky outcrop, the cloaked figure and his companion observe the distant victor, the cloaked figure muttering about the powerful presence emanating from below. His companion, a smaller human, turns to a green-haired, pointed-eared figure, questioning if the distant victor is the same individual who fled earlier. The green-haired figure, deep in thought, ponders the implications of the battle's outcome, wondering if they are indeed the true winners. Suddenly, a violent impact erupts, splattering blood across the darkness. A hand, clad in a blue sleeve, reaches out desperately, covered in crimson as a life-threatening injury takes hold. As his vision flickers, a voice echoes, "Child." He lies broken, blood staining the ground around him, his only thoughts consumed by the primal urge to survive. Regaining some composure, he realizes the truth. His attackers possessed far greater mana than he did, explaining the severity of his wounds. He laments his perpetual misfortune. Despite his current abysmal stats, level 1 across the board, a fierce resolve hardens his gaze. He vows to grow stronger. Navigating the treacherous canyon, he considers his next move, thinking he should find a secluded spot to hide and boost his stats. His journey continues through the winding passages, until he finally discovers a small, dark cave, a temporary sanctuary from the dangers outside. Inside, he pulls out a glowing green mana stone, allowing him to finally sit down and begin the long process of recovery. Using the mana stone and an elixir will take at least 6 hours. He wonders when he last truly rested, the constant running making the time feel like an eternity. He continues his journey, the hours passing quickly as he walks through the desolate landscape. 6 hours later, under the cover of night, he feels his mana finally beginning to recover, thanks to the circle stone. The darkness, he muses, plays to his advantage. A system notification chimes, displaying his current status: name, Aoyama Haruto, race, human, class, martial artist, mage, inner energy, 310, mana, 40, circle 4, strength, 50, stamina, 45, agility, 42, magic resistance, 90. He acknowledges that this method is definitely the best way to increase inner energy. But compared to his experiences in the first game, his current power is still nothing. A thought crosses his mind, a dangerous desire to absorb mana from other people. He surveys the desolate landscape, a quiet hum of curiosity escaping him. A small cut on his cheek, he notes that some still remain. He recalls the others, their desperate faces, the way they seemed to belong together, a stark contrast to his own isolated existence, feeling as though he never truly fit in with them. The ground around him glows with a faint green energy, remnants of the struggle. As the relentless player hunting continued through the night, only ceasing with the first light of dawn. Under the pale crescent moon, the world slowly transitioned from night to day. A system window materializes, confirming the passage of time. It is now the third day of Cloyd's survival. A sigh escapes him as he wonders how many have already fallen out of the game. Settling onto a worn suitcase, he raises a hand, summoning a glowing orange system window to check the current status of the survival game. As the system continued to update, a new notification appeared, revealing that only 42 out of 100 players remained. Another alert chimed, announcing that the location of a buffed monster had been marked on the map, now visible to him. He considered the implications, wondering if this was the true beginning of the challenge. The system further clarified that the buffed monster's location was highlighted by a red circle on his interface. Observing the proximity, he mused that it was close enough to investigate. He knew that as the number of participants dwindled, the intensity of the battles would only escalate. However, the potential for a significant buff was too great to ignore. Now clad in a protective cloak, he noted the system's description. The buffed monster was demonic in nature. He began his trek across the desolate terrain, believing the encounter could prove beneficial. A low, guttural growl echoes through the dark space, a sound of immense power emanating from the shadowy form of a colossal monster. Standing before the towering beast, Jin Seowon, cloaked and resolute, takes in its overwhelming scale. He considers the challenge, realizing that such a creature would typically require at least 6 full parties to defeat. As the monster's massive, glowing yellow eye focuses on him, a subtle shift in the air signals its awareness. His expression tightens, a mix of shock and grim determination crossing his face as the true weight of the encounter settles upon him. A sharp hiss cuts through the air, followed by a wet splatter against the ground. From the shadows, a colossal cobra-like creature emerges, its dark scales shimmering. Jin Seowon stares at the monstrous forms before him, a thought forming in his mind. He had expected a mere werewolf, not this. And they hadn't sent 2 people to take care of him, but 6. Before he can fully process the implications, a furry beast lunges, its gaping maw filling his vision. A guttural roar erupting as its throat glows with menacing red energy. The suddenness of the attack leaves him wide-eyed with shock, his feet planted firmly on the rocky terrain. Meanwhile, the colossal snake's eyes begin to glow with an ominous yellow light, its gaze fixed on him. The massive crocodile-like creature lets out a guttural sound, its body still partially submerged. Walking away from the dark, cavernous entrance, Jin Seowon feels a sudden calm wash over him, making him question the abrupt shift in his emotional state. He considers that the effect might be range-limited, noting how even the colossal beast failed to detect him when he was in close proximity. From a distance, the massive creature remains, a testament to the dungeon's rule. Once a kill is made, the monsters abandon the site. He decides to leave the area for now, his mana reserves nearly depleted. A few minutes later, he continues his journey along a winding forest path. He glances back, contemplating the daunting prospect of facing 6 opponents after such an exhausting battle, regretting that he couldn't unleash his full power. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features. With a swift motion, he unleashes a powerful wind blade, sending multiple sharp projectiles tearing through the air. The green energy strikes its unseen target. But instead of the expected impact, his spell shatters with a sudden, unexpected force, dissipating into a cloud of green particles. A child's cry echoes through the forest, startling him. And he looks around in disbelief, a quiet apology escaping his lips as he realizes his mistake. His eyes widen in disbelief, the image of a young boy holding a phone flashing before him, confirming his worst fears. A single word escapes his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the gravity of his mistake. Before he can fully process the situation, he grabs one of the cloaked figures, demanding answers about the child's presence. His expression shifts, a sudden realization dawning on him as he processes the implications of their presence. The cloaked figures waste no time, launching a surprise attack that he barely manages to block with a hastily summoned barrier. He retaliates instantly, a powerful punch connecting squarely with one attacker's face. As the other cloaked figure lunges, revealing glowing red eyes and a scar, a sharp pain forces a cry from him. The attacker's fangs sink in, drawing blood, but his resolve only hardens. A green aura flares around him as he moves with renewed speed, ready to turn the tide. He unleashes a powerful kick, a vibrant green aura flaring around his leg as it connects with the dreadlocked opponent. The impact sends shards of green energy scattering, momentarily forming a defensive shield as the opponent's guard is completely broken. The dreadlocked figure stumbles back, a pained groan escaping him. His mind flashes to the image of a small, injured child whose body had been covered in wounds, only healed by precious scrolls. The memory fuels his fury, and he snarls, condemning his opponent as the lowest scum. The dreadlocked man, taken aback, mumbles in surprise, realizing his opponent's strength far exceeds what he had anticipated. Jin Seowon's hand begins to glow with an intense, pulsing orange-red energy, his voice cold as he declares his intent to kill. He lunges forward, enveloped in the fiery aura, vowing to claim all of his opponent's power for himself. A concentrated orb of raw, destructive energy bursts forth, hurtling towards the dreadlocked figure. Jin Seowon unleashes the full force of his orange-red energy, a blazing sphere of power erupting from his hand, expanding rapidly with explosive force, as scattered particles of intense heat fill the air. Observing the aftermath, he acknowledges the abnormality of his flame spell, vowing that his opponent will be burnt to a crisp. From the swirling energy, Akira Nakano's voice cuts through, accusing him of relying on brute power due to a lack of skill. Jin Seowon, however, calmly corrects him, stating that his understanding of power is mistaken. Akira, visibly frustrated, can't comprehend how a simple spell could be so effective, questioning how his opponent remains unharmed. Suddenly, an unseen force strikes Akira Nakano, sending him recoiling with a pained gasp. Distorted by pain, he cries out, begging for the relentless assault to stop. Still reeling from the unseen assault, he hears a voice taunt him, asking if he's truly afraid, as blood splatters around him. The voice continues, comparing his current ordeal to the hell another had endured, and Jin Seowon watches the crimson spray, his expression unreadable. A guttural cry escapes Akira Nakano as his hand, adorned with rings, begins to bleed profusely, the unseen force tearing at him. More blood erupts, accompanied by a sickening gurgle, as the attack intensifies. Finally, Akira Nakano collapses, his body drenched in his own blood, the unseen assault having run its course. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lush, sun-dappled forest, where a much younger Akira Nakano crouches, his eyes wide with apprehension. A voice calls out to him, asking if he's a kid, and the boy nervously responds with a hesitant "why yes." Jin Seowon stands over the child, inquiring about the old man who raised him, and the young Akira Nakano struggles to form a reply. He finally manages to stammer out that he is 9 years old, and the old man is his. In a verdant forest, Jin Seowon addresses a small boy, asking if it's good or bad to be alone in such a place. He then inquires if this is the boy's first time here, before offering a helping hand. With a gentle expression, he assures the child, "I can't just leave you like this. Let me give you a hand." As the boy looks down at a glowing blue item, a jerky bag appears in his inventory, prompting him to wonder aloud what these strange objects are. Jin Seowon explains that he's already a Circle 4 mage, and that the boy will soon understand, adding that everyone starts somewhere and grows stronger. He then turns and begins to walk away, leaving the boy to follow a few steps behind. The boy, still clutching the glowing item, looks up with a surprised expression, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and confusion. He quickly catches up to Jin Seowon, offering a heartfelt, if slightly breathless, "Thank you so much." Jin Seowon reflects that he wasn't much different from that child just 2 months ago. He wonders if Jang Doughton is truly gone, his thoughts drifting to the past. Without the cloaked figure's intervention, he knows he would have perished in the cloud survival long ago. A flicker of frustration crosses his face, a silent acknowledgement of his past weakness. He remembers the boss monster, a formidable foe that had once seemed insurmountable. And then, the name surfaces in his mind, Hayami Ren. Akira Nakano, the man he associates with that name, appears in his memory, a figure of authority. He recalls the emissaries, those who had been dispatched from the organization. Now, with renewed purpose, he runs, determined to finish what he started and recover what was lost. The forest stretches out around him, silent witnesses to his resolve. He moves through the dense forest, his steps quiet on the overgrown path, a map guiding his way as he mutters, "Oh, found them. According to the map, they should be around here." Nearby, a cloaked figure sits silently on a gnarled tree root, observing a small, glowing insect-like monster as a voice asks if it's the last one, receiving confirmation that there's no mistake. Soon, a tense confrontation unfolds around the defeated form of a massive boss monster, as an older man with a gray beard angrily reminds them, "We agreed to split the loot in the boss area, remember?" He continues, his voice firm, "That was the boss, but we got it." Another man, his face contorted in anger, shouts, "You stole the final hit and still have the nerve to talk?" A man with an axe steps forward, defending their actions, stating, "That was the boss, and we got it, so it's ours." Harsh. "No, we don't take what isn't ours." The cloaked figure, their face still obscured by shadow, responds with a cutting remark, "Lot preaching about honor. Sure know how to twist it when it suits you." The tension hangs heavy in the air as he stands his ground. The green-robed figures continue their accusations, demanding a share of the loot, with one of them asserting that no one will be getting a share, before declaring there's only one way forward. A hand extends, shimmering with a faint, light blue glow. As a female figure steps forward, her form radiating a fierce red aura. She vows to eliminate them with every ounce of her strength. The cloaked figure simply challenges her to prove it. Jin Seowon, taken aback, questions the cloaked figure's words, while Akira Nakano interjects, stating that their words are futile as no one can hear them. As the tension mounts, a new, cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, his red eyes gleaming as he addresses someone with a condescending, drawn-out, child. His words hang heavy in the air, eliciting a visceral reaction from Jin Seowon, who glares back with profound disgust, muttering, "What a disgusting bastard." A cloaked figure confronts a kneeling man, demanding he finally reveal himself. The kneeling figure remains silent. As the cloaked figure presses on, calling out a name, Aoyama Haruto, he then turns to Akira Nakano, holding up a glowing purple core, reminding him, "You promised me you'd bring me the magic core. Don't tell me you forgot. Don't tell me you don't have it. I'm not going to be happy." Observing from a distance, Jin Seowon realizes the cloaked figure is merely bluffing, using his name to demand a higher price. A faint blue aura begins to emanate from his hand. While Akira Nakano and another man look on, wondering what the next move will be. With his eyes glowing with resolve, Jin Seowon concludes that the cloaked figure is deliberately manipulating the situation, seeking an even greater reward against them. With a final, dismissive wave, the cloaked figure declares his departure, leaving the kneeling Akira Nakano to confirm his part of the bargain, clutching the glowing magic core. As panic begins to ripple through the other onlookers, one attempts to reassure the frightened crowd. While Jin Seowon's intense gaze remains fixed on the unfolding drama, a collective sigh of relief washes over the group, their fear momentarily subsiding. Among them, a figure with light hair stands, observing the scene. His back is turned, his posture reflecting the tension of the moment. The cloaked figure continues his retreat into the dense forest, his parting words still echoing. As Jin Seowon's eyes narrow, his thoughts now solely focused on the magic core. A powerful blue energy erupts around him, swirling intensely as he descends through the air. The raw power coalesces, forming a distinct, glowing symbol within its core. He stands firm amidst the expanding aura, a beacon of blue light against the encroaching darkness. The energy surges outward, creating a wide, protective field around him. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the forest, a cloaked figure observes the unfolding chaos, dismissing the struggling combatants as nothing more than a perfectly disorganized mob. He mutters with disdain, believing the mages to be utterly useless, mere ants at heart, and wonders how easily everything is falling apart. A dark amusement flickers in his tone as he decides it is time for him to join the fray and have some fun. But the blue light fades, and the protagonist lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by dark, shimmering particles, his efforts seemingly in vain. Standing over a defeated opponent, the cloaked figure's voice drips with contempt, asking if they still believe they can fight, now that their power has been stolen. Meanwhile, Akira Nakano, looking back over his shoulder, expresses surprise that their target fell for the deception so easily. Across the forest, a powerful blue energy streaks through the trees, a resonant boom echoing through the air. The energy continues its rapid trajectory, slicing through the air with a sharp, metallic sound. Akira, now facing his assembled group, instructs them to await his signal, a massive blue energy sphere glowing ominously behind them. In another part of the forest, a man in yellow armor, surrounded by his own allies, reacts with frustrated disbelief, questioning the unexpected presence of someone at this critical moment. Akira, his expression hardening, declares that he will leave the rest to his father. The cloaked figure, still standing over the defeated foe and now wielding a staff with a glowing purple orb, snaps back in frustration, demanding if he's truly expected to enjoy this to the fullest. The man in yellow armor, his jaw set, looks on with grim determination. He gathers the crackling energy, preparing his attack. With a fierce declaration, he unleashes chain lightning. The raw power surges forth, striking the ground with a deafening crack, engulfing Jin Seowon where he lies. The electrical storm intensifies, consuming the area in a blinding yellow light. Each bolt a concussive impact. The relentless assault continues. A maelstrom of pure electrical force. A guttural scream tears from him, the lingering electrical currents from the chain lightning still coursing through his body. Yet even in his agony, a single thought pierces through the haze. The previous attacker had only suppressed people, not killed them. From a distance, a woman in green robes watches, her eyes wide with disbelief, muttering to herself about the sheer power contained within a single spell. Still on the ground, Jin Seowon's gaze snaps towards her, a sharp challenge in his voice as he calls out, "Yo, lady." His expression hardens, a clear warning in his tone. If you want to run away, you're gonna get hurt. With a sudden burst of raw power, he launches himself forward, a crimson aura flaring around him as he delivers a devastating physical blow. The impact reverberates through the air, sending shockwaves and red particles scattering. Without missing a beat, his hand glows with an ethereal blue light, ice particles swirling around his palm. He unleashes a torrent of frigid energy, a powerful ice breath, tearing through the space before him. The icy assault continues, shattering into sharp shards as it impacts an unseen target. His devastating ice attack, the hammer's frost, erupts with blinding blue light and freezing particles. As one of his opponents, a man in a brown jacket, recoils in fury, unable to believe such a cowardly technique is being used against him. He braces himself, his foot slamming down. But Jin Seowon descends like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful strike with a chilling command to die. The ice spreads, engulfing the outstretched hand of the woman in green robes as she attempts to block the assault. Her face contorting in disbelief at the sheer power that could turn someone into frost. The frost rapidly consumes her arm and shoulder, leaving her stunned and questioning the reality of the attack. Meanwhile, the man in the brown jacket recoils, his eyes wide with shock and pain as the ice consumes him too, the unexpected force overwhelming his defenses, culminating in a violent impact that draws blood. The air crackles with raw energy as a woman in green robes looks up, her eyes wide with shock, the sheer force of the lightning attack washing over her. Hovering above the fray, surrounded by a brilliant yellow aura, Jin Seowon asserts his control, warning his adversaries not to redirect the electricity into the ground. The powerful electrical discharge continues to spread, covering the very ground beneath their feet in a shimmering, dangerous glow. A man in a brown jacket watches, his face etched with disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent could wield such an ability. He clarifies, explaining that by coating his body with inner energy, he can absorb and redirect the flow of qi, even channeling the electricity into the ground. The woman, still reeling, questions the ease with which he speaks of such a feat, knowing it requires advanced inner energy control, a skill far beyond simple difficulty. The man, now understanding the true nature of the attack, realizes they are actively absorbing the lightning, not just deflecting it. With a final, chilling declaration, Jin Seowon vows to eliminate them himself, his resolve unwavering amidst the crackling energy. Amidst the dense, dark foliage of the forest, a sudden, violent motion tears through the air. As a blinding flash of chain lightning erupts, striking down with immense power. One of the cloaked figures, the target of the assault, glows with a fierce yellow energy, uttering a frustrated cry about the damn invader. The energy is not absorbed, but channeled, as the figure redirects the electricity into a nearby tree, leaving an observer stunned by the sight. Akira Nakano, holding his golden disc, watches the display with wide eyes, remarking that he has never witnessed such a unique application of magic. His gaze drops as the full implication dawns on him. They are not merely deflecting the attacks, but actively absorbing the energy. Before the cloaked figure can fully process the situation, Jin Seowon strikes, a blur of motion as he unleashes a devastating purple energy attack directly into his opponent. He moves with incredible speed. A mere afterimage in the forest's dim light, closing the distance in an instant. His purple energy strike slams into the cloaked figure, the force of the impact sending ripples through the air. As the attack continues to overwhelm his opponent, the man in the yellow outfit watches, a gasp escaping him, wondering if this was truly a human using such arts. His eyes widen in disbelief. A system notification flashes, confirming the defeat of Pike by Aoyama Haruto, a revelation that further stuns the observer. Elsewhere, Akira Nakano's expression tightens, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, remaining silent and processing the swift conclusion. A spray of blood erupts from the defeated figure. The yellow-clad man recoils, the sheer brutality of the blow evident. Standing over his fallen foe, Jin Seowon surveys the aftermath, a single, sharp exclamation of "damn" echoing through the forest. His eyes glow with an intense purple light as he addresses his opponent, a single word hanging heavy in the air. The green-robed man stares back in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him that he had truly misjudged his foe. He vows to make the arrogant man pay for his foolishness. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his shock palpable. Before he can even react, the protagonist has him firmly in his grasp, leaving him to question how such a swift defeat was possible. A stern warning follows, promising dire consequences for any further resistance. Standing amidst a flurry of glowing blue energy shards in the heart of the forest, Jin Seowon exudes an aura of undeniable power. He confronts his opponents, his voice laced with disdain, accusing them of having the audacity to invoke his name. With both Akira Nakano and the unnamed yellow outfit man now defeated and lying on the ground, he stands over them, his blade still drawn, a clear victor. His voice rings out, challenging their earlier bravado, reminding them that they had called him out, fully aware of the potential repercussions. With his eyes still glowing with power, he issues his final, unwavering demand, the ant's heart. The unnamed man, now clad in a dark hoodie, expresses his frustration. As an unseen trap snags him, a thin wire tightening across his face. Jin Seowon, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light, questions the attempt to deceive him. The unnamed man, now revealed to be holding a bow, scoffs, having seen through the decoy, an empty body left in his place. Jin Seowon dismisses his opponent's words, declaring he will simply kill him to confirm his identity, while the bow user, Akira Nakano, retorts, warning him not to underestimate a hunter. Akira Nakano draws his bowstring taut, red energy crackling around the arrow, confidently proclaiming that a bow user like him makes Jin Seowon easy prey. But before the arrow can fly, a swift blue energy slash cuts through the air, striking Akira Nakano and sending him hurtling backward through the forest. The battle concludes with a decisive strike, leaving a bloody weapon embedded in the ground, a testament to the swift victory. Standing over the defeated Akira Nakano and the bound unnamed man, Jin Seowon surveys the scene. Is victory complete? Akira Nakano stirs weakly on the forest floor, a soft groan escaping his lips. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, looking down at the defeated mage and asking, "Can I ask, just how many times have you failed him?" The cloaked figure's voice is cold and demanding. "How many times have you failed me?" Akira Nakano, still dazed, manages to respond. This is my second time." Hearing this, Jin Seowon's eyes flash with a vibrant yellow glow, a powerful aura beginning to emanate from him as he questions, "Huh?" His entire form becomes enveloped in crackling yellow lightning, his gaze sharp as he challenges. "For what? The second time? You're saying that because I'm your opponent." With a surge of raw power, he prepares his next attack, manifesting chain lightning in his hand. As the tension lingered, a single, ominous word escaped the cloaked figure's lips, echoing in the silence. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon, his gaze fixed upwards, reflected on his own actions, wondering if he had been too harsh, especially after encountering another individual from his original world. A sudden chime broke his contemplation, as a system notification appeared, detailing a kill, Aoyama Haruto, slain by Hayami Rin with a bow. Perhaps he had been too cold, the cloaked figure muses, regretting not having tried to acquire more from the other hunters. As a faint green energy emanates from his outstretched hand, he considers the unexpected strength of the high-rank monsters, which yielded more spirit stones than anticipated. The thought crosses his mind that the high-rank monsters had more spirit stones than he'd initially believed, a realization that makes Jin Seowon exclaim in surprise. He had initially dismissed Jin Seowon as merely a mage, but it seems the young man is also quite skilled in martial arts. Observing him closely, the cloaked figure concludes there's no easy way to truly gauge the full extent of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon, still reeling from the situation, questions aloud what they should do next. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, announcing the acquisition of a golden box. Another chime confirms it as a rare item, exclusively found in golden boxes, promising a random special weapon. He who kills the dragon will not be killed by the dragon's curse. He muses, his gaze fixed on the glowing object before him. No matter what, he vows, I'll make sure it doesn't come true. Reaching out to claim the golden box. Poor guy, he thinks, but I'll gladly make use of it. A sudden flash of light erupts from the box, its golden glow intensifying, bathing the surroundings in a brilliant, ethereal light. His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, this is... A system message appears, confirming his acquisition of a reforged rarity weapon box. He questions, is this a lie? Looking at the array of weapons before him, I guess I really am not my lucky day, he sighs, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He holds a small, glowing blue orb in his hand, deciding to simply toss it into his inventory for now. Suddenly, a voice echoes, asking about his master, and he reacts with a startled, what the? A towering, blue-skinned figure with horns and a confident smile appears, declaring that he must be incredibly lucky to have pulled him with the orb's power. Meanwhile, a system message flashes before Jin Seowon, confirming he has obtained a closed barrier, to which he simply acknowledges, right. The newly summoned Hammett then questions if Jin Seowon intends to fight for him, instead of some creepy piece of scrap metal. He dismisses the question, stating that he doesn't care, only that he's glad to finally stretch his limbs after so long. With a slight frown, he acknowledges that people might mistake him for a demon or devil, but clarifies that he is a god, introducing himself as Weapon God Hammett, the strongest god of all weapons in the world. As Hammett glows with a powerful blue aura, Jin Seowon looks up at the towering deity, casually remarking that he doesn't really use weapons. Hammett's blue eyes glow with shock and disbelief, as he exclaims, what? A bare-handed fighter. Still reeling from the revelation that his summoner disdains weapons, Hammett's thoughts echo with the question of whether such tools are even necessary for a hunter. Meanwhile, Jin Seowon examines a gauntlet that has appeared before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him despite its formless nature. This golden gauntlet, described as weighing nothing yet capable of shattering anything, is presented as a formidable artifact. Yet, Jin Seowon dismisses it with a wave of his hand, declaring he has already obtained his closed barrier and has no need for such a simple gauntlet. He then turns his attention to the weapon god, wondering aloud if Hammett will live up to his expectations. Another set of gauntlets appears, dark and flexible, designed to adapt to any weapon and offering feather-light weight. But Jin Seowon, holding the new gauntlet, simply reiterates his stance, declaring he needs no weapons and will simply punch his opponents. This defiant declaration leaves Hammett utterly bewildered, his expression shifting from shock to utter disbelief. The weapon god, now visibly agitated, demands to be heard, asserting his importance and warning against careless handling. He bellows, his voice echoing with frustration, demanding to know what kind of weapon is being sought, or if any weapon at all is truly desired. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observes, contemplating the situation, muttering to himself, let's see. He considers a weapon of extreme durability, one that could be used however he wished, but the weapon god immediately retorts, no, Hammett, You're telling me to become a mere weapon? His form glowing with ethereal power, he challenges. If you've never fought in your life, then be the substance. The cloaked figure remains still as the weapon god's voice rings out, insisting, I am telling you again, do not underestimate me. I am a weapon god. Still observing, the cloaked figure considers the implications, as Hammett adds, but this isn't half bad. A weapon god doesn't lie. Jin Seowon begins to wrap his hands, preparing for what's to come, while the weapon god's voice continues. So you have an idea how much power I have slept through to obtain me. His hands are meticulously bound, the white fabric tightening around his knuckles. With his preparations complete, Jin Seowon looks up, his gaze firm, and declares, yes, you're the one who is going to be my weapon. The weapon god, Hammett, reveals another layer of his power, stating that his divine abilities extend far beyond what has been shown. Intrigued, the cloaked figure questions if there could truly be more to his divine arsenal. Hammett confirms it with a confident declaration, while the cloaked figure internally wonders when such a development could have occurred. A system interface materializes, revealing the random ability box, a source of random skills or abilities that can be opened once a day, some of which possess the power to completely reverse battles or even rewrite the laws of physics. Hammett urges the cloaked figure to utilize this newfound power, promising an even greater surge in strength, to which the figure agrees, but only if Hammett promises to share his knowledge. Hammett questions the immediate need for such a promise, but the cloaked figure clarifies that the ability can be used at any desired moment. A look of annoyance crosses Hammett's face as he realizes his mistake, regretting having divulged information about such a potent secret. Later, amidst a glowing forest, the cloaked figure senses a shift in the air, a distinct feeling that someone is now targeting them. The sensation intensifies, confirming a direct and potent killing intent aimed squarely at them. Jin Seowon, cloaked and hooded, stands in a dark forest, a faint green energy swirling around his hands as he questions if some of them have returned. His thoughts drift to a past encounter, observing Akira Nakano, who expresses frustration at being unable to find the killer's traces. Hammett then interjects, dismissing the killer's survival and revealing how easily he acquired the necessary weapons from those mages. Back in the present, Seowon looks down at a glowing red symbol on the ground, deciding it's time to act, as a system notification confirms the use of a high-level teleportation scroll. The memory continues, with Akira Nakano suggesting they simply pretend the killer isn't dead and let him out, since his location remains unknown. Hammett confirms his ability to read Seowon's thoughts, acknowledging their shared bond. The connection between them manifests as a swirling vortex of red and orange energy. Suddenly, a red-fleshed arrow streaks through the air with deadly speed. It finds its mark, burying itself deep into Seowon's shoulder as he sharply turns his head, blood splattering from the impact. A sharp pain lances through him as the arrow finds its mark, blood splattering against the forest floor. From the shadows, a cloaked figure lowers their bow, having just loosed the deadly projectile. But before the assailant can even register their success, a sudden, searing energy erupts from the wounded man, engulfing the attacker in a scream of fiery agony. The cloaked figure, now a burning silhouette, plummets through the air. A wave of raw, orange-yellow power expands violently from the impact point. The sheer force of the blast rips through the surrounding area. With a heavy thud, the burning assailant finally hits the ground, defeated. Still lying wounded on the forest floor, his eyes now glowing with an ominous purple light, he unleashes a wave of power that sends multiple shadowy figures tumbling from their perches in the trees. As he remains on the ground, one assailant lies motionless nearby, while another shadowy form lingers in the background, observing the aftermath of the sudden, brutal counterattack. The cloaked figure stands over the fallen Jin Seowon, a faint green-blue aura still clinging to the air around him. He observes the motionless form, noting the absence of any kill confirmation. Elsewhere, a red-haired cloaked figure, holding a glowing orb, urgently commands her companions to find him quickly, sensing a sudden, powerful surge of mana. Back at the ambush site, the first cloaked figure draws another arrow, instructing his allies to deploy detection magic as a precaution. He pulls back the bowstring, aiming with deadly precision. But a sudden, unexpected development causes his eye to widen in surprise. A smirk then plays on his lips, a flicker of dark amusement replacing his shock. With a swift motion, he releases the arrow, a trail of blue energy following its flight. The projectile finds its mark, burying itself into a furry hide with a sickening thud. The arrow, loosed with deadly intent, finds its mark, striking a small, furry creature that had seemingly appeared to shield him, sending a spray of blood into the air. Yet, the cloaked figure can only stare in disbelief, uttering a shocked query as to how the target could have blocked such an attack with his bare hands. Standing amidst the glowing particles, Jin Seowon glances at the small creature on his shoulder, dismissing its efforts with a quiet, not quite, pretty useless. From a distance, Akira Nakano's face contorts in frustration, cursing the situation and ordering his allies to unleash all their magic upon the protagonist. But Jin Seowon is already in motion, a blur of speed closing the distance, as the primary cloaked figure hastily knocks another arrow, preparing for a follow-up shot. The small creature still perched on his shoulder, Jin Seowon muses that perhaps it truly does pay to pick up everything one finds. His foot slams down with powerful force, propelling him forward with incredible momentum. Before the cloaked figure can react, Jin Seowon is upon him, delivering a devastating kick directly to his head, sending blood spraying from the impact. The force of the blow sends the cloaked figure reeling, his dark garment now stained with crimson. As the impact reverberates, a spray of blood erupts into the air. Akira Nakano's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his target could have moved so swiftly from such a distance. Nearby, the unnamed yellow outfit man lets out a pained gasp. A purple aura flares around him as he admits, most are fools, but he was wrong about this one. Unconcerned with their reactions, Jin Seowon launches himself through the air, leaving the injured cloaked figure behind. From a distance, Hammett watches, a blue glow emanating from his form as he urges the target not to die yet. His gaze fixed on the scene, he muses that it's the first time he's witnessed someone escape his domain. Now standing beside Jin Seowon, Hammett asks if he intends to pursue the escaped individual. Considering the question, Jin Seowon wonders if she was the one who escaped last time, but decides they should clean up this place first. He reflects on a past moment, wondering what could have led him to make such a critical assumption. Meanwhile, a lone figure, cloaked in deep blue, moves silently through the dense forest, their presence almost swallowed by the towering trees. They emerge onto a precipice, a vast, verdant landscape stretching out before them, a seemingly endless expanse of green. Back with Jin Seowon, a stark reality flashes before his eyes. Only 12 survivors remain out of 200. He sits, weary and unshaven, the simple act of eating jerky now a painful chore, his jaw aching from the effort. From their high vantage point, the cloaked figure scans the vast expanse below, a quiet frustration evident as they realize no one can be found. Jin Seowon continues his arduous journey, the system's stark reminder of day 20, marking the relentless passage of time, each day a struggle for survival. Hammett inquires about a new adventure, to which Jin Seowon replies that he has no choice, as they won't allow him to leave. With a sigh, he begins his solitary trek through the dense, dark forest. He knows he could sustain himself by hunting for at least 5 more days. But finding a single clue in this vast wilderness proves to be the true challenge. 10 days have already passed, scouring the area for any sign of the missing target, yet he remains elusive. Finally, he calls out to Hammett, asking if his companion has had any luck tracking down the heavenly demon, admitting the search is exhausting. Hammett confirms his fears, stating that the heavenly demon has vanished like a ghost, completely untraceable, unless he is actively concealing his mana. The vast, dark forest stretches for 1,000 miles, a labyrinth of shadows where even the most skilled hunters struggle to find a single trace. Hammett sighs, his voice carrying a hint of frustration, wondering aloud how the heavenly demon could have vanished so completely. He then advises Jin Seowon to consider the situation more carefully, suggesting that the demon might be actively concealing his presence. The cloaked figure remains silent as Jin Seowon, his expression grim, acknowledges the possibility, yet the sheer scale of the task weighs heavily on him. He decides to reduce the number of targets, intending to regroup and strategize more effectively. Hammett, observing his resolve, suggests that the demon might be hiding his mana completely. Later, in a cavern filled with shimmering particles, Jin Seowon questions the implications of such a feat, wondering if it means the demon is truly gone from the area. Hammett confirms the demon's complete disappearance, leaving Jin Seowon to ponder the immense power required to achieve such a perfect concealment. He then advises him to focus on the demon's true identity, as that might be the only way to uncover his hidden location. A sharp question escapes Jin Seowon, wondering why this crucial information is only now being revealed. Hammett's spectral form hovers, explaining that he knew of the heavenly demon's affection for humanity, and thus anticipated the demon would save his power to use as bait. Jin Seowon, still hooded, presses for confirmation, seeking absolute certainty in Hammett's assessment. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure internally laments the wasted effort, feeling that the entire endeavor has been a fruitless expenditure of time. With a trail of faint blue energy, the cloaked figure turns and walks away, leaving the scene behind. 730 minutes later, the sun shines brightly over a rugged, rocky landscape, marking a significant passage of time. A man in purple robes, accompanied by a smaller figure, sighs in exhaustion, muttering about being almost finished with their task. Nearby, a group of weary adventurers, armed with swords and axes, express their fatigue, debating whether to push through and finish their current objective or take a much-needed break. A monstrous, serpentine maw, dripping with viscous saliva, lets out a guttural growl. Suddenly, a torrent of dark energy erupts, streaking through the air with a violent, tearing sound, aimed directly at the creature. The massive beast recoils from the impact, its towering form momentarily dwarfing a lone figure at its base, as the attack momentarily stuns it. Below, an adventurer stands on a glowing platform, his eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a shocked exclamation. Another adventurer, Ackman, stands ready with his sword, but his companion urgently warns him, telling him to get out of the way. From a distance, the cloaked figure observes the unfolding chaos, noting that the protection magic has failed against a force beyond its magician's rank. High above, the remnants of a once powerful, floating structure drift apart, confirming the magic's collapse. As if on cue, a sleek, red, boat-like object descends rapidly from the sky, streaking towards the ground. The cloaked figure lands with a soft thud, their foot touching the earth, confident that the current situation will only escalate with their presence. The air crackles with tension as a voice questions the overwhelming odds, facing 10 enemies in the misty, green-tinged expanse. Dark, crystalline structures emerge from the ground, their jagged forms hinting at the danger lurking within the environment. Nearby, a figure with light blue hair and a single horn watches the unfolding chaos, their expression unreadable. With 11 players remaining, Jin Seowon raises a glowing purple shield, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he wonders why he always ends up ganged up on by the mob. He lunges forward, his spear-like weapon trailing purple energy, striking with decisive force. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, a scar visible on his cheek, continues his silent vigil, muttering a single word, till. A distinct whir echoes as a mysterious red object descends rapidly from the sky. Elsewhere, Hammett clenches his fist, his voice booming with challenge, telling the unseen enemies to just get ready. As the ground trembles, a barrage of rocks and debris crashes down from above, tearing into the earth with destructive force. Amidst the chaos, a swift, unseen strike lands with a sickening impact, sending blood spraying through the air. Jin Seowon, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, launches himself into the fray, crackling energy surging around him. His gaze sharpens, electric blue light glowing from his eyes as yellow energy pulses with his unwavering resolve. Surrounded by a horde of dark figures, he thrusts a spear of purple energy, piercing through one of the monstrous enemies. The creature recoils from the heavy blow, blood splattering from its gaping maw. Elsewhere in the forest, a man's voice echoes with despair, lamenting the overwhelming odds and the pain to come. The man in the yellow outfit, his face etched with fear, stands beside a terrified woman, both bracing for the inevitable onslaught. Back in the quiet of the forest, Jin Seowon sits, exhausted and alone, a silent wish for Hammett's presence escaping his lips. A disembodied voice echoes, addressing him as child, as Jin Seowon's sharp blue eyes narrow with intense focus. Suddenly, a shimmering blue sphere of energy, crackling with yellow particles, manifests in the air, a clear sign of an active magical presence nearby. Unfazed, he moves with practiced ease, drawing his bow and preparing for the unseen threat. Scanning the dense forest, he realizes his opponent is using stealth, a fact confirmed by the enemy's own frustrated internal command to prioritize his immediate elimination after their ghost detection failed. His gaze sharpens, acknowledging the cunning of his hidden foe. With a determined set to his jaw, he resolves to bring the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Pulling back the bowstring, a brilliant yellow arrow materializes, glowing with potent energy. He takes aim, the luminous projectile a beacon in the forest's dim light. Then, with a sudden release, the glowing arrow streaks through the air, eliciting a surprised exclamation from his unseen opponent about his skill shot. From high above, the dense canopy of the forest stretches out, an unsuspecting witness to the chaos about to erupt. Suddenly, a blinding yellow light erupts from the ground, sending a shockwave through the air that forces two nearby figures to recoil. The cloaked figure, caught directly in the blast, lets out a guttural sound as their eyes glow with an eerie yellow light, the force of the impact threatening to tear them apart. The ground itself begins to crack and rupture, as the intense yellow energy continues to surge upwards. The light expands, consuming everything in its path, a blinding pillar reaching for the sky. The sheer force of the blast radiates outwards, an overwhelming wave of pure power. Amidst the brilliant glow, a small, dark object tumbles downward. Then, from the very heart of the shattered earth, a shadowy, skeletal hand claws its way out. The ground continues to tear open as a monstrous, towering skeletal figure, wreathed in dark energy and bathed in the lingering yellow light, fully emerges, an unexpected and terrifying consequence of the powerful attack. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a vibrant, almost ethereal sky, while in a dusty arena, a group of adventurers gathers, one of them exclaiming, "Wait, did you get it?" A man in a horned helmet, his face etched with surprise, echoes the sentiment. "Who got the buff?" He looks down, pondering, "Which team do I check it now?" as a system notification pings, revealing Black Argon. Two other men, one with a hat and the other bearded, watch the unfolding events with a mix of surprise and focus. Before a clear ding confirms the success, followed by a triumphant "congratulations" message. Meanwhile, Akira Nakano kneels, his cloaked form illuminated by a faint rainbow glow on the ground, muttering, "For the real." His eyes glow with an intense purple light as another ding announces, "Akira Nakano has joined your party for 10 days. He reacts with a surprised, "Only?" Far off in the desolate landscape, a brilliant yellow orb of light appears, prompting someone to declare, "There he is." Through the dense forest, a group of cloaked figures closes in, their voices echoing with determination. "It's only one. We'll be able to catch him if we spread out and corner him," one asserts, as a burst of blue energy erupts from the ground, marking the start of their assault. "Take him alive. He's our grudge," another commands, their intent clear. Jin Seowon finds himself encircled, Akira Nakano and several other cloaked figures forming a tight perimeter around him. Don't hold back. He's alone, a voice urges, fueling the aggression. Akira Nakano, staff glowing with arcane power, hurls a devastating blue energy spell towards Jin Seowon, commanding his allies to blast him to pieces. But Jin Seowon, his eyes and hand flaring with electric blue energy, remains defiant, confident that his pursuers will never truly catch him. As they shout to break his barrier, he launches himself into the air, unleashing a powerful blue energy blast that strikes one of the cloaked figures, sending them reeling. The residual blue energy crackles around his hand, a testament to his formidable power. He unleashes a spatial strike, surging forward with blinding speed, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy. A concentrated blast of that power shoots ahead, a piercing blue projectile. The attack connects with brutal force, a sharp impact echoing through the forest. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, engulfing his target in a devastating wave of power. Having eliminated one of his pursuers, Jin Seowon stands defiant, his gaze sharp as he challenges the remaining enemies. Come at me. A system interface displays Jin Seowon's status, highlighting his title as the world's strongest survivor. Holding a small, glowing orb, he remarks, I just got my hands on it, but it's already useless. Standing with Hammett, Akira Nakano, Ackman, and the man in the yellow outfit, Jin Seowon observes the scene below, a companion noting, seems there. His electric blue eyes glowing with intense focus, Jin Seowon realizes, right. If my eyes don't seem to work on these guys, then they've caught my eye already. Turning his attention back to the orb with Akira Nakano beside him, he decides, I guess I'll start by attacking the one that hasn't been destroyed. Without hesitation, Jin Seowon launches himself forward, a trail of green and blue energy streaking behind him as he declares, fine, let's figure out exactly what they're up against. He connects with a powerful impact, a white flash erupting as he announces, here we go. As the battle intensifies, the yellow-clad figure, the purple-cloaked mage, and the blue-clad warrior scramble into defensive positions, their voices echoing with urgency to protect their lord. Before they can fully brace themselves, a blur of motion descends, a sword wreathed in brilliant blue energy, slashing down with devastating force. The yellow-clad figure and the blue-clad warrior recoil in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer power of their attacker, who they had dismissed as a mere low-rank hunter. Amidst a swirling vortex of azure energy, Jin Seowon expresses his irritation at their combined efforts, finding their teamwork a nuisance. With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating blow, sending all three figures reeling backward through the air. His eyes burning with fierce determination, he curses the annoying bodyguards for standing in his way. One of them is violently propelled through the air, before Jin Seowon closes the distance in an instant, burying a powerful punch into the yellow-clad figure's face, leaving him gasping in disbelief at the sheer strength. Jin Seowon continues his relentless assault, delivering a powerful kick that sends his opponent reeling. Before he fluidly transitions into a new technique, a quick dragon flash. A sword skill that surges forward like a dragon. His opponent, despite the speed, manages to react, though Jin Seowon dismisses it, believing it's still not fast enough to escape his eyes. A fierce blue aura flares around him as he presses his attack, his blade a blur of motion, striking with incredible swiftness. He follows through with another precise strike, then drives a powerful kick into the man's body. Observing the effect with a keen eye, noting that the only healing weapon his foe possesses is the cure itself. With a sudden shift in momentum, he launches a powerful counterkick, knowing that in such dire moments, a direct strike is often the best defense. His foot connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave of yellow energy through his opponent. The unnamed man recoils violently, his body thrown back by the sheer power of the blow. Jin Seowon maintains his aggressive posture, following through with the momentum of his attack. A sharp gasp escapes the injured man, his surprise evident. As he looks down at his reeling foe, Jin Seowon declares it a piercing strike, while the yellow-clad man wonders why they are planning to kill him. The force of the attack sends him hurtling backward, a trail of yellow energy marking his trajectory through the air. From the shadows, a group of cloaked figures watches the unfolding battle, one of them noting that their opponents are more formidable than just a few individuals. Still airborne and reeling from the blow, the yellow outfit man cries out a desperate plea, Hammett. Jin Seowon's eyes narrow, a cold challenge in his voice as he asks if his opponent can still fight, then warns him not to force his hand. With a sudden burst of speed, he declares the fight his play, launching himself forward. A devastating impact sends the unnamed man reeling, as Jin Seowon follows up with a swift, blood-drawing strike from his blade. His form a streak of blue energy as he closes the distance once more. Another powerful blow lands, eliciting a pained cry from the yellow-clad fighter. The force of the assault sends him violently crashing through the air, his body contorted and bleeding. As the dust settles, Jin Seowon lands lightly, his attack concluded. He surveys the scene, a calm intensity in his gaze, noting to himself that only 8 minutes remain. As the dust settles from the previous confrontation, Akira Nakano observes the scene, noting that the heavenly demon's power is truly formidable, but perhaps not insurmountable. while the cloaked figure expresses concern that the situation is getting out of hand. Surrounded by the rocky, water-filled terrain, Jin Seowon stands over his defeated opponent, unaware of the impending magical assault from the observing group. With a determined glint in his eye, Akira Nakano decides that a direct approach is necessary to deal with the protagonist. Unleashing a torrent of vibrant blue energy from his hands, Akira Nakano casts a powerful spell, declaring that this is the end of the protagonist's reign. The blue magic washes over Jin Seowon, who reacts with a shocked gasp as his body begins to glow with the same ethereal light. The spell's effect is immediate and devastating, reverting his formidable stats back to their normal state, a development he finds utterly impossible to comprehend. Akira Nakano, still channeling the powerful magic, lets out a strained laugh, admitting he should have dealt with the protagonist much sooner, now that his power is gone. Now visibly diminished and weakened, Jin Seowon appears even frilier than before his temporary power-up, a stark contrast to his previous overwhelming strength. As the protagonist's power wanes, the cloaked figure looks down at the injured yellow outfit man, wondering if they will finally get a chance to finish him off. Despite his weakened state, he finds himself immediately under attack, a monstrous claw lunging forward as a voice snarls, claiming the kill. But he glares back, defiant, refusing to be an easy target. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance. His glowing blue weapon flashes, striking the monster with precise force. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, observing the chaos, decides to take matters into his own hands, noting the presence of a monster and commanding an attack on Akman. As Jin Seowon continues his struggle, Hammet's armored leg prepares to strike. The powerful kick lands, sending a shockwave of impact. The cloaked figure and Hammet watch as Akman recoils in shock, his face contorted in surprise. Immediately following the kick, a torrent of Exjo's flame erupts, engulfing the area in a fiery explosion. Meanwhile, as the battle rages on, Jin Seowon unleashes a devastating flurry of attacks, engulfing his monstrous opponent in a fiery explosion. Elsewhere, Akman cries out, recoiling violently as Hammet's powerful blow connects, sending shockwaves through his body. The weapon god, Hammet, follows up instantly, enveloping Akman in a torrent of scorching blue flames, the Exjo's flames still burning intensely around him. As the flames consume their target, the cloaked figure observes, questioning Hammet about Akman's unexpected weakness, wondering aloud why he is so frail. Hammet explains the situation, revealing that Akman's supposed 90% buff is actually a 90% debuff, and without his intervention, the man would have perished long ago. With a surge of blue energy, the cloaked figure declares his grim intention to kill Akman and break the curse binding him. He muses on the danger, acknowledging that even A-class hunters would struggle here, let alone a B-class, before deciding to switch to an attack-type magician role and engage in close combat. A slight frown crosses his face as he reflects, admitting that Akman is at least quick on his feet, but regretting that he hadn't targeted his party members first. Yet, the thought quickly passes, as he dismisses the pointlessness of such regrets now. He watches, a faint green glow emanating from beneath his hood, as his companion remarks on the protagonist's unusual power. Below, the protagonist's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, a fierce determination hardening his features. Preparing his next move, he mentally calls out his attack, Stone Edge, feeling his power surge. A crimson aura ignites around his hand, ready to strike. He plunges downward, a blur of motion amidst the swirling purple particles and shattered earth. The impact rips through the ground, sending massive shards of rock flying. The destruction continues, tearing through the very foundations of the dungeon. Still descending, the protagonist carves a path of ruin. A monstrous silhouette recoils in shock, its form momentarily illuminated by the sheer force of the assault. As the dust settles, Jin Seowon stands amidst the devastation, his glowing eyes reflecting on the power he just unleashed, wondering if he can truly control it all. He unleashes a furious roar, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, as a powerful stone hammer attack erupts. Meanwhile, the cloaked observer watches the chaos unfold from a distance. Back in the fray, Jin Seowon's body ignites with a crimson aura, his scream tearing through the air, but an unseen force slams into him, sending him reeling backward. Recovering instantly, he retaliates with a devastating, aura-charged strike, bringing his power down with crushing force. Elsewhere, a green-clad mage recoils in shock as a verdant wind blade streaks towards him. Simultaneously, Akman finds himself caught in a barrage of green magic, alongside Lyle and Zephidna. And from another quarter, Hammet, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, charges into the fray. As the system confirms the debuff has been removed and his status returns to normal, Jin Seowon lets out a small gasp, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and relief. Meanwhile, in another part of the chaotic battlefield, a young man in a green hat looks on in disbelief as a bearded warrior with a top-knot charges towards him, sword drawn. The warrior stands over him, his blade poised, the young man now fallen to the ground, seemingly defeated. Back with Jin Seowon, he processes the sudden change, wondering aloud. The debuff is suddenly gone, but how? His attention is then drawn to a distant skirmish, where he spots Akman, prompting him to question, wait, what is that kid doing here? Meanwhile, the young man from earlier, Aoyama, pleads desperately, "Aoyama, please win." Ackman, surrounded by multiple attackers wielding swords, is caught in a brutal melee, his body already showing signs of injury as he fights for survival. Witnessing the brutal scene unfold, a violent surge of anger wells up in Jin Seowon's chest, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. He had honestly believed he wouldn't care or even wonder what became of the boy. What he did, what he said, or any anger towards him, having just killed him without hesitation. He had truly believed that he had no regrets. But it was the cloaked figure who had taken so many. Now, his eyes glowing with a fierce purple light, he wonders how many lives in this game are truly capable of feeling anger or pity, or any emotion at all. He had thought he was the only one alive, the sole survivor in this desolate world, only to find that the true sole survivor on that brutal battlefield was Ackman alone. A system notification flashes, declaring, "Congratulations. You have emerged as the final survivor. You are now qualified to participate in the next game." Jin Seowon looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him, wondering if the game is truly ending. He can hardly believe it, questioning if he truly managed to clear it. A frantic thought crosses his mind, questioning if the game is truly ending now. He looks down at his hand, green particles swirling around him, a sense of urgency washing over him as he realizes there's still so much left undone. Reaching out, his hand glows with the same green energy, determined to grasp onto something. He searches for something that should be there, something tangible. Frustration flashes across his face as he spots a broken ring on the ground, the green particles still swirling around him. A fierce determination settles in his eyes. He needs to find it, no matter the cost. The ethereal figure offers blessings and power, a system notification identifying him as Selfish Hammett, available for 100 coins. He dismisses the offer, finding the weapon god useful but ultimately weak, then demands payment from the deity. Hammett balks at the price, finding 100 coins for the human excessive. Ignoring the complaint, Jin Seowon scrolls through an interface, noting a cloak of hiding for 70 coins. He then muses aloud about simply taking the weapon god himself, causing the horned deity to visibly flinch in surprise. Hammett questions his loyalty, but Jin Seowon's attention is already on the system, realizing he needs to spin the roulette box. The interface confirms that Aoyama, as the winner, has already been granted 3 spin attempts. Prompted to select an item, he makes his choice without hesitation, declaring he will take the weapon god. The deity recoils, his expression a mixture of shock and dismay. As the system processed his previous action, a new notification appeared, revealing the acquisition of Escris's necklace. The weapon god, Hammett, could only watch in disbelief, his frustration boiling over as he cursed, "Damn it." Unfazed by the deity's anger, Jin Seowon calmly addressed the system, declaring his intent to take you for a spin, before adding, "Enjoy your money, folks. I'm gonna get my own loot." With his decision made, the system promptly announced, starting the second roulette spin. Hammett's face contorted in a desperate plea, his mind screaming for the process to stop. The weapon god's expression hardened, a mixture of fury and helplessness etched across his features. As the system, seemingly mocking his plight, displayed the message, "Selfish Hammett." Finally, with a sigh of resignation, Hammett conceded, "All right, I don't have to go back inside that box again." The system, however, reiterated its judgment, "Selfish Hammett." He considers the outcome of the roulette spin, acknowledging that while it wasn't the perfect result, it was far from bad. The system confirms that on the third roulette spin, he acquired a fragmented secret tome. A small smile plays on his lips as he muses that this new acquisition would prove quite useful. The system then prompts him, asking how many more fragments he wished to acquire. After a moment of deep consideration, the fragmented tome begins to glow, coalescing into something new. Jin Seowon observes the transformation, noting that he'd been told to collect 1,000 fragments, but now he only had one left to acquire. The system confirms the completion, announcing the acquisition of an exclusive skill, Heavenly Demon's Secret Tome. Following this, a new title is bestowed upon him, the Heavenly Demon, granting him a bonus to all stats and a unique effect. Later, Jin Seowon walks along a forest path, flanked by a young woman with dark hair and a man with a red backpack, when the woman suddenly exclaims, wondering what has happened to the blood. He reflects on the familiar sensation, realizing this is the same way he was drawn into the game before, a thought he dismisses as merely part of a film shoot, a stage scene with fake blood. Yet, surrounded by his companions, a red-haired man and a blonde-haired man, he can't help but sigh, knowing deep down it will be a recurring struggle if this keeps happening. His gaze sharpens, the memory still fresh in his mind. He had only just completed his second game. Back in the quiet solitude of his room, the young man recalls that after that second harrowing experience, sleep had become an impossible luxury. With a soft rustle, he peels off his bloodied shirt. He tosses the ruined garment into a waste bin, a sigh escaping him as he laments, "Ugh, what a waste. This was my favorite shirt, too." Now, seated on his bed, his physique toned and lean, Jin Seowon reflects that after his second game, he immediately established a strict routine upon returning home. He settles onto the floor, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from him as he focuses on the most crucial task of the day first. His attention is drawn to a glowing blue object, a four-circle stone, as he ponders if this is the golden rule he must follow. Still reeling from the after-effects of the four-circle stone, he lets out a pained gasp, his body racked with an intense, burning sensation. 3 hours later, the agony persists, forcing another strained cry from his lips. Even 5 hours into the process, the discomfort remains, a constant reminder that he may never truly grow accustomed to this pain. Despite the ordeal, he senses a profound change within himself, his mana and physical attributes having increased significantly. He knows he should verify these newfound strengths, but first, a gnawing hunger demands his attention. His mana capacity has surged to an S rank, with strength, agility, and vitality all reaching B+. His special skill, swordsmanship, has even achieved master level, making him wonder if he could become a god if he continued this rigorous training after every dungeon. With a sigh of relief, he decides to finally grab something to eat. Suddenly, a voice echoes, questioning his companion's absence, wondering if Hammett had left to avoid sharing food. The voice continues, a hint of exasperation in its tone, demanding to know what Hammett was thinking by keeping him in such a place. He sits on the edge of his bed, listening to the translucent, blue form of Hammett, who laments his current state, declaring that he possesses great skills yet is reduced to nothing more than a voice. The weapon god continues, demanding to know what he is supposed to do when he can't even move his body or use his powers, trapped between the living and the dead. Jin Seowon, however, reminds him that he is still alive, and that his current form is merely a temporary state. Hammett retorts that in his world, there are no such things as temporary states, only life and death. He continues, frustrated that he can't even eat or drink, and is stuck in this space with nothing to do. Jin Seowon, exasperated, explains that Hammett needs a physical body to wield a longsword, and that he's currently in a safe place. He then asks what Hammett expects him to do, given the circumstances. Hammett, his ethereal form glowing with a faint blue aura, declares that he is the weapon god, and that Jin Seowon should find a way to help him. Jin Seowon sighs, muttering that if he talks back to a god, he'll be considered weird, but he can't help but feel annoyed. He listens as Hammett's ethereal voice echoes with frustration, questioning why he must be confined to such a small space. A soft scoff escapes him, his expression betraying a hint of annoyance. Hammett, with a small poof of ethereal energy, reluctantly concedes that the arrangement is acceptable, though he insists that as a god, he should at least be able to observe the world. As he fastens a necklace around his neck, Jin Seowon muses aloud about the weapon god's earlier claim of detecting killing intent. Suddenly, a delivery arrives, prompting Hammett to exclaim in surprise, while Jin Seowon simply notes that his food has arrived. A moment later, Hammett lets out a sound of mild disgust or surprise as he observes the meal. Sitting on the floor, the young man begins to eat, complaining that being tired and hungry has left him feeling weak. Hammett then inquires if the food is good, to which Jin Seowon bluntly asks why he's even asking, since he can't eat anyway. With a flash of annoyance in his eyes, Hammett retorts that he's still curious, accusing his master of being heartless. As he walks away, a voice calls out, questioning his destination. The ethereal Hammett, ever present, presses him further, reminding him that since he's coming anyway, he might as well start answering. Jin Seowon sighs, conceding the point. From the bustling city outside, Hammett reflects on the passage of time, noting how long it's been since he last saw the young man, wondering what had kept him away. Jin Seowon explains his recent absence, having been busy preparing for a dungeon expedition and now heading to the guild to accept a new quest. Hammett mentions an upcoming guild meeting, but Jin Seowon, already seated at a computer, declares himself ready and eager, having waited for this moment. His finger hovers over a glowing interface, as he questions the meaning of log. Hammett clarifies that it's a budget version of guild survival, but Jin Seowon, having experienced the real thing, finds this much less satisfying. Both men are now settled at their computers, and the reason for Jin Seowon's return to the internet cafe after 6 months begins to unfold. Hammett recalls a high school mage, or perhaps a swordsman, whose language was translated in real time, but who was definitely wearing a Japanese school uniform. After 6 months away, Jin Seowon had returned, declaring his intention to go back to the world he'd left behind. It was a place he thought he'd escaped, but circumstances had forced his hand. He'd heard whispers of a log system, a budget version of the legendary guild survival, and decided to give it a try, his eyes glowing with a familiar intensity as he navigated the interface. The cheap-looking game was rife with scammers and fraudsters, but he needed a quick break from reality. Amidst the chaos of the message board, a single banner caught his attention, drawing him in with a soft, almost imperceptible sound. The words on the screen glowed ominously, asking a profound question. Survivor? A prompt appeared, demanding a choice, yes or no. A look of profound shock and confusion washes over Jin Seowon's face, his eyes wide as he stares into the digital void, questioning the reality unfolding before him. A sleek vehicle sits parked, its presence a stark contrast to the digital world Jin Seowon is about to enter, his gaze sharp and focused as he observes the dark web interface. The system's design immediately suggests a veteran hand, a cloyed survival expert behind its creation, presenting him with a stark yes or choice. He leans closer, a slight frown creasing his brow, wondering what new puzzle lies before him. The interface, however, offers no welcome, instead displaying a dismissive message. If you're just here to mess around, get lost, it warns, followed by a taunting. Who do you think you are? Undeterred, he considers the possibility of a hidden path, a secret code perhaps, believing there must be a specific section holding the answers he seeks. The screen then prompts him for a password, a challenge he knows he can't simply guess, aware that too many attempts would lock him out completely. His electric blue eye glows with intense concentration, the system's voice echoing its earlier dismissal. If not, just get lost. It repeats, identifying the source as a net cafe guy from Yokohama. The taunts continue, the interface mocking his perceived lack of skill. Amateurs who can't even protect themselves on the dark web shouldn't be here, it declares. It even offers a backhanded compliment, acknowledging his choice of location, but warns, going to a cafe was smart, but don't think you can't be tracked, before adding a final, dismissive jab. If you're curious, go watch porn and sleep. He stares at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the system's taunts continue. The digital guardian's words echoing in the silent room. Hackers are doing else, that really caught my guard. The screen flashes with another dismissive message. If you're curious, go watch porn and sleep. This is your last warning. Aren't you scared? But Jin Seowon remains unfazed, his resolve hardening as he types his reply. Not really. Just let me in already. The system responds with a direct challenge. If you're a survivor, prove it. He leans closer, his gaze intense as he questions the unseen entity. How do I prove it? A moment of silence passes as he processes the new information on his screen, his brow furrowing in confusion at an unexpected image. What am I supposed to do with this image? He scrutinizes the details, first identifying it as ruins or a statue, before a sudden, sharp realization dawns on him. Ruins? A statue? This is... He stares at the image, a faint, regal figure emerging from the digital haze, realizing it is not different from the legend. As the figure's hands come into focus, he understands what the system truly meant by its challenge. The holographic projection shifts, its foot stepping forward with a soft, ethereal sound, fully revealing the crowned figure in its entirety, its form glowing with an inner light. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, they should have kept it this simple from the very start. Suddenly, vibrant red text materializes in the air, glowing with a soft hum, asking if he is truly a survivor. The system confirms his identity, declaring, authentication successful. Welcome, new player. As he navigated the new interface, a message appeared, asking about the number of runs he had completed. He considered the question too personal, but the system quickly reassured him of its total anonymity and the robust security provided by top-class hackers. Realizing the importance of his new access, he made a mental note to save his ID and password immediately. The next screen presented what appeared to be a standard online forum, offering categories like beginner tips and survivor strategy. Deciding to start with the basics, he clicked on beginner tips. The section opened to a comprehensive guide titled A Beginner's Guide for Cloyd Survival. He began to read, learning that since the advent of Cloyd, governments worldwide have been desperately trying to control ability users, with a strict warning never to reveal one's powers in public. The guide continued its stark warnings, illustrating that he was far from unique, with countless others like him emerging, their numbers steadily increasing. It cautioned against complacency, advising not to get carried away or think oneself special, lest they become mere fodder, as reports indicated government-backed private organizations were actively hunting beginners. To prevent widespread chaos, governments would resort to any means necessary, a fact Jin Seowon found quite obvious, as the guide then shifted its focus to those looking to sell items obtained from their runs. It detailed the existence of broker sites and wealthy buyers from all over the world operating on the dark web, many of whom were willing to purchase directly, allowing survivors to visit these sites and convert their spoils into cash. A thought sparked within him. If doing runs was truly possible, this could become a stable source of income. He decided to check the market prices for the items he had already acquired, navigating to the market forum within the system. A list of various items appeared, including grimoires, grindstones, potions, mind technique manuals, rare blades, and storage equipment, each with its corresponding price. Consulting the beginner's guide for Cloyd Survival, he realizes he can use it to check market prices, much like a game. As he scrolls through the listings, the value of a witch's elixir, a mere rare item from the second rank, shocks him with its $20 million price tag. 20 million. Then, a time request catches his eye, offering a staggering reward of 100 million. However, the fine print reveals it's an SSS-grade exclusive for the Zward Empire, requiring a minimum of 5,000 runs, a feat impossible for someone who has never even completed one. He remembers the cart emerald, another item of immense value. The more he delves into the community forums, the clearer it becomes that run counts are the ultimate measure of status and success in this new world. Bodyguard requests, for instance, pay 500 a month for players with over 100 runs, while those exceeding 30 runs can earn 1,000 per run, solidifying the idea that run count directly equates to status. The implications settle heavily upon him. He realizes the true reason behind the desperate attempts to eliminate him. As he continues browsing, hours slip by unnoticed. On the screen, A chat log highlights a surprising match, a 13th run hybrid mage defeating a 100th run player. The chat erupts with exclamations and questions about the mage's class, revealing his impressive scores in both LOL and Cloyd. More messages flood in, questioning the mage's losses and nationality, with one player noting the vast difference in their run counts. Suddenly, a familiar blue, glowing projection of Hamid appears beside him, commenting that this must be the crafty high schooler they encountered previously. A wave of regret washes over him, realizing he should probably apologize for his coldness, having been too focused on solo play despite them being from the same country. His expression hardens with a new resolve. Then, a chat notification pops up, making him pause.